Hi, Joanna.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Sorry, what'd you say?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
All right.
Good. We should start in around 2 minutes.
2, right? Okay. I'm sure my hair made more sense a minute ago. Oh well. Yeah. Should we try the sharing? Do I just share my screen and then go into the
Yes, so there should be a big green button that says
and it will
perfect.
yeah. Because I have been in Zoom and then the green button was there but didn't work and I had to convince somebody to turn it on.
Now I made you a co-host, so you should be able to share.
Okay, good. All right. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
You must be in Sweden, right? You're at home?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Have you gone anywhere? We still haven't gone anywhere, but why would we? We're in Berlin, so. We've gone across Berlin. In fact, we have like about a 2-mile commute. So I just biked in today because so that we would have, the Wi-Fi is not working in our new flat.
Oh no.
Well, it's not reliable. It's supposed to be really fast, but it's completely weird. Anyway, we'll figure it out. But it was not the time to figure it out today. I don't mind. What's behind you? Is that like a fake Zoom background?
Yes, it's a scene from The Office, the
Oh.
US version. It's where they usually have the interviews.
All right, okay.
It's to mask away all the boxes we have at the back.
Yeah, I did that by coming to work. Actually, we're almost through unpacking our boxes, but not quite. We've only been in our own bed for 2 nights now.
Anyway, I think it's 3 o'clock and 9 a.m. So we should start. Hello, everyone. My name is Andreas Todoro. I'm one of the co-organizers of the workshop. And I'm pleased to have with us Joanna Bryson, the professor of ethics and technology at the Hertie School of Governance in Berlin. Joanna is a frequent advisor to governments and transnational agencies, NGOs, and pretty much everyone who wants to do something with AI, and that's quite a few organizations nowadays when it comes to AI policy. And she's actually even recently been asked to represent Germany at the Global Partnership on AI set up by the G7. She has held various degrees, various positions in various departments across universities, including computer science, psychology, anthropology. So she's one of who one can call interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary researchers. And Joanna, I think will talk about what is good, the social impacts in digital governance. Joanna, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Andres. So let me see if I can get this to work. I'm only a PhD in computer science. That looks good so far. All right, will I be able to hear anything? Andreas, are you still there? So I know things are still working.
Oh, yes, things are still working.
Okay, good. And you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Right. Okay, fantastic. And you don't see each other? Do you see this weird monitoring thing?
We see only you.
Okay, only me and the, okay.
Well, and then the screen, that's it, that's important okay, for bandwidth purposes.
That's very good. And I'm actually, I can't, sorry. Oh, well. I would like to collapse this window a little bit, but sorry about that. Yeah, okay, now I can only see me too, this talk too. All right, so what is good? It seems like a good thing to ask if we're doing AI for good. Now, I don't actually usually do a lot of the AI for good meetings. So I never usually speak at a meeting that I haven't been attending. But this month I was supposed to be entirely working on my book. And so I thank you for having me here. And I hope that I'm not too far out of line with what you spoke about yesterday, but I think that this will be sufficiently weird in a way that it doesn't matter what you spoke about yesterday, but I hope it also informs the problem. So as it mentions in the second part of my title, I'm very interested right now in digital governance, which is part of the reason that I came to Hertie School, which was formerly named Hertie School of Governance. But now because of these centers, we have a shorter name. Anyway, I'm digressing. Let's talk about what we're even talking about. And I hope that we don't mind that, at least for the framework of this hour, when I talk about intelligence, I use a very simple definition, which many of you might have heard before. It's the capacity to do the right thing at the right time. So it's the computational capacity of transforming perception into action. Okay, so this is a general definition of intelligence. It's a very old definition of intelligence. And then I modify it slightly to say, well, what is artificial intelligence? It's a subset of all the intelligent things that somebody deliberately built. Okay, they're artifacts. That's what the A is for. It's not space aliens. It wasn't discovered somewhere by dug out of the ground. It is actually something that we built for a reason. Okay, so there's an interesting thing here. What does deliberate mean? Okay, so this is a very quick, because we've only got sort of a half hour to talk, definition, but basically explicit and deliberate are things that we use to talk about the parts of our intelligence that we ever talk about. All right, so consciousness itself possibly, but certainly the things that we talk about are things that help us to hold our society together. So communication is a big part of what explicit and deliberate is about. Arguably, there's other useful things to do with consciousness, like planning, but, and believe me, there's a big argument about that, but I'm gonna focus here on the social aspects. So there's a lot of things we do. We breathe, we grow, we blush. Some things we prefer not to do. Maybe we prefer not to blush, but of all those things that we do, some of them we do deliberately, and we talk about those things. Okay, so why is it that any part of human intelligence isn't explicit? Why can't we control the blushing part and various other things? As I just said, intelligence is a form of computation. What some people forget is that means it's a physical process. It takes time, it takes space, and it takes energy. So we can talk about things like the sustainability of GPT-3, right? We can talk about that. This is why you go out and buy more RAM for your computer. It really is something physical that happens. Modularity is one of the ways that you can facilitate computation, right? So you break the problem down into something that's more tractable. And you literally cannot physically think of everything, right? So we only think of something. So this is not probably the only reason that not everything is accessible to deliberation, but it's at least one reason, okay? So deliberate and conscious thought is a set of modules that are useful for communication and innovation, but they also are slow and error prone, right? And I think if you've ever tried to learn a sport, then you've probably had someone tell you, you have to keep practicing it until you stop thinking about it, right? So the implicit and the automatic, the reflex, but not the actual physical reflex that you're born with, rather the reflexes that come from a lot of practice are a part, these skill sets, that's part of the thing that isn't entirely conscious, right? You can still have conscious control on some level, but you don't micro-control the consciously. So our deliberation is built on top of heuristics, okay? We are not rational all the way down. We have a lot of pieces that we take for granted, right? And we evolved them through trial and error, right? Evolution is you have a bunch of varied things, and then some of them make it through to the next generation, okay? It's like heuristics, just like heuristics in AI. All right, so I think I said that. Sorry about saying that twice. Okay, so yeah, sometimes when we innovate something new, we circumvent a heuristic, right? So sometimes someone figures out a new way to behave, say in a particular political office that no one has previously behaved, and it breaks a bunch of stuff, right? Or sometimes we invent a new technology and it disrupts the way that governance works, or the order of the nations, or whatever. I mean, the order of the nations is relatively new too. It's only a few hundred years old. That was just one way that we figured out how to make government work, okay? All right, So before I talk about good, for reasons that aren't clear yet, I apologize that there's like some jumps like this in this talk, but it's going to be more evident later. Let's talk about autonomy before we talk about good. Okay. So autonomy and artificial intelligence, I was one of the people for years that people used to invite me to do talks like this about autonomy. They thought of me as an autonomy person. And yet the truth was we never came up with a very good definition of autonomy. No AI is fully autonomous. No person is fully autonomous. If you just have a baby and then leave it in the woods, it gets eaten by wolves. It is not raised by wolves, generally speaking. Okay, so yeah, this is me like over decades. And this is Andreas, actually. Andreas contributed to one of the more recent autonomous robot projects that I've been involved in. But anyway, sorry about the sound there. So that, when exactly is something adequately autonomous that you can call it autonomous? Let's look at something where this has been thought about for longer. Let's look at international relations, okay? So in international relations, autonomy is the capacity for some kind of geographic political region to control what happens within its borders, right? So this is cool. It's sort of, yeah, I forgot how these builds were going. Sorry, I was expecting another thing. That's all right. You cannot separate autonomy from security, because you aren't really safe if you can't control what happens within your borders, and yet at the same time, you might not be safe without cooperation with others, so without kinds of interdependence. That's what the EU is doing a lot of the time. They're deliberately making themselves, the countries are deliberately making themselves interdependent in order to kind of reduce the probability of war within Europe, but also to strengthen Europe relative to the rest of the world. So this is an interesting set of trade-offs. And one of the really interesting definitions of war is that war is an assault on your enemy's institutions, reducing their autonomy with respect to yourself. So maybe some of you can guess why I brought this up when we're talking about good and AI, right? So you can think about it now. It's not coming up for a while. So like intelligence, autonomy is relative. It's not some absolute thing. You talk about something being more or less intelligent, not like, is it intelligent? Well, maybe with a rocket isn't intelligent, but basically we're looking at relative positions. And the same is true of autonomy. It isn't that like, when will we have an autonomous AI? It's how autonomous is the AI with respect to certain other entities, right? So with respect to the developer, with respect to the owner or operator, with respect to the law, right? These are the kinds of questions we ought to be asking. Okay. So one of the interesting problems, not just with AI, but with digital technology in general, the ICT is what is it? Information communication technology. So one of the general problems with the superset that includes AI is that it does reduce personal autonomy because you have more communication. We can see this in nature too, right? So you can recognize now how people will vote from Facebook likes or from Connect, the Connect that's sitting on top of a computer. I thought that was going to be the thing that was going to compromise the election in 2016. I wrote about it in 2015, right? A publication in 2015. I wrote about it in 2014, actually. But I was wrong. It was the Facebook thing. I knew about that paper, but I didn't see that that mattered. Oh, well. Anyway, we can recognize personality. So one of the things the Facebook thing did was it looked at the likes and figured out what your big five personality was like, and then figured out who was a good person to target for, not necessarily to change people's minds, but to convince them to go vote or to go to rallies or to contribute money or to stay home, right? So that's the kind of thing that's easier to do with social media. So anyway, you can do that from Twitter too. You don't need to have somebody liking things. You can do it by looking at how people use words on Twitter, all right? So like I just mentioned, we use this to encourage action by those with targeted beliefs. And Chris Wiley, the whistleblower with respect to Cambridge Analytica, talks about how this technology was originally developed to help combat terrorism by trying to help the people, the good guys, feel more confident. But then he walked from Cambridge Analytica when it started being used against British and American people. So, but the company, the parent company of Cambridge Analytica had been paid for decades by us, Anglo-America, to interfere in other people's elections. And then we just got upset when it was used to interfere with ours. If you don't want to talk about our elections anymore, which I can understand, I really recommend reading this paper Well, it's actually sort of a blog paper thing. Anyway, it's incredible documentation about what happened in the Brazilian elections. And in those, it wasn't even supposedly a broadcast medium. It was done with WhatsApp, which is supposed to be peer-to-peer. But using AI, people were able to turn it into a broadcast medium and to make sure that everybody saw the videos that they designed to control the conversation in Brazil. So I really recommend this article. So yeah, this can be done. And actually in that article, they're not even sure, though they're pretty sure, whether they're talking about bots, like actually fully AI bots or sock puppets. They're somewhat controlled. And anyway, Alex Stewart, one of my collaborators, but I'm not in this paper, it had nothing to do with this paper, but it's a cool paper, and it showed that you can use all kinds of interventions to change how people vote and how decisions are made, right? Again, another paper I recommend. Okay, so that was about ICT compromising individual autonomy. One of the things we worry about a lot and was, or is still, but this is the founding fathers of America, if only they look like that. The finance can be used to compromise a nation's autonomy, right? And Alexander Hamilton was one of the people that said, "Oh, maybe we need a bank so that we can try to have some of our own autonomy." All right. So Andreas asked me to talk about the inequality stuff I'm doing, and I'm only talking about this briefly, but I think it's really important. I just needed to set up the rest of that stuff, so I didn't see a way to do it otherwise. So the last time we had the level of inequality we have right now, of economic inequality within a country, these stats are just the United States, apologies, but it's similar in the UK, and it's not similar in some other countries, so we can go there in Q&A if you want to know. Anyway, the dark gray, as you can see, is the proportion of all income in America that went to the top 1%, right? So when the number is higher, then obviously there's higher inequality. Now, the bottom, the lighter gray thing there is the polarization index. Now, this particular polarization index is done in this way that you can only do in archaic democracies like America, where you can only have two parties, but it just looks to see how much do the two parties cooperate with each other. And that can be done at national and state and various levels. And these statistics hold up pretty well. It seems most likely that wealth inequality rather than income inequality is the problem, but income inequality is easier to measure, or at least in America it was easier to measure, because of the innovation of income tax, which happened around 1913, because we banned alcohol, so we couldn't have alcohol tax anymore. Anyway, interesting history. The point is that that when you have I also have a graph that shows going back further in history. There have been increasing inequality throughout the 19th century, and you can read people complaining about it also in Germany, also in the UK, going, what is going on? Why is it getting harder to lead? We think of inequality as meaning, that the rich people can do whatever they want, but the mean time to failure in the C-suite is much higher during periods of high inequality. So it is also harder to lead, as well as worse to be a follower in these times. So anyway, the elite who you read the writings of are in the late 19th century. You can read them going, what's going on? What is happening? And you see that we achieved a very high peak of inequality, and then World War I happened, and then we started climbing up again, and then the crash of '29 happened. And so in the United States, that was enough mayhem that you got a bunch of the elite to sign up with the proletariat. And that was FDR, and that was the New Deal. And so the polarization was kind of overcome by enough of the elite agreeing that this isn't working. And then they worked together to reduce the level of inequality. Now, they only redistributed, unfortunately, to white uneducated males, basically. So there was other problems at the time, but even getting cash injected into that helped reduce inequality overall. And you have people that go around and they say, oh, what happened in 1978 when all of a sudden we had the great decoupling of productivity from wages? And I think what it's important is you look a little more history and you say, it wasn't just that there was this great decoupling in 1978, though there was a great coupling. That's the thing that looks artificial, is this lower level of polarization and of inequality that people worked hard on. From 1945, this was happening globally after something called the Bretton Woods Agreement, when a whole bunch of countries said, look, 2 world wars and a financial crash, that's way too much. And so we don't want to have this happen again. And they started doing things like banning transnational wealth extraction, which unfortunately started increasing again after the Cold War. It became obviously one. So anyway, when you have fewer people, right, and this is a Zips curve, when you have fewer people with more money, then of course you're going to have more entropy. There's less, you aren't holding each other captive as much, I guess, if that's the right word for that. You aren't keeping each other in check as well. And so with some collaborators, and we'll see some more about this on a later slide, we've been trying to understand that, and we have a hypothesis. This is just a hypothesis, that what may have been going on is that when you bring in a technology that reduces the cost of distance, then you make it, then basically, for perfectly legitimate reasons, fewer number of people win more, right? So you've basically created inequality by allowing everyone to go to the best search engine, or everybody to go to the best newspaper if it's 1900, right? Oil reduces the cost of distance because it's easier to move around than coal and wood, right? So these are things that changed who the winners were. And it also reduced the number of winners, okay? So then, as I mentioned, there was regulatory capture, there's a spiral that happens until some disruption happens that's adequate, that people say, let's change this, and they innovate new governance, all right? So I mentioned already this thing about the great coupling. The point is that these problems are fixable with regulation. Regulation is the means by which we make it so that we can innovate, all right? So that we can have like lives that make some kind of sense, so that we can know when it makes sense to invest in a company or to invest in a family, those sorts of things. All right, so regulation is the means by which a complex entity perpetuates a recognizable version of itself into the future. That is not what you're used to thinking regulation is, if you're just sitting there thinking regulation is this evil way that Europe stopped you from innovating. That is not what regulation is. Right? And regulation is like breathing. Do you remember breathing as physical regulation? You're pushing yourself into the future. It's not exactly the same use. Some cells die, some cells are created by division, right? But it's close enough, right? And that's the same thing with a company or a country, right? Some people change, but basically the company or the country are still there. And that's what you're trying to do. Okay, and yeah, this is just randomly throwing up one of my, biological regulation. Anyway, Yifei Wang, great guy. Anyway, so governance is a subset of regulation, going back to AI, right? Governance is the part of regulation that we've explicitly, deliberately decided to do, all right? And that's all, okay? So again, it's the negotiated subset of regulation. And it doesn't have to be done by government. In fact, again, because of modularity, you probably want the government to do some of it, and you certainly, no organization can persist without some form of governance. So of course companies are self-governed, but that doesn't mean they aren't also other governed, okay? All right, so yeah, governing, there's a series of things you have to do. You find a problem, you fix it, you rededicate resources so that you can fix the problem, and then you hope that by stabilizing the problem, your new thing that you've tried to do, like changing your currency or something, that you leave that still long enough. You have to distract people a little, and then move on and solve the next problem. And so you see if the fix works. I personally think part of the reason that it gets harder to govern is because it's harder to distract people anymore, because we're all connected with communication technology, but not everyone thinks it. So can we trust the government? Should we want the government to be the ones that are governing us? Of course not. You can't just trust governments. You have to actually work to make sure the government works, right? That's our job. That's part of why we're in a democracy, right? Modularity is always useful in intelligent control. And it is actually useful to have a government. It's a means by which we do things like stopping the race to the bottom, right? It's not that great if I'm a company and I'm competing with another company, and then neither of us wants to spiral to the bottom. But if I'm not going to go over to the other company and force them not to do that, and I just start spiraling to the bottom. Or I could rat on them to the police, and then the police could go stop them going to the bottom. Okay, sorry, maybe the police is a sore topic right now. But this is what we do with the government. Sorry, I don't mean to be insensitive. We'll come back and hammer me in Q&A about that. Okay, geography is always going to matter. It is certainly true that with ICT, the transnational level matters more than it used to. So you're going to see the but there, the star, right? But let's think about geography first. And this has become an easier argument. In fact, our students here at Hertie were just like, oh, now we know the nation is back. It's like, no, it's not that the nation is now the only thing, but it became more evident to them that nations mattered when they saw how much difference there was in the different nations' policies on the pandemic, right? And the difference on the policies, the difference on the outcomes, and the difference on the borders, right? Who was coming across, who was flying around, what was happening. So, but even before, even without pandemics, you know, house fires, vaccinations, air pollution, water supplies, physical security. If you're on an island, of course, it's a little different than if you're, you know, right in the middle of somewhere, or if you're up on mountains. People in mountains are often are able to keep a more diverse something together because no one's going to go up and take them over. It's too much effort. So, and of course, physical intimacy. I don't know how people forget about that. All these things matter on your neighbors. Even if you don't have children, it matters to your well-being how their neighbors' children are educated, right? It will affect your economy. It will affect, like, you know, vandalism, all kinds of things. So let's see, yeah. On another scale, thinking about things differently, of course it matters, international security matters, security strategies, geography affects those, although of course we can cooperate with people from quite far away in terms of, you know, so you quite often get, like, you know, people on either side, like, you know, like, I don't know, Russia and India might cooperate because they're both worried about China, something like that. So distance can be overcome with cooperation strategies sometimes, but still your physical proximity affects what kinds of problems you have, right? And then the other thing, this thing about human rights, that was something we all signed up to 70 years ago. I think the whole planet, maybe a few countries are holdouts. I don't think so. The Human Rights Act says that every nation is required to defend the human rights of the people inside its borders, whether or not they consider them citizens, okay? So one of the interesting things about one famous bit of AI regulation, the GDPR, is that they are recognizing that personal information is a part of the person. It doesn't make sense to say, should we sell personal data? No, that's like slavery. I mean, it's not exactly slavery, but it's like it in that it's incoherent, right? You don't want to do that. And it's almost like, I think it's like air rights. So you can't have security if someone can fly over and drop bombs on you, right? Similarly, you don't really have personal security if someone can know your beliefs and then coerce you in ways that you don't recognize, right? So that's why personal information matters. It's like people, it's just like physically pushing someone, throwing stuff at someone's newsfeed, right? So that's the idea. Let's see, I think I mentioned this already. Oh, this, yeah, right. Okay, this is the buts. So there's two sides of the buts. One is that national governments are going to have to adjust to the fact that they have reduced autonomy. There is more reach from people from other countries, right? And also, there are just different things that might be more effective. Maybe it is more effective to have email and cybersecurity provided by companies like Google, right? Maybe. But at the same time, that other stuff isn't going away that I mentioned before. The geographic contiguity of where you're going to get your water supply is still there. But some things are going to have to change. On the other side of this, the transnational industry also needs to adapt. Okay, the new industry was not appropriately taxed, and they need to get used to it, and they need to figure out how to do it in an equitable way so that we have a sustainable the rule of law is there. All right. So I think that the tech, I don't think it's right that we just have digital tax. I think the problem is transnational industry in general, that we weren't on top of petrochemical either, and that was part of our problems, and certainly finance. There's like an order of magnitude more money kicking around in finance than in digital technology. So you need to say how much of digital technology problems are really about digital technology, how much is like the tail wagging the big dog, which is the finance. But anyway, focusing back on what I know more about the tech industry, if you look at what happened with, not just medicine, I think there's too much emphasis on Hippocratic oaths and the individual developers. Really, the tech industry is much more like banking or much more like architecture than it's like doctors or lawyers, because you don't have that one-to-one relationship with your programmer, right? That you might with your lawyer or your doctor. You're really working with an entity, an organization. So I think we need to think about things like not only paying taxes appropriately, but also about being licensed, getting planning permission for your products, those kinds of things. I think we're going to be moving into that. And if you think, oh, we couldn't possibly do that, look at the iStore, right? Some corporations are already doing that kind of inspection of every piece of software that passes through their hardware. Okay, so is the GDPR compromising AI? I hope that this isn't too much of a controversy with you, but just in case, I just want to point out that AI is not synonymous with machine learning. It is just one statistical tool we use to build AI. Sometimes we choose to use it. And because it's statistical, we only need enough data to determine statistical regularities. If you take stats, then one of the first things they teach you in Stats 101 is how to figure out how big of an end you need depending on the amount of variation in the population with respect to whatever it is you're testing, right? So it isn't necessarily that the most data wins, right? First of all, you need reliable data. And sometimes some people will not get reliable data because they have so much power that everybody's going to tell them what they want to hear. So it isn't just about getting the most reliable data. But then secondly, going back to this thing about statistical regularities, and of course you probably already had people talking about this better than I have about the surveillance capitalism. But yeah, you don't need excessive data unless it isn't excessive because you're actually trying to micromanage a population. Yeah, I don't remember why this is on this page, but I will say this. I can remember. Anyway, diversity is a necessary component of robustness, right? You need to have lots of different solutions, and you need to figure out ways to protect individual liberty. So I don't think we're going to go back to the situation where you're going to have anonymity through obscurity. I think it's going to be more like personal property. Yes, the police could take your house away, could break into your house, the army could take your house away. But by and large, you're not going to have a stable society unless the populations know that they can go and get redress if anyone does anything to their house. And I think the same has got to happen with our personal data. We need to find ways to detect. It's a lot harder than detecting when people invade your house, but to detect violations and to allow us the freedom of thought and the freedom of expression. So we need to be looking at when people are predicting us too well, right? And to recognize when people are using information in ways that they shouldn't. We can also try to inspect and say, make sure you don't have data you shouldn't have. But let's get real. Some people will have data they shouldn't have. So it's important to check the behavior and make sure they aren't using the data, right? That's, I think, what we need to focus on. All right. Okay. So I promised to talk about good, right? But I'm not going to, haha. I will a little bit. It's just another entire side of my work, and you might not like the solution I came up with anyway, but I'll give you an overview. This idea is that altruistic behavior, good behavior, is behavior that benefits the society, all right? Whereas antisocial behavior it isn't just tearing apart society. It actually probably means that we're taking the same resources and using them like for ourselves or for our family. There's apparently a saying in quite a number of Slavic languages that if you don't steal, you steal from your family, right? So a lot of the things that we look at and we say, oh, that's really antisocial. The individuals who are doing these antisocial acts are actually making enormous social investments, but in a small sub-society that we don't respect. And so good and bad are a little harder than you might expect. At the individual level, we need to trade off. put our own oxygen mask on first, we need to decide how much are we going to invest in the good, in being good, in performing public service, and how much are we going to invest in keeping ourselves alive, right? If we aren't alive, we can't do any other good, right? So yeah, it may be that optimal trade-offs are actually best achieved by people taking mixed strategies. It may just be easier to optimize that way. And I think there's that's possible that we can make predictable polarization and state failure. So this is coming back to that inequality stuff. I'm not going to go into it in detail, as you can tell, since I'm not building the slide. But I just want to point out that knowing the right amount to invest in a public, even that might vary by the situation you're in. So if you're in a situation where you have higher inequality, it may actually turn out that when inequality is increasing and you have less in common and you have less available resources because the elite are gathering all the resources, that it makes sense to be more conservative and to invest more on a more homogeneous in-group. And so we've shown this with simulations, and the one piece of hope is that you see this little blue hump here. It is true, as we had predicted, that there can be a place where if your solvency is threatened, you may be doing better if you focus your investments on working with those that are more like you. But eventually, if none of you could possibly get yourself out of the hole you're in, then it can dip down into the situation again where you're much better off interacting with the outgroup and trying to do something more diverse and creative. It's called gambling for redemption. Anyway, this paper is an archive. It hasn't been published yet. It hasn't been accepted by reviewers, but this is stuff that I've been working on with my collaborators. Okay, going forward. So my claim is that good is an explicit concept that we use to help negotiate how to survive. So we put together these societies, which are our survival strategy, all right? It's one of the things we invented, like justice and fairness and these various concepts that helps us coordinate as a society, okay? And then it's like, I don't quite remember how this link was supposed to work, but anyway, that's an example of good. An example of bad is anthropomorphizing AI. AI is not a person, okay? So this idea that we might want to bring AI into the same thing, and we can be good with AI itself, doesn't make sense. So how do we de-anthropomorphize AI? First of all, we should never say that AI is responsible. I'm now in the responsible AI working group, and I'm trying to change the name, responsible use of AI or something. So AI itself cannot be responsible because there's no way to punish it, right? We don't have any way to sanction AI. So AI is not responsible. Its makers, its owners, and its operators are. They're the members of our society, and responsibility is a means by which we maintain our society. So it is optimized around other humans, okay? AI can't be accountable. It's not obliged to explain itself, right? We are obliged to build AI that is explainable, right? Value alignment doesn't make machines want the same things that we do, okay? I know people are working on that. It's a bad idea. I really strongly suggest that we should firmly be thinking about value alignment as meaning that we ensure machines express the intentions and desires of the people presently owning and operating them. Otherwise, how can the society improve, right? We have to adjust to the different situations, and hopefully we do also do absolute innovations that benefit us in all contexts or a large number of contexts. So we shouldn't be looking to have machines that somehow capture what people currently think is good. That's descriptive ethics. It's not normative ethics. All right. AI should be made transparent. Okay. So that's a characteristic of an artifact. We can talk about AI being transparent, and the transparency means that we can trace accountability through AI to other people. Now, one of the things that really bothered me, there was a recent EU white paper, is there's people think that AI is necessarily opaque, and that's just false. Of course, we don't know every little weight in AI, but that doesn't mean that we can't know the stuff we need to know, which is whether the people who built and operated the AI did the best things that they could do. And finally, we should use AI to promote accountability. I just sort of said that. So diligent makers can improve it when mistakes are made, right? So the same things that help us with accountability also help us. They're DevOps. It's good at DevOps. It helps us build better AI too, right? So it works within the corporation as well as between corporations or across different kinds of institutions. And if you want to read more about this, once again, Andreas and I worked on this together. All right, good regulation and principles. All right, how am I doing for time? I put a lot of slides in. Oh, I think I'm okay. All right, so as I mentioned before, we aren't going to regulate the micro details of how AI works, right? You don't, when you regulate a bank, you don't go in and regulate, like, ask like, how do the synapses work in the bankers? You say, show us the books. Okay, and so we need to be able to keep books and then to be able to show them that we've done the right kinds of things. So how did we architect the system? How did we source the components? Did we cyber secure all the components? Do we know where the data libraries came from, the software libraries, right? Cybersecurity is absolutely critical to AI ethics. You cannot separate those. It's not that they're the same, it's that they both need each other, okay? We need to log with secure revision control again, every change to the code base, right? Who made the change, when and why? Also, the model parameters. A lot of people are sloppy about this. And of course, we should log testing. We should show that we did due diligence in the testing, both before and during a release, right? And the performance. Now, of course, there's going to be personal data in the performance of a live system. So we're going to have to think about how long is that information retained. But we need to be able to detect. And if you're thinking we can't possibly do all this stuff, the automotive industry already does it. That's why every time there's been a fatality, we've all known within a few days what went wrong, right? Because that is a decently regulated sector and AI is just something that's coming through it, all right? We need to do that in our other domains too, like social media, right? Like search. There's no reason that these aren't seen as safety critical systems too. So I'm not going to read you the OECD principles of AI. I'm just going to say, I think it's wonderful. We spent a long time coming up with a lot of principles. Now we've got elected governments, not only of the OECD, but also the G20 adopted these 5 principles. So G20 didn't adopt the entire document the OECD put together, but they did adopt these 5 principles. All right, and I'm just going to give you the quick short version, which isn't even mine. It's the one that Flaherty et al. Came up with in talking about this, that basically AI systems should be human-centered, fair, transparent, safe, and accountable. Okay, I just want to point out that I think we've all come to agreement about transparent, safe, and accountable. But there's been a lot of great work that's gone on, and all the orange stuff here is new innovations. But I'm going to take this back to one of the older documents. So the black parts here are something from, well, at least in common with one of the earliest national level soft law on AI, which is called the Principles of Robotics. And yeah, it was actually based on Asimov's laws, so rather than on some other principles. They were extended for this, for owner and operator responsibility. So the first 3 were just reversing Asimov's laws to make it clear that the manufacturer is responsible. And then the next 2 were about owners, operators. But anyway, I think these are the same. I would agree with Flaherty et al. On their analysis there. But I think fairness is a very difficult notion. In fact, there's provable conflicts in fairness. You can't have something that's perfectly fair. But what we struggle with, I think, is justice and ethicalness. Those are the things that describe that ongoing process of trying to increase fairness. We can't have perfect fairness, but we can keep trying to increase it. And also, you might notice, again, because of the Asimov law inheritance, that the top one was actually about lethality. Now, you might think it's a complete cop-out to say that you can kill in the case of national security, but this is actually the definition, one of the definitions of policing. With policing, you are never supposed to take a life unless your own life is threatened, right? Whereas in war, people take lives a lot more often, okay? So this is basically saying that given that no human is at risk when the AI system is the thing at risk, of course it cannot be lethal in civilian contexts. So that does make some kind of sense. But the point, one of the reasons I'm making this point is that with the original principles of robotics that the British wrote, it isn't just that there's one thing which is about human centrism. Human centrism is the entire point, right? That was what we were trying to achieve. Okay, I'm almost done. I will just say something about bad. This is bad. Do you guys know what this is? Oh, I can't. If you're talking to me, I can't hear you, and I can't see your guesses. But have you seen this? This is about the GDP, how the GDP changes. But what is doing this? Hopefully you've all guessed. Global warming is doing that. Okay. So I really want you to, when you see people saying, running conflict, like, oh, regulation, it stops innovation, it's against the economy, whatever. Think about who's benefiting, right? Think about that definition of war I gave you before, right? War is dismantling your enemy's infrastructure, or getting your enemy to dismantle their own infrastructure. Look at what's been happening in some of the countries where the government have been elected that took apart the government and reduced its capacities. All right. So in summary, good is investing adequately in society so that people can flourish. Regulation is the means of perpetuating an entity into the future. Good regulation supports innovation by making a society sustainable. Making regulation and government better is a perpetual necessary task. We're going to keep changing things, and we will keep finding, of course, corruption is a force. We need to keep figuring out ways to defeat it. The updating governance when we innovate new technology is also necessary. And it's not that we were wrong to build the technology. Again, it's just an ongoing task. It's just a part of life. All right. And those of us with money and power would do well to contribute to the general public's good, including by paying taxes. Okay, so thank you for your attention. And I hope you're still there.
Yes, thank you, Joanna. Thank you for the talk. Are there any questions from the audience?
Let me stop sharing so I can see you guys better. Okay.
If anyone has any questions, please type them, or feel free to unmute yourself and even use video. I guess it's 9 o'clock in the US, still early in the morning. I have one question. When you said about ICT and even transportation that actually increases inequality, can you expand a little bit about why is that so? Because I found that quite interesting.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And I'm sorry I didn't go into more detail about that. What I think I briefly said is that you're going to have fewer winners if distance costs less. So let's think about something like pubs. If we were all actually at Harvard, right, we wouldn't go to the best pub in Boston, right? We wouldn't even go to the best pub in Cambridge after, if we were going to the pub, which is like later here than it is where you guys are. But anyway, even if we could agree what the best pub in Cambridge, Massachusetts is, we wouldn't necessarily all go there. We would go to some combination of a pretty good pub that isn't too far from wherever the talks are taking place, right? Because distance matters. First of all, how many people can fit into the pub? Secondly, how long does it take to get there? But if you have a car, or if you have the transportation, right, you've got the T, you can go to Boston relatively quickly. So you might say, hey, let's hop on the T and go somewhere in Boston and have, I don't know, dim sum or something, right? So that is a possibility, right? So when you have more technologies, basically, when you have technology, it reduces the cost of distance. Then all of a sudden, for example, bakers, right? It used to be bakers like pubs. You would go walk a few blocks maybe and get your bread, but you wouldn't get bread from across town. But now you get bread distributed, nationwide in America. We can all get this stuff Wonder Bread, right? and like 300 million people can have the same bread. So that's something you couldn't have had without the logistics and the transportation. It has nothing, Wonder Bread has very little to do with ICT. In fact, ICT may be killing Wonder Bread. That would be great. Hipsterism is a meme that we've been distributing on ICT. So,
thank you. That's interesting. I always thought that some of these Uber and Lyft and all of these apps are actually propagating inequality because of the 0 hours market. But I never thought that actually also by making distances easier to travel.
Well,
That's
the interesting, let's talk
yeah.
about Lyft, because it is kind of interesting. One of the things that happens is that they're making a profit by bypassing a lot of regulation that had already been in place. So I think we're all happy if there's like an evil, corrupt taxi firm and there's some middle like mafioso or somebody that are getting money from all the taxi drivers, and you're able to get around that. That seems great. And at least for a while, they were saying that Uber drivers and Lyft drivers were actually making better incomes. They were getting a higher proportion and absolutely more per drive than taxi drivers. However, if you don't consider Lyft and Uber drivers to be employees, then of course they had other kinds of insecurity so that didn't make up for what they were gaining in wages. So then but then this is what I was talking about with ICT, that isn't necessarily something that destroys things or breaks things down. So now the government comes in and says, no, you guys, depending on the nation you're in, but some of them are coming and saying, no, you guys are employees. And so there is an obligation to pay you for vacation and whatever other things that, hardly any countries you have to get your health insurance from your employer. But anyway, if you go around Europe, you will find from country to country, Uber and even Amazon do things that conform to the local regulations. And there's different court decisions being taken on that. So one of the things about ICT is that for certain levels, like in the OECD, it is probably increasing inequality because you have things like the, how do you want to call this? Jeff Bezos or whatever. People making a small number of people making enormous amounts of money because everybody goes to their product. But on the other hand, on the global level, until pre-pandemic, we had a massive decrease of inequality because suddenly everybody is empowered, right? You can find out the value of the thing that you're growing. You can find out what the weather is going to do. So suddenly there was an increase in inequality, which is part of the reason that we also have a lot of interesting issues with migration and things too, because people are empowered to know about other things that they could do and to be able to do things. So I think with Lyft and Uber, what you saw, when there's a big problem like this horrible hurricane in Puerto Rico, then you had a bunch of Puerto Ricans who took the flexibility that these kinds of services offered them and got the money they needed to bring their relatives over, to help their relatives out where they were or whatever. So in a way, it is something that can reduce inequality by giving you more flexibility and giving people another way of bringing in income, but it depends on how it's regulated.
Okay, thank you, Joanna. We have two questions from the
Good.
audience. The first one is, when we look at inequality historical trends, shouldn't we look also at a global inequality? For example, a person migrates to the US from poorer country, global inequality decreases, US inequality increases.
Oh, that's a really interesting point, and I haven't heard that one before. There are people, it is harder to measure because we don't have income tax for the whole world. It is much harder to measure that, and there's a lot of people working on those questions. But as I just mentioned, I didn't see when you typed this question, there have been flips. And again, I mentioned briefly, and I'll say it in more detail now, the breaking down of some of the global supply chains, including all these people, the totally unsustainable habit of flying around all the time for holidays, has meant that there's like 2 billion people have been moved into food insecurity now, right? Malnutrition for 2 billion people is not a laughing matter, right? But more than half of the planet had been moved out of extreme poverty since 2000, largely as a benefit of, well, some of that is of course China and India, but it's most of Africa as well, not all. There's like 4 countries where inequality is increasing in Africa, but most of Africa was also being benefited. And as I said, some of it is that, what's it called? Effective altruism. Effective altruism turns out to be effective, right? But part of it was apparently the shifting transnational investment. So if you just give money to countries, sometimes that was getting captured to increase inequality again. Whereas if you're investing because you're trying to extract resources, as China was, that helped countries get money, out into place. But anyway, so yeah, that's not really, it's a bit of a wishy-washy because I don't know, but I'm pretty sure I would know who would know. which is David Autor, A-U-T-O-R. I can type it. He's been doing a lot of work on this kind of the transnational aspects of inequality and of employment. And also he looks at technology and employment. So I really strongly advise looking at him as, yeah, we both typed it. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to type that to you privately. Yeah, okay.
That's fine.
I'll fix that if I ever type anything again. All right, so I hope that's okay for Gianluca. Sorry if I.
Thank you.
Okay. And then Jillian, has your work explored what enforcement of various regulations of AI looks like? Well, the GDPR is a really interesting. You know, people said, and right up to the day it was brought into, you know, like everybody's going to leave, nobody's going to do business in Europe, you know, and the only things you cannot get to from Europe or from a European VPN, I was often in New Jersey, like get caught out by this, is like small local newspapers. Basically, everyone thought it was worth the effort of complying with the GDPR in order to have access to 500 million relatively affluent people. And so a lot of this is about is about basically bringing together enough people that care that they can enforce it. Now, there's been some question, of course, since the GDPR has been brought in, whether it is being adequately enforced. So it is being developed. I mean, that's the way the law is. You go, I mean, not just that law, all law. Enforcement that law moves and changes as it's interpreted by the judges. And sometimes you have to actually change the law, but sometimes it's just that we start understanding it better as we see its effects. So one of the things I've been working a lot on, and that's why you saw a slide of that, is helping governments know that they can regulate, you know, that they can go through and demand that they see due diligence was performed. Just reminding governments that AI is like any other manufactured artifact, and that they have the same problems of, was it the owner operator that did it wrong, or was it the developer that did it wrong, right? The developing company, not the individual developer. So just telling judges that, telling governments that, it makes them so happy. They understand auditing. And they literally, nobody was telling them there was anything. There was all these people. I'm sorry, Andrew, he's a great guy, whatever, I guess. But he gets up and says, oh, you know, in the old days, we used to program AI, but now we have data and then it magically transfixes itself into AI or something, right? You know, no, it is not true. No AI self-programs. It is true that, you know, that we use machine learning to discover some regularities. But it is absolutely that there's human records of human actions that have caused every single AI to be the shape it is. We do not micro-determine, just like I can't, how am I choosing the words? Yeah, I don't micro-determine like how I lip the phonemes or whatever, but I am choosing at a high level what I think is hopefully the most appropriate answer to the question that you were trying to ask. You're welcome.
Thank you, Joanna. Are there any other questions from the audience? Check YouTube as well.
If you guys are asking questions on Twitter, I'll check Twitter. Not immediately after this, I have another phone call, but sometime today. And I'll try to answer any questions on Twitter too.
I actually have another one because you mentioned iStore as an example where a company can audit essentially submissions and check the code that goes through. And I was wondering if you can expand a little bit your opinion about that. And because I saw on Twitter, I think last week or so, and I think you actually retweeted that, and it was a video game talking about World War II and about the Holocaust. And actually, Apple decided, even if it was meant to be, and it is a historical representation of what was happening, and it was actually sponsored by the Czech Republic government, Apple decided to ban the setup. So I was wondering if you could expand about your views for such instances, because it feels like we are moving free speech from being regulated to some extent by our democratic institutions into private companies that have the ability to mute and unmute us
Yeah, no, so I have big issues. I'm not a big fan of, although I am generally a fan of GDPR, I'm not a fan of the right to be forgotten. I think it's a misconstrual of how memory works. And I think, you know, humans will remember having read those headlines, and they should be able to go back and find the headlines they remember and then find out what happened, which is what you really want. Most of the people who are exploiting the right to be forgotten are very rich people that eventually got themselves out of some kind of a legal problem. And you know, it's not necessarily like the stereotypical case that there was a misunderstanding and people want it wiped. But anyway, so yes, this idea of how do we figure out who it is that makes these decisions? I mean, it's possible that Apple were right to be suspicious because that they are seeing how European countries are suing them, and there are a bunch of European countries where Nazi representations are illegal. So maybe they thought, oh yeah, you little Czech game company may not get in trouble for this, but we, Apple, would get in trouble for this. And so we cannot take that risk for legal, just for purely legal reasons of you know, although still the point is that not a lot of countries don't have any regulations against that. So you would think, why not allow that? Especially when they had gone through the problems of doing all the negotiations with Germany. You know, like, so with, and governments are your friends. They're not there. Let me say it again about GDPR. A lot of people thought that, you know, like the GDPR, they thought it was only there to restrict them. And then when they figured out, I had Googlers, you know, it's me and Google at that point. The Googlers and people were saying to me, like, I can't believe it. It's like so nice. It's so much easier to do work with 28 at that point, 28 countries that have the same API, basically. This is great. And it's like, you know, they acted like it was some weird chance event. No, it's a trade block. The EU is a trade block. The government is trying to help you do business. And so the German government worked with this Czech game company and tried to help them do something that was a legitimate use of the Nazi, you know, historical record. And then, yeah, Apple got in the way. So I don't know. And it's just, that was just a tweet from, you know, last week, as you say, maybe there'll be something better done. It is scary. And I saw Brad Smith from Microsoft once at Aspen say, you know, we want to work with governments, but he was particularly talking about cyber attacks, cyber warfare. And he's like, we are the battlegrounds, and we cannot wait for a government to decide what to do. We have to do something. You know, their core product is under assault. And so again, like I said, I think that in the future, governance will be different. And I think we need to think more explicitly about the role of corporations as part of our governance system. And that we are sort of citizens of the companies that we do commerce with, as well as citizens of countries. So we have multiple kinds of representation. And so I think getting that interaction right is one of the really interesting things that we should be working on now, so that we can then solve these bigger problems like climate change that are coming up.
Thank you, Joanna. And I think there are no.
Thank you. Better go.
Yes. Thank you, Joanna. And I will leave now the floor to Arpita Biswas for the next session. So thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
You are muted.
Yeah. So welcome to the contributor talk session. And without taking much time, let me hand it over to Jesse. And the presentation is on fairness and discrimination in mechanism design and machine learning. Yes. So you can just unmute yourself and start.
Thank you. Yeah, I definitely would have forgotten to unmute. So thanks for the introduction. And like Arpita said, I'm Jesse, and I'll be presenting joint work with Roland, Pedra, Gura, Manish, Anna, and Startis, some of whom are in the audience today. And so before I get started, I actually want to introduce Jessie. And she is applying to universities this semester. And there's some true label about whether or not she should be accepted or denied into the university that she applies to. For the sake of this example, we'll say that her true label is 1, meaning she should get accepted. And the university has to make this decision without knowing this true label. And so increasingly, we have machine learning algorithms that are used to help decide whether or not the school should accept or deny Jessie. And for either moral or legal reasons, whatever you want to commit to, we probably want this algorithm to be fair, which is some very vague desire, as well as correct in saying that the classification matches up with the true label. But to make decisions more complicated, consider that Jessie's application isn't just considered in isolation, and rather her application is compared against other applicants in a candidate pool. And so now the university only has the resources to accept so many students, and this creates competition. So the university now has to ask the question of which set of students it most values admitting, subject to whatever resource constraints they have. And so here's just a quick outline of the talk. And for a good chunk of the talk, university applications will largely be our running example. But we'll start off more formally introducing both machine learning and mechanism design, reviewing some of the differences between them, as well as their perceptions of fairness and discrimination. And then we have a very incomplete, but a partial list of some of the lessons that have been taught or are yet to be taught from one field to the other. So fair machine learning is often situated in supervised settings by the often comparative nature of fairness. And so we'll typically assume that there's some true label that we want to predict. And often machine learning is used in descriptive and prescriptive settings, which is to say, descriptive, we want to summarize something, maybe like classify an image. Prescriptive, we want to make a prediction about a future outcome a lot of the time. And these prescriptive settings are largely what has brought questions of fairness and justice to light. And so in our example, the university used a machine learning algorithm to answer the question, is Jessie qualified to attend our university? On the flip side, in mechanism design, a principal commits to an allocation rule and possibly a payment structure. And based on this payment scheme, agents report types, which might be any combination of features, or it might be predictions. And then the principal allocates goods to agents according to this allocation rule and collects payments according to the payment structure. And this is more often seen in resource allocation settings. And it can be seen as answering the question, which students are we capable of accepting given our capacity constraints? And so this is almost like the competition setting for university applications. And one other common example of a mechanism is a classic first price auction where a single item's being sold and it goes to the highest bidder at the price that they bid. And so now to move into some of the differences between mechanism and design and machine learning, I just kind of want to start off by talking about fairness in ML. And when we want to discuss fair machine learning, it's unclear what this even means. And so a handful of quantitative definitions have emerged, encapsulating slightly different philosophies. And we should note that any quantitative notion of fairness that's used should be, one, context dependent, and two, it shouldn't be used to justify constructing an algorithm that should not be constructed in the first place, as partially discussed in Dr. Bryson's talk. And so for some examples, the first is the notion of individual fairness proposed by Dwork et al., where similar individuals are treated similarly. And the similarity is given by some context-dependent distance metric. So maybe here, two applicants that are roughly the same size, if that's our feature, should be treated similarly, in this case, both getting accepted to a university. On the other hand, there are notions of group fairness, which are concerned with members of different predefined groups being treated similarly in aggregate. So for example, in demographic parity, we just want to equalize the acceptance rate of across members of groups. And so in this example, 50% of the members in each group get accepted, so we say this is quote unquote fair. On the other hand, equalized odds is only concerned with the likelihood of a positive classification for people whose true label is positive. And in this example, we actually don't achieve demographic parity since the light blue group only has a 50% acceptance rate while the teal group has 100%. But it does achieve equalized odds since we only care about equalizing the acceptance rate of people whose true label is positive who are in this box, and that's 100% for both groups. And so an extensive list of fairness definitions would take up the entirety of this talk, and so we'll move on for the sake of time. but it's just worth noting that this list does go on. However, in economics, the literature focuses more broadly on both fairness and discrimination, but it's worth noting that these aren't opposites, which should be unsurprising just given the sheer number of fairness definitions that are even possible. So in the mechanism design literature, the most widely accepted notions of fairness tend to focus on utility-based notions, where agents have some happiness associated with any given allocation. And the most common of these is optimizing for social welfare, which is typically the sum, sometimes the weighted sum of individual utilities in the population. But on the other hand, economics has a few theories of discrimination. And the first is taste-based discrimination, which arises solely due to a pure difference in preferences across groups. And the second is belief-based discrimination, which arises due to imperfect information. And there are a few examples of belief-based discrimination that include statistical discrimination, coordination failure, and misspecification. And for the sake of time, I won't go into these, but happy to take questions offline. And now I want to take the rest of the time to enumerate some of our lessons learned. So the first lesson taught by machine learning to mechanism design is a redefining of notions of fairness. And one example that this comes up in is criminal justice, where this is pretty well known at this point, a ProPublica audit of recidivism algorithms showed discrimination by calibration, meaning that the probability of acceptance by the algorithm matches the true class probability of acceptance. And the company claiming that, the company building the algorithm, Northpoint, or now Equivant, claimed that their algorithm wasn't actually discriminatory, and this sparked a line of research into what exactly fairness meant and which metrics could be used to understand it, and a summary of those is given in Marabi et al. In 2019. And our second lesson taught by machine learning to mechanism design is that of group level diagnosis. And this can be seen in the healthcare industry, where focus on group level diagnostics has been especially prevalent in healthcare. And it's been shown that Black women are less likely to have their symptoms taken as seriously as their white peers. And Abebe et al. In 2020 note in their paper that one significant role that computing can play in sociotechnical systems is that of a diagnostic of unjust social systems. And now to move into the contrapositive or reverse, I want to talk about some lessons taught by mechanism design to machine learning. And so we'll start with works like that of Capello and Chauvel in 2003, which show that optimizing for fairness instead of welfare can actually harm social decision-making processes. And consider loan applications for finance, where a bank has to decide whether or not they'll give a loan to an applicant. Equalizing loan acceptance rates across demographic groups might actually just lead to a decrease in the total of number of loans distributed across the population as a whole, which can cause damage to members of the minority or to the members of the majority group. The second lesson that we have is that of the long-term effects of fairness. And so the mechanism design literature more often studies the dynamics and equilibrium of systems. And these techniques have recently been observed in the machine learning literature in both two-step analysis and convergence. And this literature is pretty preliminary, as there are many effects that can come into play over time, some of these being manipulation by users over time, maybe if they learn the system, exogenous shocks, etc. And this is increasingly being studied in machine learning in a subset of the literature, but it hasn't been considered in the machine learning literature as a whole, as much as it has in mechanism design. And our last lesson that we have is that of strategic agents. So mechanism design is often concerned with incentives, assuming that agents maximize their expected utility for a given scoring rule. And while many machine learning applications may not have a definitive scoring rule established at the time of prediction or reporting, certain features can often be manipulated at a cost. And one example of this is standardized test scores, such as the SAT and ACT for university admissions. Students with the resources will often try and improve their SAT scores by hiring tutors in order to present themselves as a more attractive candidate, because we know that a higher SAT score is at least a more desirable feature. And it's worth noting that there's a slight difference between strategic and learning agents, and this lesson is more about strategic agents. So to wrap up, this paper calls to study the intersection of both mechanism design and machine learning. There are several reasons for this. Both MD and ML care about the design of practical socioeconomic systems through an engineering lens, and they both have some notions of fairness, all valid in different ways and contexts. And so these two fields also tend to study common applications. And while machine learning often asks prescriptive questions about an individual, these are often poorly posed without being fit into larger community level questions about a population, answered by mechanism design. And so we demonstrate this by enumerating some of the lessons taught by ML to MD and vice versa, recalling applications in criminal justice, finance and lending, healthcare, general population dynamics, and of course in education. And this is very preliminary work. We would love to talk to you if you have more questions or ideas. And so with that, I want to thank my collaborators, as well as the Mechanism Design for Social Good Working Group in Fairness and Bias, Irene Lowe and Redita Bebe, and our funding sources. So with that, I will stop here and say thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Let's see if we have any questions. Okay, so I have one question. It was very interesting to see that you're thinking about the intersection of mechanism design and machine learning. So did you kind of explore that some of the mechanism design techniques can be used along with some machine learning? Like, do you see it as a pipeline that you solve something like a machine learning problem, then take the output and then use it in mechanism design as a mechanism design problem? You solve that? Do you have
so this is increasingly happening. And one example that I can think of off the top of my head is in, I believe it's called statistical democracy. But a group at Carnegie Mellon, actually implemented this with a food bank where they allowed food banks to train machine learning algorithms to learn their preferences on like what food items they wanted to request and how they wanted to bid. And then they, if they're not happy with how the ML algorithm's voting for them, in order to get food from these food banks or from the larger distributors, they can retrain the algorithm at any time to actually update their true preferences. So this is being seen more and more, but it's still, at least to my knowledge, not overwhelmingly common.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So yeah, if there are no more questions, then I think we can go to the next talk. And thank you, Jesse, for presenting.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, so the next talk is called Data, Power, and Bias in Artificial Intelligence. And let me see if the presenter is ready, Suzanne. Yes, she's ready. Yeah. So can you start sharing your screen and start presenting?
Sure.
Great.
Sorry, just bear with me for a second. Okay, got it.
Okay.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, great. So firstly, I'd like to thank the organisers for the opportunity to speak here today. It's been a fascinating workshop so far. So I'm presenting a paper today, written in collaboration with colleagues Professor Barry O'Sullivan from University College Cork and Professor Eugenia Ciapira from University College Dublin in Ireland. And in this paper, we address issues of data, power, and bias in artificial intelligence. So there's an emerging evidence that AI can exacerbate existing societal biases. There's some high-profile cases lately, and it's been shown that it can set back decades of advances, really, in society in terms of equal rights and civil liberty. And much of this stems from issues with the kind of data that is used to train AI systems. These issues are currently being addressed from a social justice perspective, technical perspective, and in regulation and governance. So in this paper, we argue that the increasing acceptance and acknowledgement of the impossibility of true objective data necessitates a new way of thinking about gathering data for AI systems, a new way founded in theories of social justice that acknowledge the responsibility inherent in gathering and curating large data sets. And can ultimately harness the nature of this process and use it for social good. Artificial intelligence systems are being deployed in healthcare, policing, finance, and most influentially, I think, in terms of societal attitudes and opinions, it's being used for online content curation through search and recommender systems. So it's deciding based on, who a system thinks you are and what category of person you are, it's deciding how to present data to you. So in each of these cases, examples of bias and discrimination have been identified. To run through just a few. So predictive policing, which is topical at the moment, it's been increasingly rolled out, particularly in the US. But if we take the present political climate around policing, and also a study by Richardson, Schultz, and Crawford in 2019, they looked into police records and they called into question their accuracy and objectivity. So this shows that it highlights clear potential issues that lie ahead with using historical data to make decisions in the present. So there's a clear danger that mistakes of the past will be repeated. Within healthcare system, as Zayed Obermeyer spoke about yesterday, if things like utility is used as a proxy or an indicator of healthcare need, AI systems can end up making racially biased recommendations. Biometric systems such as facial recognition are increasingly used in law enforcement and border control. And through the works of Timnit Gebru and Joy Bulamwani, this has been shown to be biased. So if countries are building in such biased technology into the core infrastructure of their countries, does this raise serious ethical questions? So in recommender systems, for example, higher paying jobs were found to be shown more frequently to men than women. So in each of these cases, what's notable is that they disadvantage those that are already most marginalized. I mean, I may be wrong, but I've yet to find a paper that's published showing how a privileged group in society have been negatively affected by bias in AI. And I can't go on without mentioning GPT-3. And if you see on the slide there, it's stark warning about the content, and it has been shown people have found racist and sexist language in it. So it has generated pressing on my keyboard and ran through the slides. So that warning there, does that, it raises questions of accountability. Is a warning enough, or do you have to be accountable completely for how your system is trained? The EU acknowledges the dangers of this in acknowledging that AI can lead to breaches in terms of fundamental human rights. So Luckily, however, well, there's an awful lot of work already going on in this area to address these issues from a social justice perspective. But this issue is not new. This kind of discrimination has been around for a long time, and it follows a long history of discrimination in how people are represented in data. Examples we'd all know are how, there's how throughout history there's changes in how different races are categorized and accounted for, and how in national census data, for example, and how work done by women is counted or omitted. And the historical legacy of inequitable treatment of the poor in society in relation to data collection is described by Virginia Eubanks as in what she calls the digital poorhouse. And there's a long history within activist movements, social justice, within many different disciplines of addressing these issues. And this same work and critical thinking is crucial in ensuring fairness and justice in AI systems as well. Sophia Noble, for example, talks about technological redlining, this kind of totally different treatment of people online and curation of their content based on assumptions about their race or gender or socioeconomic background. One response to bias in data, particularly in facial recognition, is to gather more data for unrepresented groups. And this is an important one to consider as well, that it's not just the data that has to be fair, but the process of gathering that data has to be fair to the people that data is gathered from. So Benjamin, for example, examines the complex socio-political ramifications of this in the context of race, questioning what does it mean to be included and hence more accurately identifiable in an unjust system of social relations. So in attempting to balance data sets for training machine learning algorithms, it is crucial then to consider the social and political effects of data collection for different groups in society. So this work based on social justice, they all have kind of some standpoint in common, either from feminist perspective or critical race theory perspective, that data can never be objective. So every data set that aims to represent humans, their attributes, behavior, does so in accordance with a particular worldview or ideology and embeds a certain power structure within it. So data should include all perspectives, especially from those most vulnerable to discrimination. So in this way, if we learn from this kind of work and bring it into artificial intelligence, data collection and curation to train data-driven AI systems, it becomes a political act. It's one of curating a worldview that one intends to perpetuate through your AI system. So within technology as well, within Virginia Dignam, for example, acknowledges this, that bias is inherent in human thinking and is an unavoidable characteristic of data collected from the human process. Ivana Bartoletti, in her recent work, said it is time that we acknowledge that data is simply not neutral. And as such, every single decision and action around data is a political one. So we can firmly acknowledge that the end of the big data claim, that there's the end of theory, that if you have enough data, you'll find objective truth, but that's over. But in this paper, we propose that it's not to chase objectivity and neutrality, it's actually to embrace that data cannot be objective and acknowledge all the responsibilities that come with that. Because at the moment, within technology, there is a drive to attain that objectivity and neutrality, to modify models, modify data, to get rid of bias and subjectivity and render them neutral in relation to protected classes such as race and gender. But this may be missing an opportunity to embrace the nature, the unobjective nature of data. So one case, just to elucidate like the complexity and kind of attaining fair or unbiased data is in the case of COMPASS system, which is used to predict rates of reoffending in the US in particular. So if we look at work by Schumter 2018, who looked at Kleinberg's conditions of fairness, in one definition of fairness, the system was considered fair. It was well calibrated. And the proportion of each subgroup who were classified as high risk, did reoffend, were broadly equal. So one could conclude that the system was fair. However, if you look at it another way, the system expected African-American defendants to reoffend more than they actually did, and for white defendants to reoffend less than they actually did. So on those other conditions of fairness, the system failed. So, but in Kleinberg's paper, he demonstrated how achieving all conditions of fairness is often not possible. So it demonstrates how eliminating bias from AI systems is often provably impossible, and implying that one type of bias must be traded off another constantly. And perhaps this should be integrated into an AI methods that reason about bias. And further compounds the argument that when you're training an AI system, you have an intentional choice as to what kind of worldview you're encoding into your system. So so if we assume that absolute objectivity is not possible, it doesn't mean that we shouldn't aim to reduce bias. So many approaches, technical approaches, have been shown to improve fairness. And even Virginia Eubank's book, she presents a case where it improves the fairness of an existing system. But if we can merge to a greater extent theories of social justice, feminist theory, critical race studies as frameworks to design technical solutions to issues of bias and fairness, it may enrich some of the current technical approaches. And crucially, it would perhaps direct these technical approaches away from attempting to achieve objectivity towards instead an interrogation of the power structures and ideologies of race and gender in particular that are embedded in the data. So a questioning of what ideologies are embedded in your data. What ideologies do you want perpetuated by a system, rather than chasing after the elusive and unachievable perhaps goal of objectivity and neutrality. So I'll rush on here, I'm pressed for time. So if we look at so inherently linked with issues of discrimination and unfairness in AI systems is the question of who is responsible. Who has ethical and legal obligation to ensure AI systems are fair and just, and who is accountable if they're not? An AI system's capacity to learn raises foundational ethical questions in relation to accountability. However, if humans are to retain autonomy, then they must always be accountable. So even if even if your system you built learn things you didn't intend them to learn, if you're to be autonomous, you need to be held accountable. So reflecting the foundational nature of these questions, governing bodies are developing new frameworks for ethical, trustworthy, and responsible AI, primarily grounded in human rights perspective. And other organizations, the ISO and the IEEE, are looking at existing data governance mechanisms and kind of retrofitting them to ensure bias-free data. And there's increasing calls like that recent one by Sandra Wechter, who calls for regulation on the kind of inferences that AI systems can make about a person. So the implementability of this, however, is difficult, especially when data governance regulations, recommend bias-free data, because technically on the ground, software developers are finding this difficult to achieve. And the EU white paper on artificial intelligence on trustworthy AI kind of nods to this. So it says, in a society where individuals would generate ever increasing amounts of data, the way in which that data is collated and used must place the interests of the individual first, in accordance with European values, fundamental rights and rules. So when we look at this, we can see that in that paper, it's acknowledging that there's a fundamental ideology behind each data set, that it's not going to be neutral or objective. So finally, in considering the challenges of bias in AI, it's important to build on existing principles and frameworks like critical intersectional feminist and critical race theories, And although dealing with bias in an objective way is very challenging, and reasoning about bias and fairness, it's critically important to involve those who might be directly impacted by an AI system in the process of designing, curating, testing these systems, and especially in the deconstruction of language-based data, which is, it's very hard to unravel the kind of levels of bias that can be embedded in that. So in conclusion, we argue that acknowledging the unavoidability of bias should transform the approach to AI data collection and curation, viewing it as a political act, one that must collect, or that we must collect the data in accordance with a worldview that we intentionally choose and that we're happy to be perpetuated through an AI system. And ultimately, this perspective should be harnessed for social good. Thank you.
Thank you. So, time for questions. Okay. I was really interested in the pipeline that you showed, in which there was like a training and a model deploy. And most of the talk you were like focusing on the training part, I guess the data part of it, like how to remove bias from the data itself. Do you want to say something on the model and the deployment part? Like how can bias be tackled in those modules?
I guess the focus of this paper was on the data side, I suppose. There is work going on to look at the models, and there's introduced concepts of fairness in machine learning, and also to debias learned models, especially in natural language. So that work is ongoing, and it has been shown to improve levels of fairness. However, if we look, for example, of language data sets, the metrics for bias for gender, for example, they look at quite narrow definitions of bias, like associations of gender with employment, like what jobs a person is associated with, or implicit association tests. So it's quite narrow, and there's decades of kind of more complex approaches to how bias is embedded in data structures. So there needs, yeah, I guess, so that the tools the methods are there, and they've been shown to be to improve the situation. But I guess this paper says it's never going to be perfect, and we need to acknowledge that as well.
Yeah. So are you saying that if you kind of remove bias from the data part, then it'll kind of be easier on the model and deploy part to
sure,
or
yeah.
not?
Yeah, like if you take bias out of the data before you train your model, that's, best case scenario. But why give yourself the work of having to undo already learned unfair patterns? You have to find them first and then undo them. Whereas if you take it out of the data, that's better. But you're always going to have some worldview embedded in your data. There's someone who collects it. There's the people who are there's who's counted, how's it counted. It's going to be impossible. So integrating these kind of theories from social justice and making people accountable for the data, data sets might help. Yeah.
So we have another question. So the question is removing bias from data possible given it is inherent to the data?
I guess my point, the exact point is, and this is a position paper, I suppose, so it's very much a position, an argument that it's not possible. That by collecting data, everything we write, everything we decide to count is driven by a subjective state, that we decide who to count, and we have a world view. So every data set is going to be informed by that worldview. Yeah. So is it possible? No, I don't think so. It's impossible to improve it though, and it's necessary to try and improve things.
Okay, so yeah, I don't think we have any more questions now. But are you also planning to put a poster on the same position paper, or you're not there in the poster?
I don't think we have.
Okay, okay, fine, fine. Okay, so good. Okay, sorry, wait. We have another question. So this question is on just as autonomy is relative, I guess bias is relative and not absolute. I think it's not a question, but
Yeah, the statement, yes, agreed.
so Harko, if you want to just unmute yourself and want to directly ask something or discuss something, that's also possible.
Yeah, no, I can
Okay.
unmute myself, but I don't really have a question. I think it's more interesting to read the position paper as such and see where it takes us. But I'm interested in if there's any other publications that you have in the same line, or if this is the start of your line of research.
We had, you know, I suppose language, we have published methods to reduce bias, a framework for methods to reduce bias in large language data sets. And it's funny to be working on developing methods to reduce bias and also writing saying it's not possible to eliminate it completely. So, in a way, they're working against each other in one way, but in another way, when you're dealing with language, you realize that it's impossible to have a neutral language. No matter once you say something, there's always another way you could have said the same thing, and there's always an ideology and a worldview behind what you say. Yeah, so it makes it very, very clear that unbiased, objective. It wouldn't be language if it was. And I guess so much, increasingly, especially in search and recommender systems, so much technology is driven by language data.
Isn't the danger of trying to remove bias that we get close to censorship and trying to create a reality that fits at least someone better than the current reality?
Yeah, the thing is, I guess no matter what data set you get, it's not going to be possible. Even if you're describing the past, you're describing only a certain aspect of the past, and you're only going, you know, and only you're not necessarily including the causes of certain situations. So if you're taking historical data and that data exists as a result of social injustice, if you feed that into an AI system that will influence your decisions in the present, you're repeating those patterns, and that's what you're saying. You're saying the ideology I want to repeat is whatever ideology led to the you know, historical patterns that I have in my data set. So every ideology, everything you count is a result of what happened in the past, I suppose. So when it comes to humans, things like racism, sexism, and all sorts of different types of discrimination makes the reality we have now, I suppose. So the question is whether you want to perpetuate that or whether, yeah, you want to change your data set. So it does change AI in one way, in that, are you looking at, okay, what's my ideal world? Instead of repeating patterns of the past, are you going, well, where do I want to go, you know? So yeah, it does, if you follow it through, it fundamentally changes how you approach building a system, potentially. Yeah, I think.
Yes, no, I agree. But then rather than have some designer make the decision on what the world should be, maybe I would like to have as a user the control over the transparency of the data. So I know this was trained with data from the US in the 1930s, and then it's my choice to use that or accept that or not.
Yeah, and there's a new kind of area of more participatory machine learning, which is and it's quite linked to that work by Rua Benjamin, who says exactly what you say, that users, it should be more transparent and they should be able to choose. And yeah, exactly. So we increase transparency, accountability, and yeah, involving users in the training of this these. That's certainly an area that's just emerging as you know, from a technical perspective, it's emerging, whereas I'd only previously seen it in social justice critiques on socio-technical systems.
Thanks.
No, I think this is Robin Burke here. I think there's some danger in saying we're going to let users train things. I think, you know, the Microsoft agent that turned into a racist, you know, that turned into, you know, a racist bot because people on the internet were like, oh, let's poke this thing and try and get it to turn into what, you know, into something else. And in recommender systems, we see this too, that, you know, the whole idea of a filter bubble is because people are choosing, you know, or people are training the system to produce particular results, and ending up trapping themselves in sort of narrow corners of the information space and things like that. So on the one hand, you might think, oh, maybe that's desirable if that's what people want to see. But on the other hand, then it's giving people a very narrow view of say, the news or whatever it is. So I think we have to be very careful about the idea of sort of user control of end user control of how a system gets trained.
Yes, I totally agree. Yeah. But some transparency at least would help, because I think a lot of people get themselves perhaps in filter bubbles and they don't really know or understand, you know, so some way to, if you want to come out of it, come out, a bit of control over what you see might at least help, you know, so there's an awareness.
Okay, great. Thank you. So let's start with the next set of talks.
Okay.
So yeah, let me just stop the video. Okay, so for the next set of talks, we have like an amazing list of spotlight talks. What I'll do is I'll just present the slides, and then whoever is presenting can unmute themselves and keep talking and ask me to change the slide. I'll do that for you. So let me share my screen. Just a minute. Sorry. Share.
Yep.
So can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So the present amount. Okay. So I think the first speaker is Mithun.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
You're already there. Yes, you can start.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Arpita. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mithun Chakraborty, an assistant research scientist from University of Michigan. And this paper is on fair and efficient allocations of indivisible items to agents with non-additive valuations. It's joint work with Nawal, Ayumi, and Yai, and it was done when I was a postdoc at National University of Singapore. So as a motivation for this project, consider the task of assigning courses to students in a manner that is fair to the students and also has low waste in terms of the courses. So we'll assume that students have dichotomous preferences, that is, each student either values a course at 1, meaning she wants it, or 0, meaning she doesn't want it. And the courses themselves come with their own constraints, such as student capacity and scheduling conflicts, and must fit within the students' personal schedules. So one way of addressing this problem is to treat each seat in a course as an indivisible item. But the catch is that adding a new item or course to a student's existing bundle or subset of courses may not improve her valuation, her overall valuation by 1 because of these constraints. So these kinds of valuation functions, which are non-additive, belong to a class that we call matroid rank valuations, and their defining attributes are monotonicity, submodularity, and binary marginal gains. And given that agents have these kinds of valuations, we look for allocations that are NV-free up to 1 item, or EF1, which is a fairness criterion from the literature. Can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. And the main theme of all the results in the paper is that this EF1 property is compatible with various optimal welfare functions, which are going to serve as our efficiency notions, and they also imply Pareto optimality. In particular, EF1 is compatible with optimal utilitarian social welfare, which is the sum of agents' valuations, the Leximin concept, which gives the highest valuation to the worst of agent lexicographically, as well as Nash welfare, which is the product of valuations. And we, under certain conditions and for subclasses, we also prove that some of these fair and efficient valuations can be computed in polynomial time. So if you're interested in the details, please stop by my poster in the afternoon. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mithun.
Thank you.
So let's go to the next talk, and I think Robin is going to present it.
Hello.
Mithun, can you...
My name is Robin Burke. I'm at the University of Colorado Boulder, and this paper is done with my colleagues, including my graduate student, Nassim Sonbali, Amy Voida, and then also Nicholas Mette from Tulane University. Next slide, please. So part of our point here in this paper is to kind of step back from the work in algorithmic fairness. Both in group fairness and individual fairness, we often see solutions that assume there is the classes of individuals are predefined and easy to it's easy to identify what it is you're talking about when you are talking about groups or individual fairness, either similarity functions or particular protected features. But okay, and now we can go to the next slide. We want to recognize the fact that this is very much an abstraction, and I think it's an abstraction that's not always helpful. Fairness is essentially, as other speakers in this workshop have said before, it's essentially a political statement. A particular group claims, makes a claim on fairness, says that the system should treat them in a particular way, and then those claims have to become accepted, and those definitions of fairness, those claims on fairness have to become, part of, they have to fight themselves out in a political process, so essentially fairness is going to be about that. And if we think of it as a very simplified sort of sorting of the world into different groups, we're going to miss the complexity of fairness as politics. In the immortal words of Chuck D, you have to party for your right to fight. It doesn't come it doesn't come automatically that a group is entitled to fairness or can make that kind of claim. Okay, so the next slide. Amy, who I think may be on this call, is our expert on institutional logics. We're looking at fairness in a particular organizational context where the organization wants to deliver fair results. But what that's going to mean inside of an organization is that it's subject to particular institutional logics, which are the outcomes of these political processes. And anything we do around algorithmic fairness has to recognize the fact that these fairness concerns are going to be expressed in different ways. They're going to be associated with different kinds of metrics. They're going to be in conflict and contestation with each other. Next slide. So our argument in this paper is actually that social choice is an excellent way to think about fairness because it's extremely general. As other people in the workshop have noted, it's a field that has reasoned about and thought about fairness for a long time. And the model that we propose is one in which fairness concerns are realized within organizations. Those get turned into actors whose preferences govern the choices that come out. And happy to talk more about particular examples of that in the poster session. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to the next talk.
You can skip ahead 2 slides, I think, is the right one. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so my name is Sean Sinclair. I'll be talking briefly on our paper on sequential fair allocation of limited resources under stochastic demands. This is a problem that's motivated by the local food bank to the Ithaca, New York community called the Food Bank of the Southern Tier. Recently, due to the COVID epidemic, our local food bank and due to heightened food insecurity across our county and also across the United States, a lot of the food banks have had to revamp their mobile food pantry programs. And so the way that our local mobile food pantry works is at the start of the day, the truck arrives at the distribution center and loads it up with some amount of fixed resources from the food bank. Then it travels to various drop-off locations across the entire county, observing some level of demand at that specific location, deciding on an allocation for them, and then proceeding to the next town. And what's important in designing allocations in this scheme is that the allocation needs to adapt to both the realized demands that the truck observed while passing across the various towns, but also somehow saving for expected future demand that they might have in the future. And so you can kind of think of this problem as online sequential allocation of resources. And while it might seem somewhat niche to the food bank, it has more broad applications in stockpile allocation, reservation mechanisms, et cetera. And next slide. And so a common question in this situation is like, what is even a fair allocation and how can you even try and compute it? In the offline setting, when all of the demands are kind of known upfront for all of the different locations, the kind of optimal fair solution is taken to be the one that maximizes national social welfare. And so in our paper, we consider online notions of fairness and how we can help develop an algorithm that's heuristic, it's easy to implement, it's very interpretable for these food banks to utilize that also has some level of fairness guarantees as well. I'll be at the poster presentation later today if you want to talk about it more. Thank you.
Thank you. So then next speaker, please. Jan.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Yan Zhou, and our paper is on transparency of machine learning models, and it's a position paper. And it's a collaborative work with Dr. Murad at UT Dallas. Next slide, please. We propose a critical research question on transparency-aware machine learning on two fronts. One is know-how, which is concerned with searching for decision objects, such as decision functions, rules, lists, and graphs that are cognitively fluent for humans to apply. And the second is know-that, which is concerned with understanding the internal justification of the decisions made through constraints such as privacy, reliability, and fairness. Next, please. We propose a transparent model, which is consistent with the original model and provide a minimum coverage for any input by the decision objects in the transparent model. The details are provided on the poster if you are interested. The next slide, please. For know-that, we address three challenges. The privacy challenge is concerned with whether the transparent model is more susceptible to inversion attacks, and the reliability challenge is concerned with whether the transparent model is more vulnerable to adversarial attacks. And for fairness, which is concerned with whether the bias in the original model is transferable to the transparent model, or whether it can be injected by the adversary into the transparent model. And we provide the solution frameworks to these challenges in our paper. Next slide, please. So to summarize, we address the importance of improving transparency in machine learning models from three different perspectives: the meaning of transparency, the challenges, and the potential solutions. And thank you.
Thank you. So let's have the final talk of the session.
Thank you, Arpita. So I'll get started. So, so this is a position paper looking at the current state of the art in fair clustering and making some observations. So I would like to make 5 points in the spotlight presentation. The first one is that the fair clustering literature, as opposed to fair supervised learning literature, has been quite small. So there has been much less work in fairness in unsupervised learning as compared to that in supervised learning. And And within unsupervised learning and within clustering and specifically, the outlook that has been used across a number of around 10 to 15 papers in this space has been quite parochial in terms of the normative considerations that have been employed. So the three dimensions in which of my analysis are listed over here. So the first thing is that the normative target of the optimization has been quite narrow, and in particular, it has been mostly focused on demographic parity or distributional parity. Demographic parity was the word used by the first speaker, so it is the same thing. And whereas there are plenty of other possibilities, especially in political philosophy, there has been plenty of other kinds of normative principles that have been used. Some are aligned with fairness, some are not so aligned with fairness, but there are plenty of opportunities there. The second one is that whenever we're trying to optimize for something, any machine learning model never really achieves the target in entirety. So you have a shortfall between what you achieve and what you target for, and the shortfall has always been left uncharacterized, or we don't know what is the shortfall looking like. Is it random? Is the residual unfairness random, or is it systematically towards a particular direction, etc.? So that we believe that is very important to characterize in order for practical applications to take care of it. And the third thing is about whether the problem of fair clustering has been attacked in a very over constrained manner. So whenever you're making clusters and maybe and looking at clusters eventually and making decisions based on them, multiple clusters might be assigned the same decision. So in that case, each cluster need not necessarily have the demographic parity achieved. So you might want to achieve demographic parity over a group of clusters which are all assigned the same decision. So maybe there is an opportunity to fine tune fairness considerations based on whether what the downstream process is or what the application domain is. And if you're interested in this work, please come by my poster later today. Thank you.
Thank you. So yeah, definitely. I mean, these are really nice talks, and I would definitely attend the poster session to learn more. So with this, I'll stop sharing my screen. And yeah, so the next session, Brian is going to host, I guess. Brian, are you?
Yes, thanks, Peter. Great, so our next session is an invited talk from Bukosi Moravate. And so Bukosi, I just made you a co-host of the session, so you should be able to share your slides if you want to start getting set up. You're muted though, I think.
Hello, everybody. I'm Bukosi. I'm from South Africa at the moment. And there, so the sun is setting here in a way, so hopefully it doesn't disrupt the video too much on that part. And I will give the presentation. Let me just try to share the screen right now. Okay. Share screen. Cool. Okay, hopefully you can see my slides.
Yes, we can see.
All right, cool. Let me just make this to minimal. All right, thank you. Yeah, I'm the chair of data science in the University of Pretoria. Chair here is different to what chair means in the US. It's not a head of department. It's just a special position around a specific topic within the university on there. Today's talk, I wanted to talk about kind of data science at the frontier. What does it actually really mean to do data science for society? So I have both been working in this area on this intersection for the last 5 years or so. I teach data science at the university, and I actually also teach kind of the capstone program for our data science master's students. So going through some of sometimes these practical and philosophical issues that come along when you really want to say, hey, I'm doing data science in society on there. I've kind of worked previously. I was at the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research in South Africa, which is akin to the national lab systems in the US. And through that, I had a lot of time to interact with public institutions or government, where they're trying to bring in machine learning, AI, data science into their perspective, and then seeing kind of some of the things that we had to deal with over and over again. So as I said, I'm at University of Pretoria, and I lead this group called the Data Science for Social Impact Research Group. Who are we? It's a group of people who are very much interested on one part, about 40%, how do you do data science in society? And then on the other part, how do we do a lot of machine learning and AI, especially in natural language processing? So we've got projects that go between the two areas. There are some that are in between them there, but like, in terms of our machine learning and AI depth, we are really into NLP on there, but we do use machine learning a lot, and then especially in the data science society, especially interpretable ML in one way or another. Examples of stuff we've done in the past is like, hey, how can we understand better in small towns how road traffic accidents in South Africa actually distributed, and can we build these reusable models that can then be used to identify hotspots even in places where you don't have data. We worked in Sierra Leone and South African education data to identify factors that lead to better outcomes, especially for their final year exams in both countries on that. And then this is work with my student, Henry Wandera. Let me just see. Okay, so I just have trying to move this big banner. Okay, on there, we worked last year to look at analysis using social media analysis for looking at 2 election cycles in South Africa. And right now, kind of the same team is looking at COVID responses. We're really interested in how the public has actually reacted to South Africa's government when we went into lockdown. Then we started easing restrictions. And anecdotally, it started off being very positive. Hey, we're doing something about COVID. And then now we're at this point where people kind of are disillusioned. There's a bit of anger because we, in South Africa, just for FYI, alcohol at the moment is banned in terms of being sold. Also no cigarettes. So smoking has been banned. So at the beginning of the lockdown, people were like, okay, it's okay, we understand. And then now it's like, okay, it's been like, 4 months now. This is crazy. We had alcohol being unbanned, and then we filled up all of our hospitals because of trauma cases, and then we banned it again. So it's kind of very interesting, but then we're trying to now look at how in social media we can kind of characterize this, especially on, this has been the most that the South African government has actually kind of communicated with the public ever. So there's a lot of opportunity to kind of see now what's working, what's not, and what's the best way to kind of understand what's going on in this area. We have some work that currently we're trying to finish review for a journal that has to do with trying to identify factors or patterns in conversations between children and likely sexual predators on there, and then using interpretable machine learning for that. So you guys have had, I think, the last 2 days to really go into data science and for social good. And we all kind of have seen this before, where you have this pipeline where you go from data acquisition, processing, integration, modeling, validation, and then presentation. For me, doing data science, it must be deployed. It must be used by somebody else who's not you. And that's where the hard stuff comes in, when you need to do that, because people really need to understand what's going on. But one of the things I wanted to highlight at the beginning of this talk was the data troubles on that part. And I wanted to use this opportunity to maybe catch up a little bit on what we've been doing on COVID here in South Africa in terms of the data. So on that part, it's work amongst myself and many, I think we have over 60 contributors right now on this COVID-19 project in South Africa. So we called it COVID-19 ZA. ZA is our kind of country code for South Africa. Why? So we had at the beginning of the pandemic in South Africa, these statements that the health minister would release, and they would have information about each kind of person who had been infected, how they likely might have gotten the disease, and their ages and gender, kind of in a way. These were the only things that were being released kind of consistently, and we kind of quickly identified that this is not data. It's nice. It's like, data in this format is not really useful in a way, because very quickly, so at the beginning it was nice, HTML pages, then it became PDFs, then it became pictures of PDFs. So very quickly it deteriorated to being, okay, now we can't use this. So a team of us then came together to form like a consortium of volunteers to say, we're going to, from this, change this to making sure it's machine readable and can be in one place. So we want to make sure we can collate and verify. We want to reduce the chances of error in as many ways as we can, and then also prepare a foundation for other researchers and innovators to build on and make, can we actually make this open? So we came up with a process that we were going to collect the data on. The data is only collected from official sources. In the early days in South Africa, basically you had newspapers going like, oh, somebody thinks that they have coronavirus, and then they would chalk it up as most likely a number that will show up. Sure, we only had 50 cases, so that one number would be useful. But then right now, doesn't matter. We're at almost 300,000 or over 300,000. So only get the data from official sources, and then from there find a way to make sure that they're available on the repository on there. So what we did is that we then went from these statements into a nice sheet that then people could then put in their own pipelines, whether it's machine learning, analysis, statistics, mathematics, and then use it for whatever they need on there, on that part. And we automated as much of it as possible. So we had people who built up these crawlers that would, once a new statement went up, would actually read that and then pop it into our repository on there. So it was daily updates. We automated as much of it as possible, and we left as much space for validation as possible, and then you could get feedback on there. The data repository is available. It's also archived on Zenodo, so we update that every 2 or 3 weeks on that part. It's under Creative Commons share alike and just attribution. And then the code that's built in the repository is also available on the MIT license. So this was to make sure that from the beginning it's open by default, and then people can then contribute as they need, and then they can use it. So the data that we collected had initially, for the first 300 or so cases, we had that individual level data about each patient, whether there would be local transmission or from traveling, and their ages, and then it stopped. And then for the first 100 deaths or so, we had the similar thing. We also had some information about their comorbidities. But you can have, there's a lot of information that's in the repository, going all the way from these individual line lists to now mostly the updates being on an aggregate level where here's the new numbers in the whole country, here's the new numbers in the province or state, and then here's the new numbers in sub-districts, districts and sub-districts that you can then go and look at. And then there's a lot of other information that's coming in from hospitals that people are working every week to actually update on there. And again, people then can just create this, our world in data, we know that is actually pulling from this data for their own visualizations that you see on their big COVID-19 project. We have a lot of scientists across the country doing modeling and analysis, and they're pulling from this, because even to this date, to today, when we go back 4 months, the South African government, both national and provincial or state level, do not have any data portals where you can get this data. So we're the only people, really, that people are using in this way. And then some of this data feeds into other projects like at Oxford University, where they're trying to actually understand blindness from an international point of view. People give can do feedback by having discussions, and there's using GitHub issues. This just becomes my morning routine, wake up and then look at a couple of these things and try to fix, because they do come every time. And you have a lot of people who volunteer to take care of different parts of the large data set on there. So just for view, the GitHub repo is on there. You can go and look at the data. if you wanted to, so you have information about confirmed cases, deaths, recoveries, as much data as we have on testing as possible. And then you have some other information that's in there that's also updated on a regular basis. You then have district data that goes down, so you can go to an individual province or state and then look at districts in there. So you can see it's been kept alive since the beginning of this data being available all the way to yesterday. I think this will be updated tonight. The volunteer who does it is another professor, and they update it every night for this province. Some of them are updated only every 7 days or every 3 days that get kind of updated on there. And then other people then pull from this, and then you can then build on. So we have, as a proof of concept use case, we then built a dashboard from this, so you can see the cases, kind of a fatality rate. There's a lot of miscellaneous data at the moment that's in here because it's all being liberated. There's these reports that come from our National Institute of Communicable Diseases, and they don't also make any of that data available in machine readable format. So that's being right now digitized and made available, and you can look at our hospitals, how they're doing. On there, you have some calculations such as mortality per province. You also have our case finding rate, where the testing is coming from. You can go in each of the provinces. We also calculate the real-time reproduction rate. So that's actually automated in the repository itself. Sorry, if you go to the repository, you can actually see the notebooks for a couple of different things. So one is being these real-time reproduction rates there, yeah. And then there's 2 models that currently we're using, one being Bayesian and another one being MCMC. And then this just drops data in another folder called calc. And then you've got now all of these running every 24 hours or so, and then making that data available for other people then to use if they need to. For their work. I'm trying to see. I'm going to try and keep to about, I guess, 40 minutes, 45 minutes, so we can have Q&A on there. And then we do have other feedback. So through our group website, people do send us emails and inquiries on there. And as I said, we do have this real-time reproduction. We have, and then we're working now to try and build up a model hub where people can then submit models, and then they can be run every 7 days or so, and then we can look at how they're predicting. This has been a very big challenge because, I talked about this data input. At the end of the day, data has loads of political implications. And as such, it's been that scientists, in this case, even data scientists, are sometimes afraid of talking in public about what their models are doing, just because of this, the question that you're going to get of saying, but your model was wrong. We've changed the way we've done lockdown, I think 4 or 5 times now. So yes, the model before lockdown definitely can be used to predict in the same way what is happening right now, just because we had changed our behavior as a country in general on that part. Showcase, we have people then who take this data. We have people who have built maps. We have a testing facility centers that are available. We've had people create dashboards themselves and translate them to local languages. And then we also have the media who use this data in their work. What's next? One of the things that we didn't have in South Africa was an open data set of all health facilities in the country, whether they're public or private. So we then had a couple of volunteers take this up and work to build South Africa's first Genesis set that people can use if they're trying to understand the health capacity and capabilities of all the facilities in the country. So that's actually now converted into, it's a nice web app that people can use if they want, if they need to on that part, and it's still being updated as needed. So South African government themselves have this as private data, but they don't have it. Their data, we found in some cases, is more than 2 years old. That's available online. There's no, some hospitals have changed names. So we had to work with people who had done PhDs in their evaluating health systems in South Africa and using their thesis data to bring this in so that we can actually build version 1. And this is feeding into our map that's here, but then there's also other mapping projects for health systems around the world that then this data is then being fed into on that. And then there'll be some updates now. There's some work with a progressive web app that will then become available to anybody now, like, if you're more interested in your local area about what's actually going on in this system. And then this then can be plugged in if you're now trying to look at real-time ICU, high care usage, and kind of capability as the pandemic kind of goes on. I talked a little bit about the Model Hub, and then I did talk a little bit earlier that, hey, we're actually doing media analysis and we're trying to understand the spread of kind of COVID through the reactions of the public, right? So that was just a view that I hope is useful in trying to understand that like, we talk about our machine learning, we talk about like our statistics, it's all these things that are great. But when we were faced now with, hey, we have a pandemic, a lot of the things we needed to do was the basics, and making the basics available has allowed a load of other researchers and analysts and scientists to actually be able to do their work in public health on that part. And we also then provided, like, right now we're interacting a lot with different government institutions here in South Africa to talk about this. Like, as I said, I've been working in this area for 5 years. I've been talking about, hey, let's get this right 5 years ago. And, very few people listen. And say, like, no, we want the AI, you want the machine learning. You're like, you can't have it if you don't take stock of your information systems and knowing that you can pull things out of them when you need to build your systems. So that's a challenge where, one part of talking about data troubles when it comes to actually doing like AI for social good, kind of in a way. So then the other part then is like, okay, fine. How then do we realize AI, machine learning, data science for society in practical terms? So we go back to this picture again. So we're going to go, at the end of the day, if you want to do societal impact, we have to have our systems being out there and deployed. All right, I gave you the COVID example, and for us, a lot of it has been seeing how people are using the repository, seeing any analysis and seeing it actually being available for them to use as they would like, and then also informing their own decision making. Right. So thought number one here, right, is that we tend to believe, that better evidence will inform better policy in a way, but that's only one part of the job. And that we need to then deal with this challenge that we have a lot of times are being asked to answer very difficult questions with very easy answers, right? And this is one of the challenges. If you're working in the social impact space, you find yourself over and over again. People want very easy answers to very difficult questions. And there's no way you can do that. There's always going to be nuance. There's always going to be complexity, in a way. The second one is that we tend to also then see over again. I did my PhD in the US at Rutgers. I spent some time in the New York area and on there. But there's always this kind of belief that you see sometimes of, hey, private sector will see, like, the public sector as a hack. So something that we can hack and fix all the time, right? And that the private sector has so much capacity and competence that they'll also be able to fix all those things. And AI now is having another effect of turbocharging kind of this problem, like, people thinking this way and trying to explain it to people and say, like, no, that's not how it works. Again, fundamentals are wrong. Private sector has a very different system to deal with, than public sector. So once you bring those to like one side to another, you probably find that a lot of things will break. We've had this with COVID, so this is a great one because we had this in the early days in South Africa. Don't worry, private health will be the solution to COVID numbers rising and all those things. And the first systems to fail in terms of lack of social distancing, spread inside hospitals, spread with healthcare professionals and health frontline workers were all in the private sector, right? That it wasn't in the public sector that those things failed first. It was in the private sector first. So very quickly it came to going like, no, private sector is not going to save us, right? So thinking that that was what's going to happen was completely misguided on that part. I've been asked by some kind of political parties to say, oh, do I support their view that they should, private sector should be more relied on as part of the COVID response. And my suggestion was, no, most likely it's going to be a collaboration between the two. It cannot be that you're saying, let's replace what we have as a public sector by the private sector somehow, because of these things, that there's completely two different fields that they're playing on, and they're playing with two different types of resources. And normally the private sector does not have to deal with large numbers as much as the public sector does. In a way. So even now, even today, I've been looking at some of the situational reports that in Gauteng, which is the province that I live in, I'm on the advisory council for COVID on here, and you're seeing how some of the outbreaks that we're seeing in hospitals are mostly still in the private sector, not the public sector. On there. Not to say that the public sector is fixed. There's still issues, there's loads of issues there, but we can see like basics again are failing on both sides. And then yes, the thing that we all probably see all the time, you know, hey, if the difference between machine learning and AI, if it's written in Python, it's probably machine learning. If it's in PowerPoint, it's probably AI. Again, pet peeve all the time. I worked in government, with government departments where you would go in as a scientist, go like, look, we're going to work on this. We're going to try and get to a point where we have a good understanding. And then you don't get that call back and you don't understand, hey, we thought we were all trying to solve this problem, but you know, somebody walked in with a nice PowerPoint and a nice suit. And they're not really there to solve the problem. All right, then in a way, they're there to sell a product. And I think the reason that we talk about AI for social good is that we want to deal with all of these things. We want to say their reality, and we need to kind of get across them on that. So at the end of the day, data is about people, and I've seen some of the talks throughout this workshop, and we need to really get into that. And that's where we go back again to data troubles. And this is just to kind of bookend some of what we had to deal with and maybe provide you a perspective from the African continent, from an African on this, because it's important. We tend to like think that no, we're just having these discussions about bias and they're just that, but it's very important to go through that. So as I say, with most new tech, the people who are closest to it are the most excited, and the people who are furthest from it are the most skeptical. But with AI, there's people who are completely not close to even understanding what's going on, but they're the ones selling it and overselling it to everybody. While the people who are closest to it, and what we've seen over the last few months on there with, sure, the Black Lives Matter, but then also that intertwined with our field of AI and machine learning, is that we have always been more skeptical of these solutions just being used as these silver bullets in a way. So again, like, you know, a classical example, people who don't know anything about AI saying it's going to take over the world, and really the reality that's going on in a lot of these systems on there. So we've had this, I'm going to give local examples here in Johannesburg. Like I live 15 minutes away from the Johannesburg line, and then I'm in Joburg. I live in Pretoria. Johannesburg a few years back announces, hey, we're rolling out a face recognition CCTV cameras that can detect thug behavior. So just underline that on there, and they're linked to a central system, and then it gets officers to go to wherever. And yeah, a very astute citizen then asks and says, can you please define what thug behavior is? What are the chances of false positive? Is there any human interventions, and how secure is the system? And should we be concerned? And I've given talks to law enforcement here in South Africa, and it's very hard to get answers about this from them, right? Because they don't really have at the moment regulations that cover this. And one of the things I had as a takeaway with them is, look, they can't, it's not right to expect them to say they're going to wait for laws. There are issues about ethics, and then there's laws. And you can still act ethically, even though there's no law yet that says that, you should do so. And this is some of the things that we are asking and saying, why is this being used? South Africa, sure, has a crime problem, but then we should be careful then of just saying we're going to now deploy these systems in society without actually taking into account their wider impact. So yeah, these systems are a threat, to minorities, because we know that they're more likely using off-the-shelf facial recognition systems in a way. And this just from the other side, from law enforcement, they kept on highlighting how it's going to solve all the challenges with crime. And no, South African crime is not going to be solved by technology. We have socioeconomic issues that have to be resolved, in a way. And then after a while, people started picking this up. So kind of very similarly to these discussions in the US over the last few years, South Africa has also been having them of saying what's actually going on there. And then most of you will be familiar then with Joy Bolomina's work on this, on then trying to understand the issues with facial recognition systems, especially when it comes to minorities, and with the work that they had done with looking at Amazon and IBM systems and Microsoft systems. They had identified very glaring gaps in terms of the accuracy that's on these systems in a way. And then so this is work of Joy and Timnit and then Raji, that they actually worked on this, right? And then in context, then it's like, okay, fine, we have this, we can stop the facial recognition, but at the same time, we have these big machine learning pipelines that we're using to build on all these new systems that we have today. We have these, now some feverish discussions about GPT-3 and what it's doing and all those things. I'm an NLP, so I read those every day because trying to understand where does this data come from? How do we use it? I'm working in a lot of projects right now to actually bring in more data from the African continent into language, specifically because of trying to understand, like knowing that we need to find ways to diversify this data, while at the same time being able to audit our systems to better understand where they fall short. So we had the image, when we had that clash of ImageNet as a data source and WordNet as a data source coming in together, and then people building image recognition systems with that now you could take an image like this, run it on that project that went on last year. I think I have a reference for it. And then it identifies people, and then labels them, given the labels that came from WordNet on there, which is a lexical database on there. And then you can see what then kind of happens when you do that. This was me running it before a workshop last year. And then the people in the picture, most of them were actually workshop participants on that part. And you can now, see like, wait, if this is what's in the data, and now I'm going to use this as part of a bigger machine learning pipeline, how now do I continue? If not, then to say, let me stop and figure out what's actually going on. And this came from the ImageNet Roulette, which was a project that ran for a little bit on there. But going back to South Africa, right, on this part, is that then the private sector comes in. So before we talked about law enforcement using this, then private sector came in and said, hey, we can put up CCTV cameras, make them smart, and make that service available to any security company or law enforcement for a fee, kind of anything. So now you have these new smart TV, CCTV networks that are available in South Africa, right? And then they've got a little picture of how it works, how it will be able to look at video analysis and look at unusual behavior, like, that thug behavior, do some synopsis of what's in the video, and then also automatic license plate detection, right? And this is all without any public participation, no discussions with the public about how this means. The way that these are sold in South Africa, hey, we have a crime problem in the country, we're going to solve this crime problem with technology. But there's no understanding what am I losing in terms of privacy. So right now you're saying if I'm driving around Johannesburg, somebody knows where I've been throughout the day, and that person is not law enforcement. All right, that as a way. So how did this come about? And then they showed these examples of saying, hey, look, suspicious people who are walking around on there. And then again, this challenge that we have in South Africa at the same time, given our racial past, that then people then get pointed at as, no, these are criminals before they've gone through any due process. Right, so you'll see that there's pictures that will be plastered around from private security companies saying, we found this person in this area, and then they were trying to do something. We don't know. We don't even know where most of these actually end up. Do they actually end up in a successful prosecution or not? But then now, hey, it's a person. That person was walking in an area, and they were apprehended. And this is a challenge because myself as a Black male, it means If I'm walking around in the wrong place, in the wrong neighborhoods in Johannesburg or Pretoria, I get stopped by people who I have no idea who they are, and they ask you what you're doing there, and it's a public road, right? But then now we're using these technologies actually to be an extension of this behavior, kind of in a way. So you find these Facebook groups, you have these WhatsApp groups that are doing, like, people, neighbors are sharing these pictures through that, and then it just heightens this kind of view on there. And this is where kind of now we get back into this view of the surveillance kind of capitalism, where now people are taking our data. Some of these guys are providing these services, saying smart CCTVs are are available for people if they need to use them on there, but then they take your data and then they use it for something else on the way. And then sure, at the end of the day, we've signed those terms and conditions in some places. Sometimes when you're signing up for private security in a specific area, you sign up for these things, but the companies then are using that data for other uses. That's they sell that over, and whether they're selling it to other private security companies or they're selling it to law enforcement on there. So this might seem in some ways like, an insurmountable task, that what do we do? We have this challenge, it keeps on showing up over and over again. We've had these conversations over the last few years, and where are we gonna go? I think given what's happened over the last few weeks, now IBM and Amazon pulling back on their facial recognition software, it should give us a moment to pause to say, look, we can make a difference in what's actually going on, and make sure that we build our systems ethically, and then make sure we think about society and the broader implications and second and third order effects of what we're doing. And for me, especially on the African continent, this brings us to one way that we thought about doing this in a way, and it was thinking about the deep learning Indaba, which is just another part of, now I talked two things, but this is the last piece of my talk. I still have some time, so which is great. Then we can have a nice Q&A. So there was this idea that we had in 2016. Hey, we have this AI revolution coming along, Renaissance, big work that's going on. But how do we make sure we strengthen African machine learning, that Africans actually become drivers, contributors, owners, and shapers of these technologies, not that we just are users that get this from somewhere and then it just gets implemented on there, on that part. And for us, then, it was this idea of starting the deep learning Indaba. It started then in 2017 with the first workshop summer school for about 6 days at Wits University in South Africa. And we had 300 participants from all over the African continent. I think it was 20-something African countries on there. The demand was high. We initially thought we were going to do a workshop with 50 people. And then when the applications started coming in, that became very quickly overwhelming. In 2019, which was the last year that we already had 650 people at the conference, and then the applications are close to 2,000 of people who are applying to come to the Indaba. The deep learning Indaba at the moment is the largest grassroots machine learning or AI community in the world, right? And we've actually then, I'll talk a little bit about the other programs that have been inspired by the Indaba actually starting. So we're still continuing. This year, given COVID, we are not going to have a meeting. We're supposed to be in Tunisia. Unfortunately, we won't. So we have other initiatives that are going on online. We have funding for different things that people can use as they're working. I think we have a big challenge on disease, and then are giving also development work funding for people who are using AI in that space. So this was Kenya last year. On there. So we're building this community from the ground up, from grassroots, looking at some of the problems that are local, and then building also the depth in machine learning and AI across the continent. It's also a place that people if I was when I was in the US, Princeton was 45 minutes away, New York was 45 minutes away. Interacting with other people in other universities were easy. And the African continent, that's not the case. So the Indaba has also become this place that people come to share their work, teach each other as they are going through on these things, and also share their ideas. And it's also then brought in also other different labs from across the world, who then also take almost their pilgrimage every year to go meet up and then interact on that part. And it's trying to really build a AI community from scratch in our image. In a way, with our own way of thinking, how we're actually going to build this this on. One of the highlights is actually the poster session that happens on there. This year, we were supposed to kind of build on the first proceedings, kind of in a way, but yeah, that'll have to wait until next year. But the poster sessions has been something where for a lot of the researchers or students, this was the first time they could actually show off their work to somebody who was not their supervisor, right? Because you are in a remote university, you don't really have your one or two other people in your group that actually works on machine learning. So now the Indaba is a place where you can go show off your work and then also connect to other people and also other opportunities given on there. We work, as I work in this data science society area, we hosted with UNESCO kind of a human-centered AI workshop on there, going through kind of some of the things that you guys are discussing during these workshops on how you do AI for social good and some of the ways that you actually bring the public into our confidence as we build these things. Impact across the oceans. We have now a similar program now in Latin America called KIPU that got kicked off last year that was inspired by what was going on with the Indaba. You also have the Southeast Asia Machine Learning Summer School, learning school that Don also kicked off last year, inspired by the Indaba. And some of our members then have had either the opportunity, like our founders, to go in and either give advice in setting up these communities or also go speak in the spaces. We've also had in the last, since the Indaba, right now, the way we talk, especially about the AI community on the African continent, is pre-Indaba and after Indaba. So after Indaba now, we've had the strengthening of IBM Research, one of the workshop organizers here from IBM Research, Soku. We've had Microsoft Research finally opening kind of their first research labs, so their first engineering labs. We normally have business offices for most of these companies. So Twitter does not, Facebook does not have an engineering office on Africa. They have offices, but all of them are business, so just selling things, right? Not actually doing the work in machine learning. So Google also then built up their new lab in Accra on their Microsoft, and then there's more work that's going on to strengthen these on there. These are some of the founders and organizers of the Deep Learning Indaba, the people I've been working with for the last few years, and we continue building on. We might all be moving to different roles and different ways, and as we actually then go on with this. Okay, I think something. So the other thing that happened is that we then got ICLR to come to Africa for the first time in 2020, and then unfortunately again COVID hit us. But one of the things that was also very interesting with ICLR, given how the Indaba community has touched, really connected different African data science and machine learning communities, because it's not just the Indaba. We have data science Nigeria, we have data science Africa. You have all these different groups that have been working together, but the Indaba just became a place where easily people can then share across these initiatives. And then at ICLR, one of the things that was different this year, even though it was online, was the amount of African participation, because there was this anticipation that it was actually going to Addis Ababa for 2020, and there were a lot of people submitting papers, submitting work to workshops, and then seeing how they can actually be involved to show what we're working on, right? And then showing the depth and the quality of the work that's in there. And one of the big things that's been going on, especially for over the last 18 months or so, has been the growth of the African natural language processing community, where we have very large projects right now. We're trying to deal with, there's something called the Lacuna Fund that just launched last week, which is going to really supercharge dataset creation for African languages. We have a good showing at the LREC conference at ICLR, and we're waiting now for EMNLP kind of feedback from reviews, and then seeing how many people are actually going to be going there. And each of those kind of people who are working on those places are really looking at their local kind of way of dealing with the challenges that face us in NLP, not necessarily trying to go I'm just going to try and beat GPT-3 with an African language. That's not really the thing. There might be something I'm trying to do locally. I'm trying to look at how do we annotate news in African languages, because if we don't do that, we're having these problems with archiving that are going on, where the English is the internet is looking like it's monolingual. So yeah, with that, thank you for inviting me for today's talk. Hopefully, I know there's a couple of things that are in there. At the beginning, I did talk about what some of my group does, and you can go to our website if you want to see our latest papers and the things that we're working on. COVID takes up half my time right now, just because of being on advisories for different things. And yeah, you can't do any of the work that I do without people behind you or working with you, and I have a lot of collaborators across, and then also students who work with me throughout the years, whether in my lab at the University of Pretoria or in the lab before at the CSIR. So I will then stop the share.
Thank you, Bikosi. Yeah, that was really interesting to hear about this range of impactful projects. So we have time for questions now. And as before, you can either write them in the chat or unmute yourself and ask. So I'll kick things off here. I guess, so I have plenty of questions, but I guess starting from kind of the first part of your talk. So one thing that struck me is that, yeah, these kinds of open data initiatives that have sprung up around COVID have been really, really important, right? You know, obviously, like, as someone who's like, done some amount of modeling kind of work myself and just seeing the impact that it's had on the community, right? This, there's obviously like a lot of things that just couldn't exist without all of this effort to actually curate the data sources. And part of the, and so I think there's sort of a spotlight on this right now because it's something that's so important, right? Like everyone is thinking about this right now. But this problem obviously, or this, these challenges aren't obviously unique to COVID, right? There's plenty of areas where the data sources that we want just aren't, curated in the right way by whoever is sort of releasing them. So do you have kind of ideas about, beyond this kind of, current crisis, like what are the areas that we want to be thinking about creating and curating better data sets?
Sure. Yeah, so in South Africa, for me, I've taken this opportunity to go back. As I said, like I started working on this like 5 years ago with some other challenges. So whether it was monitoring and evaluation in government, it's been municipalities in a much smaller scale. And then when you talked about, hey, are your information systems kind of synced up in a way that you can kind of start opening up some of your data? The basics weren't there. What the pandemic did was just lay that very bare, like, saying, yeah, this doesn't exist. Before people were talking about it, oh, we have these great systems, they're going to help us and all those things. But then when the pandemic hit, you found out that all of that was just like, a house of cards. There's nothing that's there. So the opportunities that we have now is that if we do have people doing open data projects, is to engage with those same decision makers to say, okay, now let's actually build this correctly. Right, because this is going to happen again, right? You can bet it that there's going to be something big that happens in your country, and you require that you can actually have a flow of information in a big way. So we haven't rested because we created a repository for COVID. We are still engaging with as many decision makers as we can. We talk and then we go through, how do we plan for this? How do we make sure that people in government understand this, why this was useful, and how they can work in their kind of smaller departments to advocate for building the better networks like this in the future. Because it's not okay that I've had, like, you become, in this case, a kind of bottleneck where I get emails from other parts of government saying they want COVID data. And I'm like, I don't even work in government. Like, how are you asking me for something? Why don't you go directly to those? Because you are a department of government. And this is kind of showing, like, right now it's like, it's more, sorry, I think my smart light is connected to something that's connected to checking the weather. So it's automatically adjusting. So there might just be some issues. Yeah, so there's a couple of those things that need to have. So COVID is not the goal, and it should not be the goal. We're just trying to focus on it right now because people are dying, and we need to help as much as we can. But we need to then advocate for this. Look, let's use COVID as a use case now. And then let's actually make the lasting changes that need to be made.
And do you get the sense that there is the kind of receptiveness to that concern, from the institutions involved? So, for example, like in the United States, there's also the sense that like public health, information systems have basically been neglected for decades, right? And the pandemic is just exposing this. But these are also like really not easy things to fix, right? It's going to require a lot of work, and it's not clear that even still all of the kind of incentives are there.
Yeah, it's so there's different parts. So there's things that can be distributed and they're easier. So for us, like in South Africa, our statistics, our National Statistics Office is awesome. It's called StatsSA. they release almost all of their public stats data openly, and they're there. So we have this capability. We can show it, and they're understaffed. Every time you go there and you talk about machine learning, I've been there a couple of times to talk about machine learning and AI, and they're like, we can't hire people to come do this, and we would like to, but the things that they do with no money is incredible, right? So even now, when they came up with their new estimates for the population of the country, I got a personal email from the Statistician General's office saying, hey, we saw your dashboard that adjusts for populations in every province. Can you please update with our new data? It's here. And you're like, where do you even get the time to do this? Like, they are very dedicated people who are working to make sure that, and they're there. So how now do we get that kind of culture across to say, I'm not talking about something that lives in this kind of fairy tale land of academia, or lives in this fairy tale land of perfect, private sector systems. I can show you an example that's directly in government that literally works to make sure that their data is open as much as possible. And if data is not open, I've had situations in the past where I've emailed them and I said, oh, I'm looking at import export for the whole country for every company that's registered for tax. Oh no, this is there's also another part. Our tax office also is very efficient than this. And then you ask them and say, can you tell me, in terms of people exporting things, how much money is actually made from every major zip code in the country? And they're like, yeah, we don't publish that publicly, but here's an FTP username and password, and we'll dump the file in there. It's not official, but it's there. We can give it to you. You can see, it's like, so they've built up that culture that we can do this and we can assist when we need to do it, and then think. So how now does that go into a municipality? Municipality, you're looking at let's say a small town and all those things. There can be things of going look, you can work with open formats that are machine readable, that allow you to choose the type of systems that you want to use. You don't need to be, because for them, what happens a lot of times with information systems, they're looking at what's the cost of SAS or SAP, of SAP or Oracle or whatever. And for them, that's very prohibitive, right? So it's too costly. Why should we even do this? But if you're thinking about privacy of users, whether it's GDPR in South Africa, we have something in POPIA, it's like, no, you have to build up the culture of, we're data-driven, here's how we handle people's data, here's what we can use for decision-making, and here's how then it moves across throughout internally on there. So that, yes, if then we get asked, can we make something open? Already, all of those basics are actually there. It's not something of people are calling you saying, hey, do you know where we can get this? That's currently happening in a lot of places across the world where people don't even know how many beds are in a hospital and how many are left, right? It's a very hard question to answer in a lot of countries at the moment.
Any questions from the audience here? Okay, well, I'll ask one more question then.
Sure.
So I think you brought up an interesting point about the role of sort of data scientists and people kind of doing prediction in times like this where policy is changing rapidly. Sometimes as a function of what your predictions are, and sometimes just because of whatever else is going on in the decision-making process, right? So it's very difficult for your model to actually predict the future because the future is dependent on the kind of the choices that we make in a way that's going to change very rapidly. And I think this, oftentimes has been sort of a challenge for people figuring out how to, do kind of COVID prediction-related work and how to communicate that work, because it's difficult to say that you're literally predicting the future in those circumstances. So how do you think about kind of presenting modeling work in those situations?
Sure. So that's a good one. So in our initial work in this space, I refused to do any prediction. So people are like, oh yeah, AI, you've got the background. Why aren't we building models to do this? I don't know how many different people I talked to who are all building models. Banks are building models. Telecoms companies are building models, and all that part. And one was on this thing of why don't we just put all the energy in making sure that the data is available? And we do have a few centers in South Africa that work on epidemiological modeling. So they do this every day. They wake up every morning, and they've been doing this for the last 20 years. They build models, and they've gone through failing to communicate their models 1,000 times or millions of times. So they know how to deal with this in a much better way. Let's get the data to them and then let them go in. So then what happened is that later on, you then start seeing all the papers on arXiv, obviously, with all the models that are coming along and saying on there. And we thought, like, there's something also interesting there, because there's a lot of different assumptions that are being made. Going to your question about, yes, you're trying to predict the future, but there's going to be behavioral changes because of different things. So we went on lockdown, we've had easing of lockdown, we've had more public education, we've had things being enforced about people staying home and all those things. So yes, the model that you had on March 15th is completely wildly different to what you would build as a model today on that part. So we have like a weekly modeling seminar in South Africa for most of the modeling groups. And then they they get together and they talk and they look through the assumptions and everything. And then inspired by the Right Lab, I think it's UMass, we thought maybe one of the things that we could do that makes it easier for people to talk about models in general is just to kind of build up the infrastructure for a model hub, where you can submit your model, say what assumptions, have a complete description of what it's trying to do, and then we can compare and contrast, and then also as well build an ensemble model that then allows a thing. And then, yes, every time we've had major policy changes, almost all the major modeling teams just say, guys, yeah, we have to reset, right? So don't use the previous model. And that's a good way to actually explain this. I just gave an exam on optimization. I had a question on COVID, dealing with COVID. And one of the questions that I put inside the homework, so the exam for my students was, how do you then explain this optimization problem to a decision maker, right? Because you're now going to have to explain that you are now optimizing the resource allocation for COVID. And then now numbers pop out. But then people are going to be like, okay, it's nice that you have numbers, but what does it mean? And you then are going to have to explain the limitations of your model. And every good modeler that I've seen anywhere in the world have first kind of tried to go through that nuance of, this is as far as we can go right now. We don't know where we're going to be a month from now, but we're saying if we stayed the same and we did nothing, this is likely where we're going to end up. Sure, with confidence intervals, that's one on that part. But to get the public to understand that takes time and perseverance to get to that point. I had one today, a journalist asking, saying like, oh, did our model say that we're going to be peaking next week? And for me, I was like, okay, it's not really useful to discuss the model and what it did 3 weeks ago. The best thing is just to show, hey, let's actually look at the smooth growth over the last 2 months. And then we can see that there's a pattern that's forming. So there we just went back and actually just did, let's look at the past. We don't need to look at the future for now. We're just trying to say, if we keep to this same pattern, it seems for this part of the country, we might be kind of in a point where we're hitting a plateau. And now it's to ask the questions, what did we do over the last 3 weeks to get to this point? And that's the questions that I'm working with some of the groups at the moment to try and get to.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, well then, thank you again, Bikosi.
Yes, thanks guys for having me. Please enjoy the rest of the workshop. I'll try to pop into some of the poster sessions this evening, okay, from my side, and just check out some of them. It's great work. I've been, I said, like, for the AI for Social Good movement has been great, and then actually seeing what people have been coming up with, and also I think getting to a point where we want to get to maturity in terms of us being able to share our work. We do, like, as I said, I teach in this area, and then we also have kind of very big projects trying to kind of get this into the public consciousness that, yeah, don't just trust us, also do question what we're doing so that we can actually get better and better work. So yeah, thanks. It was great. And thanks for the invitation as well. Oh, I'll put my contact, I forgot, in the chat. Okay, let me just do that. Oh, yeah. Cool.
Okay, so this brings us to the break now. So we have 45 minutes until the next session with contributed talks, followed by an invited talk on biodiversity monitoring with computer vision. So we, of course, as always, encourage you to use the gather session if, maybe during a workshop break in an in-person conference you'd like to go, just kind of hang out, chat with your fellow workshop attendees, find presenters and ask them questions. So I'll repost the link in the chat there. And either way, hopefully we'll see you back in 45 minutes here for the next session. Thanks. Hi, everyone. We'll give things another maybe 2 minutes and then get started. Okay, well, thank you everyone for joining us again for this next session for the AI for Social Good workshop. So now we have a set of contributed talks, mostly around themes in health, and that will be followed by a block of spotlight talks. So all of the authors for the full talks, you should have permissions now to share your screen. So as it comes up to your turn in the schedule, you can do that. And for the spotlight talks, as before, we've compiled all of them into a single deck of slides. So I'll screen share those, and when it's your turn, you can unmute yourself to speak and tell me when to advance the slides. So with that, we'll get started with the first talk. So Siddharth is going to tell us about a project around improving maternal health.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
One second, yeah. Hi everyone, I'm Siddharth Nisla from Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. I will be talking about how we use AI to improve maternal and child health outcomes. This work was done in collaboration with Google AI and Arman. In a 2017 report on maternal mortality, the World Health Organization estimated a total of 295,000 deaths worldwide, and India accounts for nearly 12% of these deaths, with a woman dying in childbirth every 15 minutes and 2 children under the age 5 dying every minute. India performs rather poorly on various maternal and child health indicators. One of the major contributory factors for preventable maternal deaths is delay in getting adequate care. The 3 delay model proposes that maternal mortality is associated with 3 phases of delay. The first is in deciding to seek care, which is influenced by various factors involved in decision-making, such as socio-cultural factors, individual or family's understanding of complications and risk factors in pregnancy, and financial implications. The second delay is in physically reaching an adequate healthcare facility due to availability and accessibility constraints. The third delay is associated with the availability of trained healthcare professionals, supplies, and equipment to provide adequate care. Arman is a non-profit organization based in Mumbai that works for the betterment of maternal and child health in India. They do this by taking care of high-risk factors during pregnancy and infancy through empowering women with information and through better training and more empathetic health workers. Arman's flagship program, M-Mitra, is a free automated voice calling service that provides preventive care information to new and expectant mothers. It consists of a series of 141 phone calls spread over a period of 18 months. Each call ranges from 60 to 120 seconds, and the content is delivered in the beneficiary's choice of language. The beneficiary also chooses one of 6 slots through the day for receiving these phone calls. This program has proven effective, with a study showing a 17% increase in healthier infants at the end of 1 year. There was also a 36% increase in women knowing the importance of taking iron tablets during pregnancy. However, a significant number of women drop out of the program. One of the possible reasons is lack of information. Beneficiaries do not realize the importance of the program and about how the information shared could help them identify complications early. This eventually leads to them dropping out of the program. The second possibility could be of any stigma associated with the program. Due to various sociocultural factors, the beneficiaries could perceive the program negatively and hence slack off with time. Identifying such beneficiaries could help the NGO plan relevant interventions that ensure continued engagement. Interventions could be in the form of reminders through calls or SMSs, or alternatively, community health workers could visit the beneficiary to explain the benefits of the program. The NGO can even plan personalized health consultations with the doctor for the beneficiaries to help understand the importance of the program. So the overall objective of a project is to identify beneficiaries that are likely to drop out of the program. Once such beneficiaries are identified, the NGO could make relevant interventions to ensure that their continued engagement with the program. Before we move on to the exact problem statements, it would be useful to get some terminology in place. An attempt is when a call is attempted to a beneficiary. When a beneficiary answers an attempted phone call, we call it a connection. Now, an attempt might not result in a connection for two reasons. The first is when a call doesn't even go through to the beneficiary. This is mostly because of connectivity issues. In this case, the beneficiary does not even have the opportunity to engage. The second reason is when the call goes through to the beneficiary, but the beneficiary does not answer the phone. In this case, the beneficiary has the opportunity to engage, but chooses not to. While having data on which of these two reasons cause connection failure would be useful in building models, we do not have this available. Moving on, we define engagement as a connection with a call duration of at least 30 seconds. So our problem statements can be broadly categorized into short-term and long-term. In the short-term task, we try to predict whether the beneficiary would engage with the NGO in the next 2 weeks. We use demographic features and call data from the past 4 weeks as input to make these predictions. We look at two tasks in the long term. For the engagement task, we try to predict whether the likelihood of the beneficiary engaging is greater than 0.5. Given that, we are able to successfully connect with the beneficiary. As a direct extension to this, we then try to predict how likely an attempt is to turn into a connection. If the likelihood is low, it can be attributed to either poor connectivity or disinterest from the beneficiary's side. We consider a lower threshold of 0.25 as this would help identify the most vulnerable set of beneficiaries. However, the low threshold also makes it a considerably harder problem. The idea behind having short-term and long-term problem settings is to allow for different kinds of interventions. The short-term helps in intervening through reminders by calls or SMSs, while the longer-term tasks help in planning for more resource-intensive interventions like educational programs. For training our models, we consider all the beneficiaries registered in the year 2018 and their call data that they generate until October 2019. This comes to around 330,000 beneficiaries and about 70.2 million call records. Coming to our features, we have two kinds of features. The first set, which we call static features, are those that don't have a temporal component associated to them. This includes demographic features such as age, education, income bracket, and registration-related information such as the gestation age at the time of registration, the channel through which the beneficiary was enrolled. We also computed a few other features that were relevant to the task. These include aggregates of attempts, connections, and engagements. Also, we look at how many days it has been since the last interaction with the beneficiary. In call features, these come from the call records that are available. We look at the status and duration of each call. We consider the month to encode any yearly patterns there may be. The media ID that we use is the ID that identifies the content of each call that goes through to the beneficiaries. Given that the calls are scheduled based on approximate gestation age of the beneficiary, the media ID also acts as a proxy for the beneficiary's gestation age. We also consider days from the day of prediction to understand the relevance of the call record in question. So we use two architectures that leverage the call data that we have. We call these ConDip and RonDip. In ConDip, we use 1D convolution layers and global average pooling layer to learn encodings from the call features. Whereas in RonDip, we use LSTM cells to learn encodings from the call features. In both the architectures, we learn encodings from static features, concatenate them with encodings from the call features, and then pass the result through dense layers to get our output. We use class-weighted binary cross-entropy loss to trade off precision and recall. Moving on to how we generate our data sets for the task. So for every beneficiary, we randomly sample 6 weeks of call data. And then we use the first 4 weeks to generate our input, the call features and the beneficiary features. And then we use the last 2 weeks of data to generate labels. So if the beneficiary has engaged with us in the observed 2 weeks, then the beneficiary is labeled low risk. And if the beneficiary does not engage with us in the observed 2 weeks, then the beneficiary is classified as high risk. Coming to our results, we see that Condip performs the best in the short-term engagement classification task with an accuracy of 83%. Rondip, which also leverages call data, comes second at 81% accuracy, and our baseline, which we use as random forest, is a 70% accuracy. Moving on to long-term engagement classification, here we only consider beneficiaries that have at least 8 months of call data. We use the first 60 days to generate call features, that is our input, and we use all the remaining data in order to generate our labels. So we calculate the total number of engagements in the period and the total number of connections in this period, and then we calculate the ratio of engagements to connections. If this ratio is greater than or equal to 0.5, then we consider them low risk, and if the ratio is lesser than 0.5, we classify them as high risk. In this task, we see that Rondip performs the best with an accuracy of about 76%. Condip is marginally worse with 75% accuracy. And both of these successfully and significantly beat the baseline of random forest at 73% accuracy. Moving on to the long-term connection risk classification task, just as we saw in the previous task, we again only consider beneficiaries that have had at least 8 months of call data. We use the first 60 days to generate our call features. And in this case, we calculate the number of connections and the number of engagements. We calculate the ratio of connections to attempts. And then if the ratio is greater than or equal to 0.25, we classify them as low risk. And if the ratio is lesser than 0.25, then we classify them as high risk. We consider a ratio of a threshold of 0.25 in this case because we want to find a more vulnerable set of beneficiaries, given that lack of connections could be attributed to 2 reasons as discussed earlier. In this task, we see that pretty much all 3 models perform the same at around 70% accuracy. And as we noted earlier, this is a considerably harder task to solve, and hence 70% seems like an all right number to get. So moving on to our deployment study. So we piloted a long-term engagement risk classification model and a dashboard app on beneficiaries registered in November 2019. This included about 18,766 beneficiaries. And we look at the call data generated by these beneficiaries until end of April 2020. Given the effects the pandemic could have had on the behavior of the beneficiaries, we also analyze pre-pandemic behavior separately to ensure that there aren't any influences of the pandemic on our results. So first I will go through the overall results. We see that we get accuracies of 79%, 81%, and 84% for different thresholds of 5, 10, and 15. So 5, 10, and 15 are basically the minimum number of samples we want to look at the beneficiary's behavior. And we see as we get more number of samples, our predictions are also becoming more accurate. If you look at pre-pandemic results, in this case, we only consider call records before March 10th of 2020. Here we consider thresholds of 5 and 10, and we see that the model performs quite well with 81% and 85% accuracy respectively. So as a part of our future work, we want to look at which features are important, and we want to understand the causal effects. As an immediate follow-up to this task, we also want to look at how the risk would change if we suggest an alternative call slot to the beneficiary. And then we also want to look at intervention planning using reinforcement learning. This work would not have been possible without all my collaborators, Harshavardhan Kamarthi and Balaraman Ravindran from IIT Madras, Aparna Hegde, Ramesh Padmanabhan, Suresh Chaudhary, Neha Madiwala from Arman, Milind Tambe, Dhyanesh Narayanan, Divi Thakkar, and Anirudh Grama from Google Research. Thank you, and I'm ready to take any questions.
So as before, either ask in the chat or unmute yourself.
I'm sorry?
So for the participants, as before, either type questions in the chat and we'll read them, or unmute yourself and ask. So I'll start things off with one question. So I'm curious about exactly the things that you started talking about, like in the future work section here. So it seems like you've you've been able to build predictive tools for risk. But what sort of tools do you have? Like basically, like what actions is the NGO thinking of taking downstream based on those?
I believe the question is about the interventions that are possible through the NGO, right?
Yeah, basically, like what are they going to use these predictions for?
Right after we were done with all these predictions, so the first thing that the NGO started doing based on our predictions is they started looking at the beneficiaries that were classified high risk, and they had like this 3-arm RCT planned, where the first is the control group where they're not doing anything, and there's 2 treatment groups where in one case they're sending SMSs out to these beneficiaries, reiterating the importance of the program, and the second is they're sending calls through to these beneficiaries using like through a call center. So I believe in the next 6 months, we should be able to get some results from that and see how these interventions are helping increase the engagement of the program. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thanks. And there's a question from Alexander in the chat. I'm wondering if it matters who is doing the calling or whether varying the content of the calls matters. Are there any resource limitations in terms of the callers?
Yes, which is exactly why we were actually planning of some sort of a bandit formulation for the intervention planning. And there are resource constraints, and that is the reason why we actually had to look at the class weights during training, so that we actually capture enough number of high-risk beneficiaries while also being precise enough so that the calls that are being sent out to the NGO are actually not being wasted on beneficiaries that are currently engaging with the program. So apart from that, I'm not sure I got the other part of your question. Could you just repeat that?
He's wondering if it matters who is doing the calling or if there's ways to vary the content of the call that are impactful.
Yes, it does. And that is why we are actually also doing an alternate analysis where we're trying to look at which sequence or which call specifically is causing a change in the behavior. Like, again, this is something that we need to work on. And we want to analyze which calls in particular are causing a downswing in engagement. So yes, we do believe that certain sections of the program might actually, decrease engagement in some sense.
Okay, well, thank you, Siddharth. And we'll have more time for questions later. So then the next talk is from Kim on using AI to help healthcare professionals stay up to date with medical research.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So hi, everyone. My name is Kim DeBee, and I'll be presenting our paper, Using AI to Help Healthcare Professionals Stay Up to Date with Medical Research. And this was joint work with Nishant, Anthony, Pablo, and Andrea. So imagine yourself going to the doctor with a particular disease. Then have you ever considered how your doctor knows how to treat you? Of course, your doctor has gone to medical school, but then how do they keep their knowledge up to date after that? And this is actually really hard because there's so much medical research coming out. But luckily, there's something called a systematic review, and you might know these from other fields too, but in the medical context, a systematic review tries to provide an overview of all relevant research related to one particular question, such as what is the best treatment for a particular disease. And these reviews are maintained by an organization called Cochrane, who were our partner in this project. So let me first tell you a little bit more about them. Cochrane is a not-for-profit that creates and maintains systematic reviews so that medical professionals only have to look as far as these reviews to get a good insight into the latest findings in their field. Well, they've been doing this for a really long time, and they're globally considered the gold standard for high quality medical information. So Cochrane relies on its 37,000 collaborators who come from all over the world, are highly skilled medical professionals, and mostly work as volunteers. And the work of writing and maintaining these reviews is organized through review groups, and these will be quite important in our story. So each review group focuses on one particular topic, for example, tobacco, and then looks after all the reviews that relate to this topic. So a problem with the systematic reviews that Cochrane produces is that they can take very long to write. And the main reason why this can take so long is that the process of searching for papers to include in a review is very time consuming. Because for its systematic reviews, a high recall is extremely important because all relevant studies must be included. Because imagine that a really good treatment was found for your disease, but then your doctor doesn't know about that. Well, that's of course not what we want. So it's really important that all relevant studies are found. And because of this, it can take extremely long to review all the literature that might be relevant to a particular review. And this is not just annoying, but it's also has a real impact. Because it takes so long to write these reviews, they also get outdated quite quickly. Because one study found that a quarter of reviews is already outdated within 2 years of publication, and 7% are already outdated at the time that they're published. So then what exactly is the problem with this literature search? And then what makes it so slow? So for each review, a new search is conducted in all repositories that contain medical research. So for example, PubMed, but there's many others. And because a high recall is required, the search has to be very broad. And also because the topics of reviews are quite often related, this means that the same low quality papers are retrieved across multiple searches. So this makes for a process that's just not very efficient. So as a solution to this problem of speed, Cochrane intends to move to a process where each review group maintains a high quality register that contains all the studies related to its review group. And then instead of looking at a wide range of sources for each review, the review group members only have to look at this register to find all the relevant studies that they would need. And the idea is that these registers are continuously maintained so that they're always of high quality and always contain the latest studies. But as we said, the volume of research is really high. So then how can you actually maintain these registers in a manageable way? So this is where we think AI can play a useful role. So the idea is that we can help review group members identify whether a new paper belongs to their review group or doesn't. And to do that, we create a 1 versus all classifier. So that means that for each review group, the classifier assesses whether the paper is relevant to that group or not. So that means we have 54 different binary classifiers, so 1 for each group. So as we said, the recall required is really high, but we also don't want to flood the repository with irrelevant papers. So a high precision is also required. And also the exact requirements for precision and recall also differ across the review groups. So we also want our solution to be able to deal with this variation in the demands. So it's probably not feasible to fully automate the solution given these really high constraints. And according to the review group members that we spoke to, this is also not really what they want. And so therefore we propose a hybrid solution that works as follows. So for an incoming paper, the classifier that's owned by a review group will sort of like apply confidence to that paper, saying whether that paper belongs to that review group or doesn't. So if the confidence of the classifier that the paper belongs is very high, we can automatically keep that paper. But if the confidence of the classifier is very low, so basically the classifier is saying this paper most likely does not belong, we can automatically discard it. So then only for the papers where the classifier is not very certain, we would require manual inspection by a review group member. So as our data, we can make use of 1 million papers that were historically included into Cochrane's database, because in the past, Cochrane has also tried to collect all high quality medical research into its database. And then review group members could choose to link specific papers to their database if they believed that these papers were relevant to their group's topic. So even though this process was not super systematic in the past, it does mean that we have a data set containing positive and negative labels. Namely, for each paper, we know whether it was included in a specific group's register or wasn't. And as our features, we can use things like the title, abstract, and journal name of a paper to construct TF-IDF vectors and word embeddings pre-trained on a medical corpus. And we also use citation data, for example, the review group labels of the cited works of a paper. So then what does our system look like in the end? Well, firstly, we use a variation of different models, and we iterate over these models, combining them with different sets of features and hyperparameter settings. And then ultimately, we select the architecture that is best for each individual review group. So the optimal architecture is not per se identical for each group, because remember that each group has its own binary classifier. So then each group might end up with a completely different architecture. And this optimal architecture may also change over time as the classifiers are retrained when more data becomes available. So just to further clarify what this looks like, have a look at this precision recall curve. So here we compare 3 different model architectures for one review group. So papers with a confidence score in the left part of the curve, so in the green area, have a precision of over 95%, so they can be automatically kept. On the other side of the curve, papers with a probability score in the red area can be automatically discarded. And then for all the papers in between, a manual inspection is required. So here we find that model A is the best because the smallest number of papers has to be manually inspected. And so on average, across all 54 review groups, the results are as follows. So the average system architecture, the average classifier can identify 77% of papers as irrelevant, 1% can be automatically kept because they're relevant, and 22% of papers are maybe relevant, so require manual inspection by a review group member. And we also find that across the 54 groups, the very different model architectures were optimal, both in terms of the model type and the features that we used. And we're not entirely sure why this is the case, but we think that the diversity in data across the review groups played a large role in this. So these results make it feasible to then maintain high quality registers by each review group. So we also found that interpretability techniques were super useful in this project. So what you see here is the abstract of the paper, as you see with stop words removed and also everything in lowercase. And the highlighted words contributed positively to the prediction of this paper. And firstly, this is super useful for us as developers because it allows us to see whether indeed our classifiers are picking up on features that we think are relevant. And well, it will not be surprising, I think, that this paper was classified into the tobacco review group. But we think it's also really useful in a production setting because the highlights can help focus the attention of the human reviewers who still have to go through quite a large volume of papers and want to do so as quickly as possible. So as I said, our system reduces the human effort that is required to maintain high quality registers for each review group. And this is then beneficial because it reduces the time that is required to do a literature search for a systematic review. And in turn, this means that these reviews can be written and updated faster so that high quality information can end up in the hands of doctors faster. So over the course of this project, we've also learned some general lessons on how to do AI for good that we would like to share here. So firstly, I think by their very nature, AI for good solutions often live in really high stakes settings. And often means that it's not maybe desirable to apply decisions automatically. And therefore, we think that the value of AI in these settings is often in a hybrid setup. So secondly, and related to the first point, we found it also crucial to learn about the organizational structure and that our solution would be embedded in. So for example, this allowed us to learn about the variation in requirements for precision and recall across the review groups. And this pushed us to design a solution that could also deal with this variation. Lastly, and again related to this previous point, we found that many diverse perspectives existed in our user base, so the review group members. And therefore, we believe it's important to consider that there's not just one user, but there's probably many who might all have their own demands from a system. So lastly, on behalf of the whole team, I would like to thank our collaborators. So this work was done during the Data Science for Social Good Summer Fellowship at the University of Warwick and the Alan Turing Institute, which was hosted in partnership with the University of Chicago and the DSSG Foundation. Also, we thank Cochrane for the great collaboration. So now if there's any questions, I'd be very glad to answer those either here or at the poster session or maybe on Slack later. Thanks.
Great. Yeah, so I'll ask one question to start with here. So I'm curious actually kind of specifically with the architectures. So it looked like most of what you listed was kind of supervised classification methods. And I'm curious if you experimented more with kind of semi-supervised methods that that really like use the citation network between papers as kind of a really a kind of first order part of how they operate. So like either kind of like a graph convolution network style architecture or kind of like earlier stuff in that vein.
Yeah, so I think the short answer is that we didn't really venture beyond the models that were listed here. But yeah, I think this is, this was work done over this the Data Science for Social Good Fellowship last summer. I think towards the end of the summer, this is definitely something that we were becoming more keen on, but then we were also running out of time. But this is definitely something, that would think be a really could be really helpful in this setting. Absolutely.
Other questions? Okay, then we can talk about the poster session.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks. So now our next talk is from Gulnosh on fairness in kidney exchange programs.
Yes, I think. Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can.
Which one you can see? Because I have two monitors and one is slides and the other is just the. Can you see it as a whole? Okay, nice. Okay, good. I'm going to talk about our project on fairness in kidney exchange program through optimal solution enumeration. And this is a joint work with Behruz Babaki from HSM Montreal and Margarita Carvalho from University of Montreal. And I am going to Farnody, postdoc from Mila and University of Montreal. So if you're not familiar with the kidney exchange program is for the people who are in need of kidney transplants. And they are suffering from kidney failure and they cannot find a donor which is compatible with them from their family members or friends. So they are entering in this program and it is implemented in many countries. And they are entering this program with a donor which is incompatible with them in order to find a compatible pair. So here for this presentation, I'm actually having a running example to make it clear. So the goal of this kidney exchange program problem is that we want to maximize the total number of transplants at each time that we have a pool. And when we have a pool, we have make this graph. So the graph that you are seeing here is that each node is a pair of patient and donor. And the link between the nodes is that the donor of this node is compatible with the patients of the other node. So we are making this graph, and to make it simpler in the rest of this presentation, I'm actually dropping the donor images and I'm only showing the patients. So then we want to actually find the maximum number of transplants that we can do. One of the formulation for this is the mixed integer programming formulation. So I'm going to explain like how we are doing it. So in order to solve it in a MIP, we have to first list all the cycles. What is a cycle? Is that the people who can actually exchange kidney with each other. Of course, the length of the cycle is more than 2, because if it's 1, then it means that the donor and the patient is compatible, which is not the case. So it should be at least 2 that the people can actually exchange kidney. And there's always a maximum number. So here, for example, it's 3, and it is 3 for many countries, including, for example, Canada. Why we do have a maximum number for the cycle is that these operations for the kidney transplants should happen exactly at the same time. The reason is that they don't want, for example, a patient getting a donor kidney, and the donor actually regret the decision and not giving the kidney for another patient. So the operation should happen at the same time, and based on the facilities of different countries, there is a maximum number here. So first, we have to actually list all the cycles that we have in the pool. And here, for this particular example, we do have 4 cycles. So Y1, Y2, Y3, and Y4 are the variables that we are assigning to this cycle. So we want to maximize the number of transplants, meaning that we want to maximize the number of cycles that we can include in the solution. But because we are caring about the total number of people who can do the transplants, we're also considering the weights. So for example, for Y1, it's 2, because 2 people can exchange kidney, and for the other, it's 3. You also need to consider some constraint. For example, this old guy here can only appear in one of these cycles in the final solution. Why? Because he only needs 1 kidney, and the donor can actually give 1 kidney to other people. So we have to make sure that in final solution, one of these cycles is actually selected. And this is a general formulation of this kidney exchange program. So we want to maximize the weighted number of the cycles. And we do have this constraint saying that they can only be in one of the cycles, each one of the patients in the cycles. And then for each one of the cycles, we do have this variable, which is binary. So we are including them in the solution or not including in the solution. So for this particular example, this is the optimal solution that we are getting. So this is 1 cycle, it includes only 1 cycle, and which means that we are not including Y1, Y3, and Y2, and only including the cycle Y4. What we realize is that in kidney exchange program, we often have several optimal solutions. It's not just 1. So even for these 2 examples that I showed, we have 3 optimal solutions. Optimal solution is based on the size, right? So we know that the optimal solution here is that the 3 people can actually exchange kidney, 3 nodes. And we don't have only 1, we actually have 3 optimal solutions here. So choosing the optimal solution actually dictates who is going to receive the kidney and not. And that is really important for the lives of these people. So we have to ensure that the selection process is fair, because most often they're actually relying on the solver in order to select the solution for them. And we have no control over how the solver is going to do. So here we define the notion of fairness, which is individual level notion of fairness. We are the first one that actually introduced it, but we are not considering any characteristic of the patients. We want to make sure that the people who are in the optimal solutions, they have the same chance of receiving a kidney. So assuming here we do have all the solutions, we want to have this randomized selection policy in order to select a solution. So if we have different probabilities assigned to this optimal solution, so here we do have 3 solutions, and we can assign probabilities to this solution. We could have different strategies, right, to assign probabilities to the solution, and then given these probabilities, the probabilities of the people would change. So here, for example, the first strategy, you can see that this old guy, the probability of being in the solution is higher than the second strategy that the probabilities are different. So we can actually make a difference. So what we want to make sure to have is that we want to give the same chance to everyone. So the probability of the patient to receive the kidney should be very similar. In fact, it is not possible always to make it equivalent. For example, for this woman, because that woman is actually appearing in all this optimal solution, whatever you assign as a probability of this solution, the probability of that person will be higher. But we can still do something about other people, and we can make it kind of balanced. In the paper, we actually propose two approaches in order to do this. The first one, that we call it max mean, we are trying to maximize the probability of the least probable patient. And the least probable patients are often those ones who are highly sensitized, and they are not compatible with many patients as well. And the second approach is that we want to minimize the deviation in patient probabilities. So if we have the average probability of receiving a kidney in the pool, then we want to minimize the distance between the probability of each patient and this average. So that's the MAD approach. And we can formulate both of these approaches as a linear program. And because of the time, I'm only going to explain one of them, which is the max mean approach. And this is very easy. So considering that we have all this optimal solution, we can assign a variable to all this optimal solution. And then we can calculate the probability of each patient to receive a kidney, which is the sum of the probability of all the solution that the person is in. So here is for our example, for example, this woman appear in all the solutions. So it's x1, x2, x3, and the other two guy is only appear in one of the solution, is x1 or x3. So here we are defining a new variable z, and we are saying that the probability of the patients should always be more than z. And by maximizing this z, we are maximizing the least probable patient. So for example, the least probable is this guy, which is the orange, or which is green. So are only appearing in one of the solution. And we are saying that, for example, x1 should be more than z. So if we are maximizing it, we are maximizing the probability of the least probable solution. But in order to do this, so whatever we want to do, like either doing a max mean or MAD, in order to do it, we actually need to have all the optimal solution. So we need an approach to actually enumerate all the optimal solution. But if you are doing with the solver, we only have one optimal solution. And KIP often have millions of optimal solutions. So how we can actually enumerate them? In the paper, we actually have two classes of approaches. One of them is based on MIP. So the one is I'm going to actually discuss now because it's based on the MIP formulation that I discussed before. And we also have a class of doing it based on constraint programming. So we have a constraint program in order to enumerate it, and it is faster than the MIP version. And we also have a specific constraint programming that we define a constraint, which is specifically for a kidney exchange program. And it is also more efficient because we are propagating better. But to give you some idea like how we can do it, you remember that this is the MIP formulation for this problem. So here we are going to maximize the number of transplants, and this is the optimal solution that we get. So this is the first optimal solution, and we know that we have 3 optimal solutions here. So how we can actually get the next one? And that's easy. So we are iteratively, we are trying to add a constraint saying that, okay, so this is the optimal solution, and give me another optimal solution that is different than this. So how we are doing it, we are saying that, give me another optimal solution that considering either of these cycles that are not in this optimal solution, or exclude the cycle that is in this optimal solution. And that's the constraint that we can add. So the general formulation for enumeration is that at each iteration for all the previous solution, we are adding such constraint. So we are saying that the cycle are absent should be included, and cycle are included should be absent. At least one of them should be different in the optimal solution. And to make it a bit more efficient, because after the first one, we know the number of optimal value, we can actually add it as a constraint, saying that the optimal value, for example, for our toy example, is 3. So this value should be 3, and it actually prune the space and make it more efficient. So just to give you some idea, like how many optimal solutions we have, here is based on the data from the US and Canada. US is actually called Porto. If you are working on kidney exchange programs, it's a ground truth data set. And there is a different size in the pool, so from 20 to 70 that we have here. And in Canada, the characteristics are different. So you can see that like even for 20, the number of people are different in the optimal solution. But this is interesting that you can see if we are increasing the size of the pool, the number of optimal solutions is going to hundreds of thousands of optimal solutions. And it actually shows the importance of employing such selection procedure to ensure fairness. Otherwise, we are having no control over who is going to get the kidney. To give you some idea like how this actually affects, I'm only showing the results for the max-min because I only present the max-min, but in the paper you can see more results. That's based on the max-min. Here is a comparison based on the objective of max-min. So max-min, if you remember, want to maximize the minimum value. And here you can see like the first best, which is the dot block line, is the result of the solver. And that's the minimum value for the probability of the patient with the least probable, being in the least probability of getting their solution. And if you're applying max-min, of course it's better. But even doing a uniform, if we have all the solution and assigning the same probability to all the solution, it's actually working better than the first order, like first best. So it actually shows that there is the advantage of like doing enumeration and getting all the solution in order to select one, even by doing a simple approach such as uniform. We also do like greedy to make it more scalable. So what is greedy is that we are considering like if there is a patient in the solution, then we are searching for the next solution. We are searching for the solution that actually including other patients. So this is a kind of a greedy approach that if one solution that we find for this patient, just find another solution that is not including this patient as well. So here in this work, we actually proposed the first notion of individual fairness in kidney exchange program. We proposed 3 methods to enumerate optimal solution and 2 randomized policy for fair solution selection. As a future work, we are actually now considering other notions of fairness, so other ways of randomized algorithm to get the fair solution. Also extended to group fairness, and group fairness means that if you have some characteristic, for example, blood type or like compatibility score, how we can actually do it. And we are actually running some experiments to see like if we are not even considering them, is there any advantage in terms of group fairness? And group fairness works always like adding a constraint to this optimization problem, which is the group fairness constraint. And again, if we have that constraint, we would have multiple optimal solutions. So again, like doing this procedure of enumeration would also help. We want to also make it more scalable because we can scale up to 80 about number of people in the pool. And it is reasonable for some countries because some countries, the pool is about size 40 to 80. But at least in Canada, the size is about 200. So we have to actually make it more scalable to be realistic. Also, another thing that we are working on is that currently we don't have any cost for fairness, meaning that like the number of people who are receiving a transplant is not changing. But based on our definition, we only consider the patients who are in the optimal solution. So we do have a cost of optimality. So we want to actually relax this. So for instance, when the optimal number is 3, we also want to consider like if the optimal number is 2, how many other people who can be in the solution, and then run this randomized policy based on them. So that's about this. If you have any question, just let me know. And you can also shoot me an email if you have further questions. Thank you so much.
Okay. Yeah, I think so. So we have limited time for questions here, but maybe if there's one question that someone wants to ask. Well, thank you, Gulnash, and hopefully we'll find you later too. Okay, and our last poll talk for the session is from Carolyn and Simon on preference solicitation and aggregation for patient triage during COVID-19 pandemic.
All right, can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Cool. All right. Well, thank you everyone for being here. And thank you for the introduction, Brian. So right today, Simon and I are going to talk about preference solicitation and aggregation to aid with patient triage during the COVID-19 pandemic, which obviously is very topical during this time. So I'm sure a lot of you have been paying attention to the headlines recently about the pandemic, and we're seeing either across the nation or even across the globe, there's been huge resource shortages in hospitals, right? Either there's a shortage of ventilators or ICU beds, and doctors are faced with these ethical decisions of having to decide which of their patients should receive these resources, which could really come down to a life or death decision. So again, this is like a super stressful decision for doctors to have to make sort of on the fly using sort of ad hoc rules. So some hospitals have set up what's called a triage committee. And this is a group of medical practitioners who decide policies to implement to treat patients when you have these scarce resources. So they're using some sort of either rule-based decision or some score-based decision policy. But again, something important to keep in mind is that a lot of these policies are looking at two things. Either should we save the most number of lives with our policy, or should we save the most number of life years? So that's kind of thinking, do we save the young because they haven't had the chance to live their life yet? Or should we perhaps pay respect to our elders and give some resources to them? So again, depending on kind of your moral judgments and your ethical values, this isn't really clear, right, what the right answer should be. And when you have this committee with groups of people in these very socially sensitive settings, it's not so clear, right, what the ultimate policy should be to implement in these hospitals. So we've basically just implemented a framework for guiding these policymakers through this difficult collective decision-making problem. I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about that and what that looks like. So we've modeled this preference elicitation and aggregation problem as a sequential decision problem affected by uncertainty. So right, there's uncertainty because we initially don't know the policymakers' preferences and we need to elicit them. We use a conservative approximation to model this as an MILP. And then the whole idea is that, right, we want to recommend a policy to treat patients such that it minimizes the total regret of the group of policymakers. So that's kind of our computational strategy that we're taking here. So we've heard a little bit about preference elicitation over the course of the workshop, but just to kind of concretely show our method that we're using here. So we're using pairwise comparison queries. So imagine, right, you're a policymaker and you're provided with the comparison query in the top right, and you're asked to choose, do you prefer policy A or over policy B? So you can see, right, again, thinking back to our previous presentation that we just saw with kidney, right, there's notions of fairness going on here. So for example, the policy B on the right, you can see this is looking at your probability of receiving a ventilator based on your age group. So on the right, there seems to be a very fair allocation of receiving a ventilator depending on your age, but the number of life years saved is a lot less than the policy on the left, which you can see has, right, a more unequal distribution and perhaps more unfair distribution of receiving a ventilator across age groups. So again, yeah, depending on what you believe is right and who should be treated in these situations, it's not so clear who should actually receive these resources and which policy should actually be implemented, which is why we're proposing this framework in the first place. So again, moving back to this pairwise comparison and thinking about it as a optimization problem or a decision problem, we want to decide which two items are being compared in this query and then who we're actually posing this query to. So which policymaker are we asking? And once we ask them, they can respond in either three ways, which you see in the bottom right. So either they prefer policy A, they're indifferent between the two, which is that little squiggle line, or that they prefer policy B over A. So these are, right, the different responses they can give once posed this query. So we're actually going to look at two different types of elicitation. So we're going to look at offline, which you can think of basically as I'm handing you a paper survey. All of the questions are decided upfront, and you tell me which you prefer. And then there's also online elicitation, where you pose a query to a policymaker, they give you their response, and then you use that information to strategically select the next query. So the whole idea is, right, you're receiving information as you go, and you're using it to your advantage to ask better queries, and again, elicit their preferences more effectively. All right, you can do this, for example, if you have a computer that's giving out this questionnaire. So we're looking at these two types of elicitation down the line. And then just to talk about preference aggregation very briefly. So imagine we have elicited all these preferences, but how do we actually put them together and recommend this ultimate treatment policy? So right, the very most basic crude thing you can think of is that we're looking at majority rules. So for example, right, we present policymakers again, having to choose between A or B. They cast their votes, which we can see below on the screen. And you can see, right, policy A is the winner. So majority rules, you would implement policy A ultimately. But again, this is the most crude way that you could possibly do this. And there's, right, notions of fairness to keep in mind when you're picking this type of aggregation rule. So this is actually the formulation that we're using, and I hope I'm not scaring anyone away with notation, but I want to talk basically at an overview about what's going on here and not get too bogged down in notation. So again, we're looking to minimize the regret of the group. So we're looking at a min-max regret problem. So what we're doing here first is that we're choosing the query's iota and agents alpha that we're posing these queries to, right? So that's, again, our elicitation problem. We're choosing which policies are being compared and who we're actually asking to compare them to. And then we're taking a robust optimization approach. So we want to hedge for these worst case responses S. So what is the worst possible way that a policymaker could respond to such query, right? We're hedging for this worst case. And then we ultimately recommend a policy X based on these queries and the agent's worst case responses. And then to calculate the regret of having picked that policy, we then realize the worst case utility of all of these agents based on their responses and the queries that they were asked. And then we find this optimal policy X prime that we would have picked if we had known this utility information in the first place. So you can see here, the aggregation scheme that we're actually using is by summing up the utilities over all agents. So a little bit more sophisticated, right, than the majority rules. And then again, we're taking the difference between this optimal policy X prime and then the actual policy X that we recommended to calculate the regret there. So that's our formulation for an offline sum regret. And then additionally for online, we can take this offline problem, right, formulate it as an MILP. You can check out the paper if you're interested in how, and then we solve it by only asking one question at a time, and each time asking it as if it were the last question to be asked. So I'm actually going to stop sharing my screen now so that Simon can pick up the rest of the presentation.
All right. I hope you can hear me and see my screen now. Excellent. Good. So now I'll talk a little bit about the experiments we have run. So to actually apply this approach, we need a set of policies that the policymakers or stakeholders decide between. And we assume that policies are scoring based, so they assign a score to a patient, particularly based on the patient's age and how long they've already waited for a bed. And then when there are not enough beds for everyone, the beds go to the patients with the highest scores. So that's the idea. Now, a scoring rule we represent basically as a decision tree, which contains a bunch of conditions on how old the patient is, and then assigns a score based on these, and based on which conditions are satisfied. And for our experiment, we simply randomly generate 25 such scoring-based policies. Now, in the second step, we need to decide which features we use to represent those policies. So what kind of features do we show in our queries to the policymakers? And here I will mention just two features. So one feature is how many life years would this policy save if we implemented it over a specified time period? And then what would be the probabilities of receiving a critical care bed across the different age groups? Now, of course, we don't actually know the exact values of these features. We need to estimate them somehow. And here makes sense to use a simulation. So we basically simulate how patients arrive at hospitals in need of critical care beds, and then how the policy assigns beds to patients. And then we can see who passes away and who survives, and thus set those features. And just as an illustration, here are three policies and some of their associated features. And we see already that there is a trade-off between saving the most life years and keeping the probability of receiving a critical care bed equal across age groups. Now, just as a qualification, we are not epidemiologists. So this is just supposed to be a proof of concept for how one might apply our approach. Of course, epidemiologists would write much better simulations than we did, but we hope it's enough to illustrate how this might work. Okay, and then we apply, then we basically assume that we now have just two policymakers who together need to decide on one of those 25 policies. And we run experiments where we let our system basically pick the optimal questions and make a recommendation. So as Caroline mentioned, we consider two settings. So on the left-hand side, we have the offline setting where all the questions are chosen before any of the answers are observed. And on the y-axis, we plot the worst case normalized regret. So after I've seen the responses and I make the recommendation, what is my maximum regret? And given the uncertainty I have about the agent's actual utility functions. We can see that our approach, the red line, outperforms the random approach, which is you just ask questions randomly and then you make the optimal recommendation based on the responses you've observed. And similar result we see in the online setting. So here again, our approach outperforms asking questions randomly. Okay, now let me briefly conclude by talking about future work. So obviously most committees have more than 2 members, so it would be desirable to run the experiment for larger committee sizes. Also at the moment, basically the way we compute the utility of the group, so how good a policy is from the perspective of the group, is by summing the utilities. But summing is infamously insensitive to distributive concerns, and we might want to prefer recommendations which all members on the committee think is reasonably good, rather than recommending a policy which half of the committee thinks is great and the other half thinks is horrible. So we'd have to change our objective function to take into account fairness. We also look at incentive compatibility in the sense of whether agents have an incentive to misreport their preferences when they are asked these questions by our system. And finally, we currently look into eliciting preferences from actual people so that we can run our approach on actual preference data rather than our synthetic preference data, which we use so far in our experiments. Okay, thank you for your attention.
Okay, and we have time for a couple questions. Yeah, so one thing that I'm curious about, so I mean, you show an experiment compared to kind of a different way of eliciting preferences, but really what we might wonder is, how would this compare to what people would do without kind of a system for preference elicitation at all in the first place, right? If it was just kind of doctors on the ground making decisions. So like, what do you think is really, I guess, what do you think that introducing AI at all into the picture is going to change about the kinds of decisions that are made?
Right, so the idea is that this is a very difficult decision to make. So the space of possible policies is very large that people might choose between. And then also, people don't know the preferences of other people pre-deliberation on the committee. So we think of the system not as making the decision for the group, but more supporting the decision by recommending a policy which might then be the starting point for further deliberation. Policy, which is a good starting point because it, in some sense, represents a good compromise between the views of the different members. Now, I agree that the real evaluation we'd want to do is kind of look at what would the committee decide if they just deliberate on their own without any help by the system, and then what would the committee decide if they start their deliberation with this elicitation process and a recommended policy, and they kind of take that as a starting point. So yeah, the hope is that the committee decides on a policy which is better from the perspective of the group when they use our system to support their deliberation than if they don't use it.
Thanks. Other questions?
So you say right now that the preference of the committees is synthesized, but what about the hospital data? So all the information about like the likelihood of patients surviving treatment and stuff, does that come from real data at all? And are you considering things like cost and all of that?
So yeah, that comes from real data. We use UK data. Basically, there is an institution, ICNARC is the acronym, that collects data from intensive care units across the UK, outcome data on how many people survive in intensive care units in the different age groups and so on. And we use data from the IHME model to set basically how many people are in need of critical care beds and what the capacity is. So yes, we do use these real data to set simulation parameters. We don't consider costs in the sense, we just assume that we'll use all ICU capacity we have. Yeah, rather than kind of maybe trying to limit it in order to keep costs low or something like that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for the question.
Okay, thank you very much to you two and to the rest of our presenters. So now this brings us to the spotlight session for today, or for the session rather. And so, like I mentioned earlier, when you see your slides up, please just unmute yourself. You can start presenting and tell me when to advance the slides.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. So mostly everything is in the title. So we are trying to no-cast hospitalization due to the coronavirus using Google Trends. So you probably know Google Trends. It's a proxy to actually measure the number of times a specific term is searched on Google Search. And so Google Trends can give us the time series for each term for specific regions. So for now, we took data from France and Belgium for all the departments in France and the regions in Belgium. We take all these keywords, so things like diarrhea, pharmacy, respiration, fever, things like that. And we give everything to an LSTM model in order to predict the hospitalizations at 7 days. Why the hospitalizations? Mostly because if we...
Could you talk a little bit louder, please?
Sorry. I'm actually speaking very... I will try to change mic. Can you hear me a bit better?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit better.
Okay, maybe it's a bit better right now.
Yes,
can you hear me?
Much better.
Okay, I'm very sorry. So should I restart or should I begin from where I was?
I think we got the general idea, so you can keep going from where you were.
Okay, so we have all these data, all about the terms, the time series. We give everything to an LSTM and we try to predict the hospitalization rather than the cases, because the cases are very dependent on how the politics in the countries handle the testing in the country. And so we do exactly that, and we have good results because we have it can reproduce the peaks of the hospitalizations. Still, the method has a lot of flaws and is not really well tested, mainly because all the regions in France and Belgium are very, all the curves for the hospitalization are the same, and so maybe the method is learning where are the peaks. But still, it's an ongoing work, and so if you want to contribute a bit and discuss a bit with us on how we should improve that, please feel free to come at the poster and discuss with us. Thanks.
Right, okay, so this next poster is actually mine. I'm presenting it on behalf of a large group of authors here, both at Harvard and MIT. And so the idea behind this project is to try to model some of the sources of between population variation in the way that the COVID-19 outbreak has unfolded across three of the kind of most heavily affected locations so far. So in this project, we build an agent-based model for SARS-CoV-2 transmission. So we're simulating people at individual level, right? The millions of people in a given population, tracking their progression through different states of the disease and the processes by which they come into contact with other people. And so we're putting particular emphasis here on simulating at individual level some of the hypotheses of things that can vary across populations that might be influential for how COVID-19 progresses. So this is things both in terms of the demographic distribution, right, the age distribution of the population, the presence of comorbidities, and then also the different kinds of household structures, right, because we know that close household contact is a higher risk for transmission. So with this model in hand, we try to use it as a tool to back out inferences about unknown parameters at population level. So this is things like we can ask questions like, how transmissible was the disease in this population? Or, how many true infections were there that weren't captured in the official statistics? And so the model has a set of population parameters that capture variation in transmissibility and fatality. And then we use the model as part of a Bayesian inference framework where we can look at the model's predictions under a given set of parameters, or right, the kind of sampled output trajectories of the model given some parameters. And we can compare those to the ground truth, right, the number of deaths that were observed every day in actuality in that location. And then we do posterior inference in this generative model to try to back out posterior distributions over the unknown parameters. And I'm happy to go into more detail about this kind of piece of it if you come to the poster session. But briefly, here's kind of a snapshot of some of the results. We estimate significant between population variation across the 3 locations, both in terms of the transmissibility of the disease, measured here is the basic reproductive number, and also in terms of the fraction of cases that make it into documented statistics. And so there's wide estimated variation in terms of the total number of people that were infected and how that compares to the number of documented cases in each location. And yes, I hope to see you at the poster.
Hi, I'm Swati, and I'm presenting the work I did during my internship at Data Miner New York. Yeah, can you please go to the next slide? Yep. So when emergencies like natural disasters or pandemics occur, good coordination is necessary between groups of humanitarian organizations in order to reduce gaps and overlaps in the assistance delivered. Social media can be one of the timely and critical resources to gather actionable, relevant information for humanitarian response management. However, different humanitarian organizations focus on different humanitarian tasks during a disaster management, as they have specific information requirements and responsibilities. So identifying whether or not a social media message contains crucial information useful for a specific type of humanitarian aid is a challenging issue. And in this work, we address this limitation by relying on a United Nations humanitarian cluster system, motivated clustering of social media messages during 2019 Hurricane Dorian. Can you go to the next slide, please? Yep. So we basically propose 2 new classification tasks motivated by the need of humanitarian organizations to cluster actionable crisis-related messages into their intent. It can be need and or supply, and humanitarian aid type. The aid type categorization here is based on the UN humanitarian reform process, which outlines the primary needs or clusters that humanitarian organizations should track during an emergency in order to enhance predictability, accountability, and partnership between groups of organizations. Yeah, can you go to the next slide, please? Yep. So we show here that recent neural approaches offer substantial gains across 3 humanitarian aid classification tasks, and that this class can be automated, which can be beneficial to the humanitarian organizations in order to assess, prioritize, and mobilize the needs of the affected community. Thank you. And please visit us in the poster session if you have any further questions.
Okay. Hello, everyone. This is Japan from Nagoya Institute of Technology, Japan. It is midnight here. So tonight, I'm going to talk about our paper titled A Contribution to COVID-19 Prevention Through Crowd Collaboration Using Conversation AI and Social Platform. Next, please. Yeah. Let me abstract of our paper. Actually, we, in a collaboration with Ministry of Public Health, try to conduct a large-scale social experiment. We created a discussion support system and used AI technology to mediate, facilitate, and classify and summarized and submitted opinions of people. So by this, we want to somehow use AI as a representative application and use our discussion support system to check how it can improve the collection of insight of people and use it in policy making to prevent the and the COVID-19. So the methodology, we use soft system approaches using our own created web discussion system. And our online AI discussion system support, it's a cloud-based discussion support system enabled by AI and mining technologies. The core mechanism of our system is mediation, observing, posting, and summarizing the discussions, the submitted opinions. And the participant can submit their opinion as a text. For this one, we develop a specialized AI agent for COVID-19. Next, please. This is the social experimental result. Actually, the novel idea of our work is that we, in collaboration with Ministry of Public Health of Afghanistan and medical universities and health organization, we conducted large-scale social experiment. We use social media, Facebook, YouTube, as well as we use Zoom webinar. We use Facebook. We redirected the social flow of Facebooks into our discussion system rooms. So by this one, we wanted to convert the sites into discussion sites and to collect all those data into our discussion rooms and let the AI to analyze those to find out the insights. So we targeted three audience on the ground, on the floor, on the ground. The first one was health experts, and the second one was patients, and the third one was the local citizens. So we
sorry, about 30 seconds left here.
Yes.
You can go ahead and wrap up.
Okay, so 1,101 people participated in our social experiment, and you can see the issues and the IBIS structure that classified by our systems. So from these, we understand that what is the issues and concerns from the management COVID-19 management in Afghanistan. So how these approaches should be used in order to make more efficient and effective policies to manage COVID-19 in Afghanistan. So we report all these data to Ministry of Public Health. So they will use these data like the issues and its solution by public perspective point of view, by health experts perspective point of view, and the COVID-19 frontline fighters perspective point of view. So yeah, that is the main contributions of our paper. We report the preliminary work, and yes, next please. The conclusion of our work. We established a novel industry, academia, government collaboration between a developed and developing country for COVID-19 prevention policy making using AI technologies. We conducted a series large-scale digital urban social experiment in collaboration with Ministry of Public Health, in which our system worked well in collecting, deliberating, visualizing, and issue idea-based structure and complex urban data for COVID-19 prevention policy and decision making in Afghanistan. Somehow our AI, especially, yes.
Let's just
we developed two type of facilitation agent. One, general sense AI facilitation agent, and one is especially domain COVID-19 agent. So somehow it worked well, but we need to, as a future work, we need to improve the spatial domain agent to train more data to understand the structure of society discussions, and to add some more smart features to promote the interactions. The problem with our system is not the interaction, it's not really interactive, but it somehow promotes the discussion for getting in the collective insights. Thank you very much.
Okay, and our final talk.
Okay, great, thanks. So hi, I'm Shanasa. I'm going to present some work that some collaborators out of the MB4SG development working group have been working on. Next slide, please. Great. So within the African continent, the spread of misinformation, especially on social media, has been an issue for health officials and policymakers. We felt that topic modeling, an approach that learns contextual relationships between words, can be used to highlight trends and short form text data like tweets. Next slide, please. Next. We're going to skip this slide. Thanks. All right, so here are a few notable examples of misinformation that we've seen, especially on tweets that had, that were mentioned on the African continent. Next slide. So we, for our methodology, we created a data set of around 10,000 tweets from 10 countries on the African continent, 5 that were in the top highest number of coronavirus cases, and 5 that were in the lowest. And so, next slide. And then after that, we actually discarded 3 countries just because they had a low number of tweets. So these countries are like Western Sahara. A lot of people don't even know that's a country. So we only wanted to keep ones that probably had around like 100 or more tweets. And so next slide. And just to talk about our results somewhat. So we use topic modeling, more specifically LDA techniques, and also word frequency techniques to generate visual representations of the most popular phrases we saw in our tweet data set. And so on the slide, you can see an example comparison between South Africa and Burundi, which are 2 countries that are on opposite ends of the COVID spectrum, especially with South Africa having the highest number of COVID cases within Africa and Burundi being on the lower side. And so I'm going to stop this right here, but you can check out our poster, should be number 70 for more information on the insights that we gained throughout this process. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks to all of our presenters. So you can find us all at the poster session to learn more. And with that, I'll hand things over to Andrew to introduce our next invited speaker.
Thank you. So just to reintroduce myself really quickly, I'm Andrew Pro, postdoc at Harvard, another co-organizer of this workshop. I'm excited to introduce Ashin Mikada, who's an assistant professor at the University of Edinburgh. And he's going to be talking to us about human-in-the-loop computer vision for biodiversity monitoring. Excuse me. Ashin, are you able to share your screen?
Yeah. Good. Does everyone see my screen?
Looks good from my end.
Right.
You want to share video as well?
I should be sharing video. Is it not visible?
Oh, there it is. Yeah, just appeared for me.
Great.
Okay, go ahead.
Cool. Okay, so thanks very much to the organizers. I'm really delighted to be given the opportunity to speak today. So as Andrew said, my name is Ashin Mikada, and the topic of my talk today is human-in-the-loop computer vision for biodiversity monitoring. And I should have said it, I'm from the University of Edinburgh. Okay, so I guess in the last year, it became quite a news topic, but many of you may have heard this story about Insectageddon. So Insectageddon was this predicted dramatic decline in insect populations around the world. And so, this is problematic for many reasons, not just because of the decline, but we rely on many of these insects as pollinators. They're also food for other animals. And so, the result of man-made climate change has dramatically decreased these populations, and that's going to have huge negative consequences on us in the future. But what's perhaps maybe a bit interesting is if you kind of step back and look into some of the data behind these kind of reports, and so this is one of the papers responsible for some of these headlines. You see that there's significant geographical biases in these data sets, predominantly concentrated around North America, Europe. And there's also kind of limitations in the sense that they focus on quite charismatic or easy to identify species. And so maybe one message that one could take from this in a kind of glib way is that actually in practice, we don't really know much about most species of insects here. And we certainly don't know about them in most locations. And the challenge is that basically people are tasked with making policy decisions that are going to inform, future laws around biodiversity protection and so on, but we don't really have a good handle on how these things are changing over time. And so really the central question then is, how can we ramp up biodiversity monitoring to a global scale? And clearly this is a pretty massive question. And I guess today I'm going to talk about some ways in which I think that machine learning computer vision can help, and then some ways in which we've been working on trying to improve these different components. Okay, so one paradigm that kind of works quite well and feels like it's a pretty robust solution is we have ways of actually collecting data. We do need to scale them up, but we do have methods from human powered in the sense that we can send people out with cameras, phones, etc. to take observations. We can place cameras in situ out in the environment, and they can collect images for us. And then through machine learning or computer vision models, we can actually perform classification. So this is quite nice because we've decoupled expertise required to make observations from the people actually collecting the data. So people collect the data, and then we use models to actually to do the analysis. And so if we think about the conventional machine learning pipeline required here, we've got images, annotations, it goes through some kind of training loop, and it produces a model that we can then deploy on phones, or we can deploy on the cloud, for instance. One of the challenges, though, with this kind of biodiversity data that I've been alluding to is the fact that, we require basically expertise to do this annotation. So this is not necessarily knowledge that most of us have in many cases. These are potentially very fine-grained, very visually similar species, and yet we need to be able to extract enough training data to be able to parameterize those models. So, there's a role for community scientists, and potentially that's another mechanism by which we can increase the amount of annotation we can get. One of the other things I think that makes it slightly different from many conventional computer vision tasks is that there's actually rich metadata that is available. And this metadata is actually of the form that's going to enable us potentially to perform better. And so I've been intentionally kind of slightly vague about what I mean by those things, but really today in the talk, I'm going to talk about 3 ways in which I think three different directions we've been exploring to try and address some of these problems. So that includes improving human expertise through teaching algorithms. That involves using metadata in the form of contextual information to improve our classifiers, and then fundamentally the kind of underlying data sets that we need to build to be able to parameterize these models. Okay, so and I'll stop, I guess, along the way if there's questions from people, but I'll certainly have time at the end for questions as well. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is the data sets themselves. So this is joint work with people at Cornell, Caltech, and Google, and the primary author on this paper is Grant Van Horn. And so this is a project called the iNaturalist Species Classification and Detection Dataset. Okay, so what is that? What does that mean? So the iNaturalist data set, if you're familiar with large-scale data sets in computer vision, you might have heard of things like ImageNet, for example. You could think of the iNaturalist data set as an ImageNet for the natural world. So this is a large collection of images that's still around the scale of the ImageNet data set, and from images from many different species, so 5,000 to 8,000 different species. It's a data set that has a long tail distribution in the sense that some things are more prevalent than others. And unlike a lot of these conventional computer vision and machine learning data sets that have been kind of collected by researchers for the purposes of just testing out algorithms, this is data that's being contributed by real community scientists or citizen scientists in the wild as users of this platform called iNaturalist. Okay, so iNaturalist, if you haven't heard of it, it's this really cool website and app where you can go out into the wild, take photographs of things, and upload them to iNaturalist. And through computer vision and through the power of the crowd, it will tell you what you've observed. And so this is a platform for observing and sharing biodiversity data. And so, for instance, here, this is a photograph I took down the street in Edinburgh a few weeks back. So I uploaded this, and with the help of the computer vision algorithm, I thought it was a white wagtail. And then other people kind of jumped in and told me, okay, yeah, you know what, this is a subspecies of the white wagtail. This is a pied wagtail. And so this is kind of cool. So, through the crowd, I was able to learn something, and we were able to kind of resolve this observation and turn it into maybe something then that's useful for science. So the other side of this is that this is actually now a huge repository of data. This is a repository of raw images and a repository of annotation, so high quality labels that is associated with each image. And so here's an example of some of these are some examples of the kind of variety of images that you get there from, many different forms of life. One thing I alluded to that makes this data set quite different from conventional computer vision data sets is inherently the long tail distribution. Okay, so what do I mean by that? So in this plot, I'm showing on the vertical axis the number of training images, and on the horizontal axis is the number of classes sorted, okay? So if you think of something like ImageNet, ImageNet has about 1,000 images per class, and there's about 1,000 classes. So you have this nice flat distribution. Something like iNaturalist more closely follows the kind of thing that you might expect to see in the real world. Some things are just much more common than others, and other things are inherently just much more rare. And this is kind of a fact of life. It's something that we have to deal with, and it's something that we certainly need to test the limits of our machine learning and computer vision systems on. The other challenge that is exhibited in this data set that we built is that inherently these tasks are quite difficult. These are tasks where there's a lot of within class variation. So for instance, here's a marble salamander, and from larva to adult, this thing actually looks quite different. And the computer vision systems that we build ultimately they're tasked with having to classify this to the correct species. Other challenges are things like there's a lot of, there's very small between class variation sometimes. So these are two different species of moth. And if you didn't know any better, you might think they were the same, but actually, if you look at the wing pattern, apparently you can determine that these are actually two different species. So again, a pretty challenging visual classification task. And again, this is just another kind of like hammering that point home. We've got very similar different species and actually a lot of variation in those species. So, those are variation because of pose of the animal, variation because of just bad photographs sometimes. And yet these are all things that ultimately we need to be able to deal with in the models that we build. And so just to give a bit of a sense of the iNaturalist data set. So if the data is kind of derived from 13 kind of coarse super categories. So those things are like plants, insects, birds, reptiles, mammals, etc. And this image here gives a kind of an idea of what the distribution of those images look like. So people love birds. People love taking pictures of birds. So there's lots of birds in the data set, lots of plants, insects, and mammals, and so on. So there's about 600,000 training images in total. The other thing that we have as part of this data set is actually bounding boxes. So this allows us to kind of train detection models so that can actually localize, not just say what it is, but where is the item of interest in an image. And so while it's challenging to provide boxes for all categories, so things like plants are a bit more hard to define in that sense, we do have boxes across 9 of these broader super category groups. Okay, and so one thing we've been doing, so, it's one thing putting this data set out there, but what we've been trying to achieve with this is to try and get a sense, how good are we currently doing? How good are the computer vision models that we're training at generalizing to these kinds of challenging real world natural tasks? And so what we've done over the last few years is we've conducted a series of challenges, basically. So we have different instances of the data set every year, and the different years kind of focus on different perspectives of the problem or different angles on it. So the first year was the first instance, we had 5,000 classes, and we had this kind of long tail distribution. The next year, we kind of highlighted the taxonomy that's inherent in natural categories. So you have this visual relationship, in a sense, between different levels in that natural taxonomy. And in the most recent competition, we focused in on the kind of hard or really difficult pairs of tasks. Yeah, and so these are competitions that are on Kaggle. You can go now and look at those results. But kind of importantly, the nice thing about this is it serves as a tool for us to kind of benchmark. So there's held out data, that's test data that always exists on these Kaggle competition pages. And so you can download the iNaturalist data set, train your own model and upload it and see how well you perform on these tasks. And so actually, I should mention this is work we've done in conjunction with the FGVC workshop at CVPR, the Computer Vision Conference. Okay, so this all sounds great. It kind of seems like we've got all the data, we're done. But if we delve into the problem a bit more, we kind of see some of the ramifications of this long tail problem that I highlighted. So what am I showing here is, on the vertical axis, we're seeing the test accuracy. Okay, so this is focusing in on the results of one model from the 2018 version of the iNaturalist dataset. So this is accuracy on the vertical axis, and on the horizontal axis, what we've done is we've binned the training examples based on the number, binned the classes based on the number of training examples they have. So on the very left-hand side, we have classes that have 0 to 10 training images, and then we increase the number of training images all the way up to 1,000. And so maybe it's not surprising, as we increase the number, we actually we increase performance. So more training data for a class, it does better, kind of intuitive. You know, it's kind of great that we're doing whatever, around 90% maybe on average. That does still mean that we're missing, you know, 1 in 10, which is maybe still problematic. But there's certainly a big problem when we go down to the other end of the spectrum, where we have a massive reduction in training examples. And the kind of reality of this is that, you know, we will be sitting around a long time waiting for us to get thousands of examples for some of these really rarely observed species. And so we really need to think about ways of improving accuracy in this kind of low shot regime. And kind of just to hammer that point home, if we look on iNaturalist now, they've got currently observations from 300,000 different species. So, you know, most of those species don't have many images, and yet we're going to still have to figure out how to build models that's robust to that. Okay, so that maybe is painting also a slightly glib picture, but one direction we've taken recently is to try and understand how can we exploit additional information that's actually available with these observations to improve our classifiers. And so specifically, the question we're asking is, how can we use information such as where, when, and who captured or who took that photograph to help determine its class? And so this kind of falls into this question of like the metadata that's available and how we can use that metadata to improve our performance. Yeah, so I'm going to highlight a piece of work that we recently done, and this is with Eli Cole and Pietro Perona at Caltech. Okay, so the kind of the conventional image classification problem as set up is basically given an image I, what's the class, what's the species that's in that image. The reality, like we said, is that we have many visually similar species. So we might have the European toad or the spiny toad. They look pretty similar to me. And for the vision algorithm, you know, this is going to be a challenging task to discriminate between these two. In practice, you know, if you observe their geographical distribution, what you find is that the spiny toad, actually, you tend to find them more around Spain, maybe slightly North Africa, whereas the European toad is not really present in those locations. So just to kind of, to be clear what you're seeing, so these are kind of a predicted distribution of where that species is likely to occur. And so the conventional machine learning or computer vision algorithms, they kind of ignore that very important piece of information, where it is, the context. Whereas that's something that an expert out in the field is likely to really latch onto to be able to help them disambiguate these challenging cases. So, you know, we can kind of reformulate this problem. So what's the species or what's the class in this image, given that it was taken in this location? So location or maybe time of year, for instance, as well. We kind of factorize out that distribution into, you know, the image classifier. So the conventional classifiers we've been talking about up until this point, and a new component, which is now some kind of spatial temporal prior. So some way of encoding which species are likely to be in which location. So there's been work related to this problem. So, you know, work related to how do you use this additional context to improve the performance of your image classifiers. And so one kind of strand of work was exemplified in this BirdSnap paper from a few years ago. And so there they basically build up these non-parametric models. So you can think of discretizing the surface of the Earth into a bunch of bins and counting in each bin how many times a particular toad was present. And so you can use that as a kind of a prior to help your classifier. And so while this works, it does introduce some challenges because you now have this kind of huge memory consumption problem. So, you know, while that data structure is mostly sparse, you still have to like discretize this thing up, store data for everywhere, for all species. It's really quite expensive. Another way to tackle this problem is to kind of jointly train deep networks with images and the context information. So just like plug both of those strands of information into the deep network and let the deep network figure out how to use it. And so I think this is a cool idea and this works. The downside is that you really need kind of coupled data in the sense that you need observations in the form of images and you need to know where those images were taken. And so what we've decided to do is to kind of take an orthogonal approach, maybe more inspired by the species distribution modeling community, and build up separately spatial temporal priors that can be trained on any sources of data, even if they don't have images, that can be then combined with our image classifiers. And so just to clarify, to illustrate what I mean by that, so we have our classifier from before, makes a prediction of which species is present given the image. And then we have a prior, a spatial temporal prior. So you could think of this in its own right as some kind of neural network that takes in some encoding of location and time, and then produces itself out a distribution of, which animals tend to be observed in this particular location. And we can combine those two things together then to ultimately, hopefully, improve our performance. Okay, so one of the challenges, though, that we now face is that we don't have exhaustive information about where everything is and where everything is not. On these types of websites and data sets like the ones provided by iNaturalist, we have this kind of presence only or incidental observation. So basically, we know that someone's seen an oriental magpie where each of these blue dots are. We don't know if there's none in Japan because nobody's looking for it in Japan, or the user base is very small for iNat in Japan. And so the challenge then is we've got to basically make use of this kind of one-sided or positive only training data. But we do know, who took the photo, where they took it, when they took it, and what they took it of. So we can kind of assume that we know the species present in that observation at training time. Okay, so just to kind of like hammer this home, during training, we basically have information about location and time. We've got the class label, and so we've got some ID of the photographer. And so, we have n different instances of this, and we're going to use this to basically train a model that can take X as input and predict the Y, for example. And so in this work, we decided to take this perspective on it, that what we'd like to do is jointly model all of these entities. So we'd like to model the photographers, so the people taking the photos, the things they're taking photos of, and where they're taking the photos. And so that kind of naturally allows us to capture relations like an object or a species affinity for a particular location, Y, or a photographer in the same way might have an affinity for a particular object. So, I might like taking pictures of birds in Edinburgh. And in the same way, I might have a geographical bias. It might be unlikely that I'll take a picture of something in Korea in the next few weeks. And so what we'd like to be able to do is capture all of those relationships together. And so the approach we took is that we basically embed all of these entities into a shared common embedding space. And so what do I mean by that is we have our photographers, P, so the set of photographers. We've got our set of species, and we can kind of project them into some high dimensional space. And the idea being that, like, if you're close in that high dimensional space, you have some kind of affinity for each other. So if two species are close to each other in that space, the assumption is that they're likely to have a similar geographic distribution. Or, if I'm similar to another photographer, I'm also likely to have a similar geographical distribution to that photographer. And then what we can do is we can train a function or a network, deep network, to project from a location into this common embedding space. And now we basically have the ingredients for this for these relationships I talked about. So for a given location, I can now look up in a sense, or see the things that are close by that that embedding of that location, and that encodes the likelihood that you might observe that thing in that location. So for instance, for these 4 different species here, these triangles, they're embedded close to this blue dot, and so you could argue that there's a increased chance that you might actually observe that entity in that location, and a decreased chance that you would see something that's further away. Yeah. Okay, so I'm really going to gloss over basically the details here in this, but just to give you some flavor of what this involves. So what we have to do is learn these 3 components, basically. We have to learn the parameters of that function that's going to encode location and time into that embedding space. We're going to have to learn an embedding for each of the different species that we care about, and also each of the different photographers that we care about. And so we can frame this all as a simple kind of training objective, and we can train to solve for basically each of these sets of parameters jointly from this presence-only data that we observed from iNaturalist. Okay, so what does that give us? It gives us a model where we can now basically look up any location on the surface of the Earth and predict how likely a given species is to occur there. And so the nice thing about this approach now is that we don't rely or don't require any discretization of input data. We can we've compressed that in a sense. It's implicitly encoded inside of the weights of this network. And so we have this now ability to take any continuous location or continuous time of year and be able to predict the presence of any given species there. Okay, so apologies if this is a bit small on your screen, but what this enables us to do then is we can look at different times of year, for instance. So we can make predictions for wood thrushes in January or May or September, and we can kind of see migratory behavior where they're mostly around Central America in January, and then they move up in May to more North America and so on. And we can do this, across a whole raft of species because we train this whole thing jointly. And so, for instance, we observe similar types of behavior for these monarchs. We see that the African bush elephant doesn't necessarily change its location. And for the Western honeybee, maybe this is a good example of kind of highlighting the geographical limitations of these data sets. So, there may very well be many of these species in Russia. We just don't actually have that data at the moment to parameterize the models. Okay, so in the next, instead of going into the details of how I train this, what I wanted to do is kind of give some intuition into the kinds of relationships that these models can now capture. So what we see here is a low-dimensional projection of the species embedding. So remember, I told you before, we have to learn a way to embed our species in some high-dimensional space. So we can project these down into a two-dimensional space using UMAP, TS&E. And then we can kind of like visualize the relationships that are encoded in that. And so each of these dots is a different species that's been encoded by the model. And so kind of interestingly, if you look at two species, for example, so these two species represented by these two dots that are close to each other, if you look at the resulting geographical distribution or their affinity for different locations, you can see that they share, a lot of commonality. And two species that are in completely different parts of the space have a very different preference. So, kind of maybe not so surprisingly, we've trained to achieve this kind of objective, but we see this nice kind of clustering that happens inside of the space. And this is a short video that kind of like walks around this embedding space here, and it's going to visualize the distributions, and you see the name of the species on top. So hopefully the video comes across on your screens as well. And so you can kind of see this smoothness in the sense that nearby locations tend to project to similar geographic locations. And maybe to kind of make it clear, in practice, what I'm doing here is I'm basically densely running my neural network at every location on the Earth and seeing what affinity it has for a given species, and then I change species and do the same thing again. Okay, another thing we can kind of investigate is what kind of encoding has the model learned for location, for instance. And so what we're seeing here is, if you remember, we have this decoupled location encoder. We have our species or object encoding, which we just looked at. And then we have a photographer encoding. But if we look, and again, in a similar way, visualize a low dimensional projection of the location encoder. So again, we've taken this high dimensional encoding of each continuous location, and we've projected it down to RGB colors, basically, just to see what it looks like. We can kind of see this kind of smoothness in the sense that nearby geographic locations tend to support, according to this model, similar types of species, and we see very different behavior and very, of course, in different land masses. And again, maybe not so surprising. It's kind of intuitively what we would hope and expect to see. And again, showing a similar property for the photographers, so we can kind of collapse all our photographers and see where do people in this data set tend to be. And this perhaps kind of highlights the biases or limitations in a data set like this, where we have this kind of very North American, European-centric data sets, and New Zealand as well. And so what we'd love to do, obviously, is to fill in these gaps and get more contributions from other parts of the world, especially parts of the world that have, some of the most biodiverse ecosystems.
Can I ask a question about that slide about why there's so many people? And I think that's like Siberia across the Bering Strait there.
Yeah, I think there's like definitely some interesting questions around like how location gets represented and encoded in these networks, and then implicit kind of biases that these networks introduce and spatial smoothness that they do. So I think that this is an artifact of data rather than there's secretly a big population there that we're not aware of. So it's a good limitation that you flagged. Great. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to show is basically to highlight this point that this shared embedding space basically allows us to capture a few different types of relationships. So this now is a low dimensional projection of photographers. So again, we've taken the most active photographers in our data set. So each photographer has taken, many different images potentially. And so if we look at a given pair of photographers, so for example, A and B, we can plot those on top of our, sorry, it's a bit convoluted, but we can plot those on top of our species low dimensional projection. So this is the projection from species, this is photographers. And so what this is basically showing you is that there's a very similar affinity for species that photographers, for photographers that are very similar in that embedding space. So again, if I am taking very similar photographs to someone else, I'm going to be projected in a very similar location, that embedding space, and as a result, the model kind of naturally captures that affinity I have for, and that other person has for a given set of species. And in a similar way, if we look at photographer C, which is somewhere else in the space, they have kind of like a very different bias for the kinds of images that they take. So this is kind of like a very like weak or kind of soft model now that we have for like encoding like a person's preferences for the kinds of things that they take images of. Okay, so, to quantify this a bit more, instead of just talking about nice images, we can kind of actually see what impact this has if we combine it with our image classifier. So if you recall from a few minutes ago, I talked a bit about the iNaturalist competitions. And so these are kind of challenges where we can now evaluate image classification performance. What we can do is we can take those classifiers and we can combine them now with this new spatial temporal prior, and we can see what improvement we actually get in downstream classification performance. And the combination is kind of as illustrated here. We get our prediction from our image classifier, and then we just combine that in a very trivial way. We just combine these two things together to get a final posterior over the classes. Okay, so this is the iNaturalist 2017 validation set. This is just the performance of the image classifier on its own. So this is a model that doesn't get to use a spatial temporal prior, and we're getting a top one accuracy around 63–64%. If we add our spatial temporal prior, we get quite a big increase in performance. And so, the thing to bear in mind here is this is a 5,000 way classification task. So these kind of increases of like, over 10% are pretty significant, especially because it's a very, in some sense, simple addition that we've had to do. And that actually compares quite favorably to a lot of these other related methods that I alluded to in the related work. And so again, just to highlight, so here higher is better in the sense that we want to get better performance. We can look at the 2018 different split of the data set, and it's really the same kind of picture. So, combining the prior with the image classifier, we get a big improvement in performance, and again, performs quite favorably to all these other approaches, which also in their own right have kind of limitations in terms of how much data they have to store and so on. So the kind of result of our model is something actually quite compact that in a couple of megabytes, something you conceivably deploy on a phone as well, can give you such good performance. Okay, so maybe the last thing to kind of highlight here. So if you go to our project website, there's a demo you can click on, and so you can kind of try out the prior and see what it looks like. And so it's basically, when you type in a species, it'll run this prediction densely across everywhere on the globe. And this model has been trained on one of the iNat splits. So I think it's on the 2017 one. So it's not going to have all species, it'll have about 5,000 different ones. Okay, maybe I can pause for a second actually, and in case there's any questions, I can take questions. And I've got maybe about 10–15 more minutes of stuff I'd love to share as well.
Are there any questions from the audience at this point? I have some, but I'll save mine for the end.
All right, I'll keep going. I can't see the chat, so in case there's any chat messages, maybe Andrew, you could flag them for me.
Yeah,
they do pop up.
I'm watching the chat. There's nothing so far.
Great, thanks. Okay, so the last thing I want to talk today about is this point I kind of briefly mentioned at the start is we have experts, we have enthusiasts, people that really want to contribute. So what is the role for AI and machine learning to improve the ability of these people? So how can we make them better at these tasks? So how can we teach them how to become better naturalists or better citizen scientists? Okay, and the kind of question that we've been interested in asking is, can we design teaching algorithms that will enable humans to become better at visual categorization? Okay, and so, why is this useful? So it kind of motivating it from the biodiversity point of view, if I've learned how to identify these species more readily and easily and accurately in the field, I can provide more useful data. It's also valuable because sometimes our cameras are just, they are just not as good as our eyes. And so you now have people who can go out there and actually like make these observations themselves, or they can attend to interesting things to observe. But, beyond kind of these biodiversity applications, there's other tasks that can be easily framed as these kind of visual classification or categorization tasks. So, it might be important, or it is important to know if you're going to eat something that's poisonous or not, and you would benefit from being able to kind of visually classify if something is dangerous or not. But, in other domains, like in medicine, you might be a pathologist, for example, and spend a lot of your time looking at cancer tissue samples, and you want to be able to visually identify if something is cancerous or not. And so again, these can all be framed as this visual categorization task. And the question really that we're interested in is, can we develop algorithms that can improve your classification ability? And the reason this is challenging is for all the reasons that this is challenging for the computer vision algorithm. So we've got very visually similar species. We've got a lot of within class variation that you need to cope with and deal with. But also you've got problems around kind of maybe what you could call attribution. So which pixels are ultimately responsible for this being called a gray heron? So as a complete novice birder, I know it's not the background, but is it the bill or the beak, or is it the the hair on top? So basically, you as the novice learner are tasked with understanding and learning this relationship between raw pixels and class output. Okay, so kind of to set this problem up a bit more, so you could think of it as we have some target hypothesis that we wish to teach the learner. So that target hypothesis might be how to correctly classify different bird species, or how to determine if a tissue sample is cancerous or not. We have a machine teaching algorithm. So this is going to be a machine learning based algorithm that's going to try to impart that knowledge onto the human learner. And so clearly we can't just transmit those parameters directly into their brain. We have a kind of a much more limited or impoverished communication channel. So what we can do is we can provide examples in the form of images and labels, and then maybe we can get some feedback from the learner about what they think that particular image might be. And so in a sense, we could think that we're trying to estimate this learner hypothesis. What is it that they think, and slowly guide them over time towards to correctly using the right hypothesis for the task. Okay, so for teaching visual expertise, you could kind of think of this as that we have some limited set of images with labels already associated with them. So images of birds and the class labels. We're going to have a model of this learner, how they learn, the human learner, and the teaching algorithm is going to basically interact with that model and the learner to ultimately generate a sequence of instructional examples to show them. And so the kind of fundamental assumption here is that not all teaching examples are equally informative, and that if we can pick a subset that are useful, we can actually help people learn much more efficiently, because they don't have to wade through all the stuff that's not informative or bad images, or also stuff that they've already know. We can kind of adaptively figure out their strengths and their weaknesses to improve their performance. So, maybe an analogy I should have made earlier on is you could think of like a website like Duolingo, which enables you to kind of learn second languages. We could think of like an AI-powered supercharged version of that for learning visual knowledge and applying it in this domain. Okay, so there's a huge amount of work already out there in computational models for education, but also in machine teaching. And so those are kind of go from very theoretical machine learning based papers, papers that are concerned with teaching decision tasks, so different kinds of knowledge. There's also maybe things that people might be more familiar with. So things like space repetition models. So if you've ever kind of tried to learn via flashcards, we have all these kind of systems and approaches for kind of like spacing out or spacing that those tasks so that you can target your memory deficiencies. And to some extent, there's kind of slightly less exploration of this visual teaching problem. But yeah, let me kind of highlight how a conventional machine teaching approach would work for teaching visual categories, and at the same time highlight a deficiency of that. So the way that these things would typically be set up is you'd be presented with an image by the algorithm. So it selects an image to show you, and then it would ask you, okay, what species is this? And so then you make a guess, and it tells you, okay, you know what, you were wrong. This is the Connecticut warbler. And so the problem here is that this is quite a limited set of information that you get. This is quite different from learning from a human expert. A human expert would kind of say like, okay, you know what, you need to look at the eye. That's the really discriminative and important part for these species. It's the thing that will enable you to tell the difference. And so clearly that's a much more richer form of information than the simple label feedback that a simple teaching algorithm might provide. And so with that kind of intuition in mind, we've worked on this project with collaborators at Caltech and University of Chicago about teaching algorithms for teaching visual knowledge to humans, but employing explanations as a core part of that approach. Okay, so I'm not really, again, I'm going to gloss over this reasonably quickly, and my aim or hope is just to give you a very high level intuition as to what's going on. And I definitely refer you to the papers or if there's questions afterwards for more detail. So the kind of, the assumptions that we make initially is that we have some low dimensional encoding of our images. So the idea being that like we encode each image here as an X, and so images that are somehow perceived by humans to be visually similar are close by, and ones that are different are further away. We're also going to assume that we have access to a set of explanations. So this, for each image, we basically have a mapping from the label to the actual pixels themselves. And so what we can do for this is that, you know, we could get an expert to come in and manually kind of annotate all of the images and highlight the regions of importance for a given label. But the direction we took instead in this paper is to basically leverage recent advances in kind of explainable computer vision models. And so we can use these very quite simple, but actually reasonably informative kind of class activation maps, or these kind of like attention-based explanations that kind of highlight which part of the image has been informative for a computer vision model. And the kind of big leap we're making here is that those explanations will potentially be kind of useful for humans as well. And so this kind of toy example, we see that this monarch and viceroy, which are two very visually similar butterflies, but actually, if you kind of look at the wing here, it's this stripe along the wing is the thing, it's the tell that enables you to determine the different species. Okay, so the last thing that we're going to assume we have is access to is a set of hypotheses. Okay, so what do I mean? So if you recall from a minute ago, I said that the teacher is trying to teach a target hypothesis to the learner. So this is our green hypothesis. This represented as this linear classifier. So, you know, blue dots are this species, and red dots are this other species, and we're ultimately trying to teach the human learners so that they're able to correctly discriminate between those two items, those two sets of items. These other hypotheses, you could think of these as like different schools of thought or different biases that a given learner might have a priori before they've even done the task. So, you know, maybe I think actually these things could be separated by the shape of the body, or it's the body color, or maybe it's the length of the bill. And so you can imagine if we had access to this kind of discrete set of these things, these kind of cover pretty well the different biases that different learners would have. And now the teacher, all their tasked with doing is try to, like, in some sense, invalidate those hypotheses. The teacher has to show the learner example items that kind of invalidate a hypothesis that they have, so that they ultimately switch to a different one, and the idea being that we would guide them towards the correct hypothesis. Okay, so, you know, again, the computational problem here is how do we select a set of teaching items, T, so you can think of these tuples as the image, the label, and an explanation, so that we can ultimately teach the learner the target hypothesis. And again, so I'm going to breeze through these next few slides, but the main takeaway message is that if we have a model of the learner, so for example, a very simple posterior, which is, you know, given the set of teaching examples that have been shown to date, how probable is it that the learner is using this given hypothesis H? So given that model of them, we can then use that to basically guide the selection of the next item to show them. And so in a very quick way, you could think of it as we want to have some prior over hypotheses. So some might be more likely than others. We want to have some kind of likelihood of, like, if the user was using this hypothesis, how consistent is this with the decisions that they've made? And then we also want to measure basically the utility or the value of an explanation. And so what do I mean by that? I mean that some explanations are going to be more easy to understand or informative to the learner. And in that sense, that will allow the learner to more rapidly, discount or invalidate an incorrect hypothesis. If something is easier to understand, it's going to enable you to kind of like change your beliefs more quickly. And the teacher, in the same sense, is like targeting these good or interpretable explanations to be able to try and more rapidly increase the learner's performance. Okay, so I apologize, I zipped through that at incredible pace, but the main takeaway message there is to think that now we have this posterior, so given a set of items that we've shown the learner, we're now able to estimate how likely they are to use a given hypothesis H. We know the associated error with each hypothesis because we have the ground truth labels, and so then the teacher's goal basically is to try and determine which items to present to the learner so that we end up having the highest probability with the hypothesis that has the lowest error. Okay, so we're just trying to select for the largest reduction in the expected error. And so we could just treat this as kind of like an online optimization problem and just greedily add a new item to this teaching set every time to try and decrease, to get this largest reduction. Okay, so let me just very briefly talk through some of these experiments. So we started, I guess, maybe 10 minutes late. So I guess maybe I have about 5 minutes left, I think. Okay, so the kinds of experiments we do to test the performance of these models is that we run experiments online. So you could think of doing this with like users on iNaturalist or Mechanical Turk, for example. And so the way this works is we typically run a tutorial to familiarize the participants with this teaching interface that we're going to show them. Then we're going to teach them. So that means we're going to show them a sequence of items, of images, and they're going to get feedback at each iteration. And so the idea is like this is the teaching phase where they hopefully will learn. And at the end of that, we'll actually test them to see how well see how much they've learned. Okay, so to drill into that in a bit more detail, in practice, what you would see if you were a learner using this interface is you'd be presented with an image. You're asked, okay, what species is this? Then you make a guess, and then the teacher will say, okay, you're wrong, for instance, and you're wrong, and this is the explanation. Okay, so this is the feedback. So this is the interaction loop that happens, and so that would be repeated again. The teacher now will, decide the next item to show the learner. The learner will make a decision, and so the underlying assumption here is that the learner is gradually changing their belief, and that's being influenced by the teacher. Okay, so I'll show some results, and I'll show a non-biodiversity related one first, and then I'll show a biodiversity one. And so this is a nice example because this basically looks like an alien planet. So these are actually images of the human retina. And so these are retina images where there's 3 different conditions. So there's people who are normal, there's people who have subretinal fluid, this is kind of tearing of the retina layers. So you're looking basically at the layers of the back of the eye, and there's people who have macular edema and other kind of pathology. So again, this is a data set we've collected with collaborators at UCSF, and so this is about 1,000 images in 3 classes. And so what's happening here is that the teacher is going to select a subset of these examples to show to the learner, and the learner's goal is to be able to, at the end of teaching, see how well they can actually perform this classification task themselves. And just to give a bit of insight, so this is the types of explanations that we would automatically extract. So the model is kind of like fixated, you could argue, on this kind of tearing in the retina in this particular instance. And similarly in the macular edema, it's looked at these kind of holes in the top layers. Okay, so what am I showing you here? So this is the results for these experiments. So what we do in practice is that we get a whole bunch of participants, we randomly assign them to a different teaching algorithm, and then we measure their performance. And so the simplest teaching algorithm is just randomly show people images. And so what we observe in this case, if we just use random selection as our form of teaching algorithm, is that people don't perform very well, basically. So the vertical axis is the number of participants, and the horizontal axis is the test accuracy. So you can see that most participants basically get around 40% accuracy. So random chance would get you around 30%. So they've learned something maybe, but actually really not that much. What we would like, obviously, is that most people are doing quite well, and they're up here. explanations are actually quite powerful. So if you still randomly select images, but also show an explanation with them. So again, these free to generate explanations, there's quite a big improvement in performance. So no smart teaching algorithms. And then if we teach learners, different sets of learners in each of these particular cases, we teach them with our algorithm, we tend to observe that there's a consistently better performance that they have at the end of the teaching experiments. Okay, so last example that I'll show you is a species classification example. So we have two or three reasonably similar species and two quite different ones. And so again, the learner has to learn how to classify these into one of 5 different species. And again, random does okay, but actually our approach on average seems to do quite a lot better. So, in a sense, what I've shown here is that given a model of how the learner incorporates new information, we can basically design teaching algorithms that enable us to kind of improve the visual categorization or classification performance of these people in these kind of simple interactive settings. So the next kind of logical step is, what's next for these types of experiments? So like, these are relatively small scale teaching, small numbers of people, small number of categories. The next question really is like, how do we scale these types of models up to like teaching thousands of people simultaneously and teaching potentially thousands of different categories? What we'd love to be able to do is, me as a novice, I could log on to some website and I could start learning how to discriminate between these really visually challenging concepts, like different species of birds, for example. And so, the hope is that this kind of engagement or loop is going to enable me then to go out into the world and collect more useful and valuable data. And so actually, this is an interesting project at eBird, so from the Cornell Lab of Ornithology. And so here they have a quiz interface where you can log on and you can basically do these quizzes and figure out how good you are at identifying different birds. And so there's no teaching algorithms behind this, but it basically gives you a flavor of what that might actually look like. Okay, so in wrapping up, basically, I've talked about broadly 3 different ways in which I think we can use humans implicitly inside of this loop to improve the performance of our visual classification algorithms. And so that included things like improving humans classification performance, utilizing metadata in the form of location context to improve our classifiers, and fundamentally just like new data sets to be able to push the limits of these challenges. And maybe the thing I want to leave you with is that, like, in some sense, this is great. We're making a lot of progress. Advances in deep learning have enabled us to perform really well in some of these tasks. But it's kind of one specific part of the task. Now we have models that can tell you the species from the image, which is great. But there's so much more that we would want to do. We might want to know if it's a male or a female, the life stage, the behavior, the health, the actual individual. And so all of these things are going to contribute to a much greater understanding of the health of our ecosystems. And it's clear that the paradigms we have now are not particularly scalable. We're going to need a lot of supervised data to be able to answer all these questions. And so I think we need to fundamentally, like, not necessarily rethink, but like really like push forward and figure out how to address like these large scale problems and advance kind of machine learning and computer vision to do that. Yeah, so I will stop now, and big thanks to all of you for paying attention, and I apologize for going so fast. You'll find more information on my website, and I'd also like to thank all of the people who are also involved in these projects as well.
Thanks for the awesome talk. Very interesting. I think we'll eat some of our break time here and have a few questions. So if there are questions from the audience, either write them in chat or go ahead and unmute yourself. I guess I'll kick things off. One thing that really strikes me about your work is that it's both very technically deep, right? It's appearing in these top tier computer vision conferences, and also really impactful in terms of solving interesting problems in the world. And I've seen my own experience; those things don't always coincide, and just wondering if you have kind of thoughts about how you balance those two aspects of things.
Okay, so first, I think that's very complimentary. I'm not sure if I would subscribe all that to, definitely not all to me. I think the challenge is definitely you know, these types of tasks elicit like new forms of problems that we're kind of grappling with now in machine learning computer vision, like long tail. I mean, people have been doing this for some time, but you know, we're much more aware of the impact of those things. I think impact is huge, and I guess the only advice I would have, or I've just been really lucky to have very good collaborators, so people who can readily take the product of these types of this type of work and put it into application. So you know, I think that's kind of that's been the secret, I guess, in some sense, to that success. And what advice would I give is that, you know, yeah, I guess to some extent, do your research, make sure you make those fundamental contributions. But at the same time, if this stuff can be accessible and available to people who can run with it, and you can engage with the right people, then it can really amplify the impact that you can have.
Any questions from the audience here? I'm sorry, my bird clock is going off right now.
I've got a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi again. Thanks for a great talk. I guess following on from the previous question, when you're, say, take the iNaturalist challenge, it's a domain-specific machine learning problem.
Mm-hmm.
In your experience looking over this challenge, have a lot of the main boosts come from domain-specific information or through more general machine learning techniques? So, you know, you talked about your explicitly taking into account spatial temporal information. That seemed like it gave a big boost, but also that seems specific to this challenge. Whereas alternatively, you've got a lot of long tail research going on in the machine learning community in general. How much does that help as opposed to the former thing I mentioned?
Yeah, it's a good question. So, you know, I think one thing that we've all been struck by is how easy it is for people to apply the state of the art and general solutions in computer vision to get really good performance on these tasks. So the cool thing kind of is that to some extent, these problems seem no different to the computer vision models once you have enough data. And so that's been a real kind of like take home message for us, that like, if you can get the data, stuff can work quite well. There's certainly instances like you alluded to where you can do better when you make some domain specific assumptions. But I guess I would maybe kind of argue that we're not going too crazy. We're not making like unreasonable assumptions that wouldn't actually apply to other domains as well. So I think if you look back at the Kaggle results, winning results, you won't be too surprised by the kinds of solutions that wins. It's like bigger models, lots of ensembling, you know, these kinds of questions, and so, or these kinds of solutions. So in that sense, I don't think people have like massively benefited by exploiting specific properties of this domain, which is a good thing, I think.
Okay, thanks.
I have a quick question. Thanks for the great talk. In your experiment about visual explanations, did you find any agreement between the people, not between person and the machine, but between the people? And then second question is like more about incentives of people, like eBirds people kind of participate because they are passionate about birds and so on. But a lot of times in crowdsourcing or crowd computing, or even like active learning scenarios, in reinforcement learning, learning by demonstration scenarios, users don't have much of the control over the data beyond just being there for data labeling. So previous question from Sagar was really interesting, because what role they play in this kind of like entire ecosystem? Are they just like data labelers to advance machine learning research, or should they own more in this space when we talk about data governance and justice and social good aspects?
Yeah, two good questions. So maybe tackling your second question first. So yeah, it's definitely wrong in these applications to think of people as just like robots who will do annotation for us. So clearly people are much more actively engaged in the data collection. They're very passionate about the problem. These are people who contribute to these types of projects because they really care about them, and there's a really engaged communities of people. And so I think that's a great resource for machine learning computer vision practitioners, because if you can figure out solutions that complement those skills and that that supercharge their ability, that's really going to work to your favor and help. Like maybe one example speaking to this question in the context of the teaching stuff is, it's really hard to teach someone that's not motivated, and we've kind of sidestepped that problem to some extent by working in these kind of domains where people really actually, hopefully ultimately we hope that we will sidestep these problems by working in domains where people actually care about the output. They want to fundamentally get better themselves. So Okay, I'm not sure, did that really answer your question specifically, but that's kind of some general comments on that. And then maybe very quickly on the first part of your question, this notion, was there agreement about users for explanation? So I think it's, we've really only kind of like scratched the surface with the explanation stuff. The kinds of explanations we provide are very simple and very simple heuristics in some sense to determine the quality of those explanations. But I think it would be super interesting to think of like how you could extract explanations from the crowd. So, as I learn, I'm going to be forming my own mental explanations of a given topic. And it would be great to extract that from me to be able to communicate that to someone else. So maybe that, if we get there, that might open up some of the questions that you alluded to.
Hi, that's an excellent talk. I have a very general question about the comparison between humans and machines. So for us, we can easily identify the birds, right? Even though we don't know the species, we can segment the out very nicely for the head, the body, everything, right? So in your experience, what do you feel like the machine learning algorithm, are they really just doing the label training thing without sometimes still use the background, or is it very nicely can be segmented from the background?
Yeah, I mean, kind of riffing on your question, there's clearly like quite complementary skills at play here from the humans and the machine. So like, we inherently have a pretty great ability to generalize. From a reasonably small number of training examples, we can actually generalize quite effectively. The computers, on the other hand, they have a kind of a scaling ability, maybe that kind of hits a limit of our capacity. So while they need a lot of data to learn, they could conceivably, learn thousands of different categories of things. And so that's why I think maybe the teaching direction is exciting, because you could think of like massively increasing the labeling that we can, the labels that we can provide by teaching humans, and they can kind of in some sense generalize much better than the machines to be able to then parameterize and train up those machines. And then kind of on the point that you made, yeah, it's clear that as humans, we use already a lot of context, and we know that it's likely to be a bird that we care about because it's the thing in the middle of the image, whereas the algorithms are going to kind of greedily fixate on any signal or biases that are in the data. And so, I don't know what we can do, like what that kind of line of reasoning will bring us, but it's clear that we need more human-like reasoning inside of these systems, whatever that might be.
Yeah, the follow-up. So the thing that, do you feel like the human loop can get the thing aligned with each other? So like teach the machine really do the bird segmentation, pretty much like a human can do, because you are doing the other way around, right? Try to use the machine.
Yeah. I mean, you can imagine that if we've observed lots of humans learning, we learn something about how low shot is performed. Like basically, learning how to learn through watching humans do it. I think if someone can figure out how to parameterize that well and turn it into like a digestible problem, that could be maybe an interesting avenue for figuring out how to improve the data efficiency of our supervised models now.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
If we had time, I'd like to ask one more question. Thanks, Andrew. So I was very interested in the example you gave of, first of all, thank you for this great talk. And then thank you for that example of when you put a picture of a bird and then you said it was like this white something, and then people responded saying, no, it's this like gray something, or just further clarified what the subspecies was. But in a situation like that, and then also referencing back to the picture you had of those moths and saying that just the difference between two moths is that one of them has bands. So are there ways to use localization techniques in computer vision to do that sort of like expert in the loop training to say like, okay, you made this classification and it's wrong, and here, let me have you focus in on exactly why it was wrong, and here are the differences that you should be looking in on to help these machine learning systems work better?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good example, isn't it? Because that feels quite intuitive. Like that's how you would teach a human. No, you'd say, okay, yeah, good attempt, but actually you need to look here, or you need to look at that. And I guess right now it feels like, I don't know if we have the mechanisms by which we can communicate that information easily. And then also we have these kind of like quite, the ways at which we train these models through stochastic gradient descent, like it's, it's kind of hard for a single data point to influence training that much. Maybe you could argue that's a good thing, but we do have this kind of problem where active learning is a hard thing to do well in these domains. So I definitely agree in spirit with what you're saying, and it'd be cool to think more about how that could work, because that feels like the kind of ways that we could again impart limited supervision to get maximal output.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
We have time for maybe one more quick question, or we can wrap up. See if anyone jumps in here next 5 seconds or so. All right, I guess we'll move on to the next session. Thanks again for the great talk.
Thanks, everyone.
And the excellent discussion afterwards. So I think, is Brian here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Is the plan to just skip the break, or do you want to do a short one?
Let's see if we have the authors for both talks here. Okay. I'm not sure if we have someone from both papers here, actually. So I think I don't want to get too ahead of schedule then. So let's take a few minute break here, and we'll start the next talk in 3 or 4 minutes. Okay, I think we'll go ahead and get started now. So the session has a couple of contributor talks, a lot of spotlight talks that will run along the same lines as before, and then we'll transition immediately to the poster session on Gather. So our first talk is from Yu on the fairness of Lexman allocation.
Okay, cool. So can everyone see my screen? You see the slides? Okay. Oh, sounds good. Hi everyone, I'm very happy today to present our work on the fairness of Lexman in allocation of indivisible chores. This work is done by me and my friend Zijie. We are both from Duke University. So before we go to the real theoretical problem, let me first start with some motivation about this problem. In real life of resource allocation, people always want to get their fair share of resources. But fair allocation of resources is sometimes easy to achieve. Consider this simple setting. Assume I'm a businessman with several partners. We founded a company several years ago. Now, after we sold the company, we need to allocate the money we retrieved from the sale. In this simple setting, the natural way of fair allocation is that if we divide the money into 3 equal portions, and each partner will exactly get 1/3 of the share. So in this settings, the fair allocation of resources is very easy to achieve. However, things might get complicated. Consider this more complicated settings if instead of earning money after we sell the company, we also get bonds. So now we have 2 kinds of different resources. If we have different resources, people might have different preferences over different resources. For example, I may value bonds more than money since I think bonds can provide more long-term gains, while my friend do need cash right now, so he will prefer all of his shares to be cash instead of bonds. So people have different valuation functions, and each resources have different utility for them. So in this setting, it will be a little bit more difficult to allocate these resources fairly. However, this problem of allocating divisible resources has been extensively considered in the 80s and 90s. So now we already know a lot there about how to find fair and efficient solutions for the allocation of divisible resources. But what if we have indivisible resources? For example, now consider this even more complicated settings. If besides money and bonds, we also have laptops or hardware disks, which we can't divide necessarily. So in this case, the problem becomes even more complicated, and a lot of the theorems from the divisible settings cannot apply to indivisible settings. So this problem is called allocation of indivisible resources and was only very recently considered by researchers in the computer algorithm side. Now, if we keep pushing to the even more complicated settings, we will ask, what if we not only have indivisible goods, but we also have indivisible chores? For example, if we also include something like electronic treasures or debts, which no one wants and don't want to deal with. So this problem becomes even more complicated, and this problem is called indivisible allocation of indivisible goods and chores. And this is exactly the problem we are considering in this work. To know that not only people suffer from these concerns, companies, communities, and even nations are facing this resource allocation problem every day. For example, consider the allocation of global climate change responsibilities among the member nations in the treaty. For another example, we can consider the allocation of budget to each city's government. All these problems are instances of the resource allocation of indivisible or divisible goods and chores, and these problems do need an answer from our side. So now we really come interested to this research question. Can we find a way to allocate resources such that each individual or community will get their fair share? To answer this question, we first need to understand 2 important definitions. What do we mean by allocation of resources, and what do we mean by fairness? By allocation of resources, in this work, we specifically consider the following settings. So we have a set of n agents. We have a set of m indivisible items. And each agent I will have a valuation function vi, which maps a set of indivisible items to a real value r. Each people use this valuation function to evaluate each item. And by this valuation function, we can divide items into goods and chores. By goods, we mean that every agent has a positive utility or valuation over the items. By chores, we mean that each agent has a negative utility or valuation for the item. And our goal here is to find an allocation A which partitions M into n disjoint subsets, A1, A2, A3, etc. till AN. Now we know what the allocation is. Next, we will ask, what do we mean by fairness? People have considered various different fairness notions previously, and in this work, the notion we adopt are two important notions. One is called envy freeness. By envy freeness, we have the following definition. Now, allocation A is envy free, or EF, if no agent envies any other agent. However, this envy freeness is not always achievable in indivisible settings. Consider you only have one item, but you have two agents. At least one agent will get no item at all, and he will always get envy against the other agent who gets something. So in indivisible settings, we know that envy freeness is not always achievable. So to handle this problem, researchers come up with various relaxation to EF. One of the strongest relaxation, and the relaxation we consider in this work, is called EFX. It means an allocation is envy-free up to any good, or EFX, if either agent I does not envy agent J at all, or after agent J gives away some goods in her bundle, agent I will not envy against agent J. And the other notion we consider in this work is called proportionality. The proportionality is also a very intuitive fairness notion, which means each agent should get his proportion share. For example, if you have n agents together, then each agent should get at least 1/n of the total share. Similarly, proportionality cannot be achieved in the indivisible setting as well. So in this work, instead, we consider the relaxation of prop, which we call prop 1. It's similar in the definition, which means either this agent is already get his proportional share, or after you give him some extra good, he will be proportional. However, all these definitions and notions are defined on goods. Since in this work, the settings we considered is indivisible goods and chores, the first step we need to go through is to extend these definitions to chores as well. The extension is very natural. So not only you can give him a good, you can also get away a chore from her bundle to make the agent happy. So here I present the extended definition to chores here, but as I said, the extension is very natural. Basically, besides only giving away goods, you can also get some chores. Okay. After this long definition and settings, we are ready to show our main results. The main results we showed in this paper is that the lax-seeming solution actually can be modified to provide compelling fairness guarantees for the case of allocation of indivisible chores. The first set of results is about the original lax-seeming allocation. In the first section, we show that the original lax-seeming allocation A is prop 1 and Pareto optimal when there were 3 or 4 agents in the context of chores allocation with additive utilities. But it doesn't guarantee prop 1 when there were 5 or more agents. So again, this result basically shows that lax-seeming allocation does have some fairness guarantee in the case of allocation of indivisible chores, but the guarantees doesn't go beyond 5 agents. That's the first set of results. The second set of results is we show that if we slightly modify the lax-seeming solution by using a different comparison scheme, the lax-seeming solution or the modified lax-seeming solution with respect to F is actually EFX in the context of allocation of combination of goods and chores for agents that have general but identical valuation. So these are the two main results we proved in our paper. Now we will give a very short description of our proof sketch. But before that, let me first go over what the lax-seeming solution is. In one sentence, the lax-seeming solution basically selects allocation that maximizes the minimum utility among all agents. And if there are multiple allocations with this minimum utility, it will choose among them the one that maximizes the second utility and so on. More formally, we can define lax-seeming solution using this lax-seeming comparison operator. The operator who has the largest index will be the lax-seeming solution. However, as I mentioned in the second section, we use a modified lax-seeming solution. We call that the generalized lax-seeming solution. To generalize the lax-seeming solution, we did the following change. For each agent, instead of using a scalar utility score to compare, we define an objective function f that outputs a d-dimensional objective tuple, and instead we compare the d-dimensional objective tuple lexicographically. So this defines our generalized lexeme solution. And the proof intuition for the first set of the theorem is as following. In the first section, we show that the lexeme solution with respect to f is prop 1 PO. There are 3 or 4 agents. The idea is for Pareto optimal, the proof is very easy because basically the properties of lexeme solution guarantees the Pareto optimality of the solution. But for prop 1, it involves a more complicated proof. Basically, we prove by contradiction here. The high-level idea is we use an average argument based on we only have 3 or 4 agents, so that we use this average argument, which leads to a contradiction that that cannot be resolved, and then we prove the mean theorem. So the rough proof sketch is as following. So first, based on the allocation is not prop 1, which is our assumption, we have the first inequality. And then because the allocation A is a lexeme solution, we have the second inequality. And also by the property of lexeme solution, we also obtain, after some calculation, the third inequalities. And based on this third inequality, we are able to bound the total utility of VJAI plus VJAJ. This basically means the agent J's valuation on his own bundle and the agent who is not prop 1. After we upper bound this thing, we use an averaging argument to show that there must exist an agent such that VJAK is greater than VJAJ, which means that this agent actually should envy someone else, and this leads to our contradiction. Later in the section, we also showed a counterexample for why the lexeme solution fails to achieve prop 1 with 5 agents. If you're interested, you can take a look at our full version of the paper. They have a very detailed explanation on why this counterexample actually fails to achieve prop 1 with 5 agents. Okay, with the rest, about 30 seconds, I will briefly go through the second results we have. The lexeme allocation after modification can provide EFX guarantee in the context of both goods and chores, but only for general and identical valuations. Here from a high level, our proof follows the same paradigm as the plot and rough garden paper, but is applied to a more complicated settings. The proof scratch is if basically we construct another allocation based on the property that allocation A is not EFX. And we show that this new allocation B actually dominates A in the lexeme solution comparator, so that allocation A can be the lexeme solution and thus leads to a contradiction. Okay, so that's a very brief walkthrough of the proof. We would like to thank Kamash for bringing this topic to our attention and for providing generous help and advices throughout the project. And that's all of my presentation for today. Any questions?
So I'll ask a question to start. So it seems like you show kind of these two sets of results for the lexeme allocation, where you have small numbers of agents and the properties that it has there, and then when you have large numbers of agents, but the valuations are identical, and then it has desirable properties kind of along that axis. So do you have a sense of whether the guarantees that you show for large numbers of agents kind of, I guess, degrade gracefully, like if there's some amount of variation in the valuations?
Oh, yeah, so, right, so because, yeah, we did show for like 3 or 4 agents this works, but the second set of results is kind of weak compared to the first set of results, because here we only consider the general and identical valuations. This identical valuations is a guarantee that's pretty weak, because in real life, people value things differently, and you don't really get general but identical valuations in real life. So I think people have some follow-up research on this topic. I think a very recent paper by Arzis actually showed that they can find prop 1 Pareto optimal for additive valuations with infinite agents. Does that answer? Or
Yeah, that's interesting. We'll have to take a look. Are there any other questions? Okay, then thank you very much. We'll move on to the second talk of the session. So, Abhishek, do you want to share your screen?
Yes, let me just do that. Is my screen visible?
Yes, we can see.
All right, so I would first like to thank Harvard CRCS for giving me this wonderful opportunity to present our work on NLP methods robust to noisy Indian social media data. So this is basically a set of insights that we obtained while working on 4 different projects, which got accepted at ICAI, AAAI, and HCAI this year. And it's a joint work with Shifani Palakodeti and Jaime Carbonell. And I'm Ashik Khodabaksh. I'm a scientist from Carnegie Mellon. So when we talk about NLP research on South Asian social media, typically it focuses on English content. And this is not very surprising because there is a stark mismatch between linguistic resources available in English and linguistic resources available in other languages. And as a result of which, large volume of data in highly prevalent first language, they get often ignored. Take the case of Hindi. We have 500 million Hindi speakers in India and Pakistan, but because of limited linguistic resource as compared to English, Hindi is often ignored in social science research. 90% of the web content in Hindi is typically written in Romanized Hindi, that is Hindi in Latin script. And Romanized Hindi has even sparser resource. So no wonder why Romanized Hindi does not feature that heavily in social science research. But the path to work on English data is not easy either. Multilingualism makes extracting monolingual corpus a huge challenge. India alone has 22 languages recognized by its constitution. And many of the languages and their Romanized versions are not supported by commercial solutions. To make things worse, the vast majority of the speakers, they are non-native speakers of English. This results in significant spelling and grammar disfluencies. For example, 32% of the time in all our corpora, the word liar was misspelled as liar. And this is an example sentence from one of our corpora. God bless you is actually God bless you. So the actual sentence is Pak PM, God bless you, my Indian pilot, thank you country. You can see there is a significant spelling and grammar disfluency in this sentence. Also presence of code switching, that is a seamless transition of multiple languages within the same document boundary. An example comment is presented here. This also makes the analysis extremely challenging. So we focus on 2 questions we think are critical for a successful analysis of a social issue through the lens of NLP in the Indian subcontinent. And these 2 issues are, the first research question is how to extract a reasonably clean English corpus. And the second research question is, given linguistic resources in English, how can we transfer these resources to Romanized Hindi, its low resource counterpart? We focus on 2 important domains. The first one is the task of hope speech detection. This task was introduced by us in the context of heated political discussions between 2 nuclear adversaries at the brink of a war, and where we advocated that just blocking hate speech is not enough in this context. Detecting and surfacing peace-seeking, hostility-diffusing content, which we call hope speech, is equally important. And we focus on the 2019 India-Pakistan conflict. These 2 countries have a long history of acrimonious past with 4 major wars, and both are nuclear adversaries. And the second task we focused on is how to detect user-generated content encouraging COVID-19 health guidelines compliance. For both our tasks, we focus on YouTube as our data set. So our data set is text data set, which is comments on relevant YouTube videos. Our choice of YouTube is motivated by the fact that it is the most popular social media platform in India and very highly popular in Indian subcontinent. So coming back to our first research question, how to extract a monolingual corpus, we found that polyglot embeddings are extremely useful to identify languages. And when we say polyglot embedding, it is basically a single skipgram model trained on a multilingual corpus. And polyglot document embedding is basically a normalized average of polyglot word embeddings. So when we have these polyglot document embeddings and we cluster them, we see precise linguistic separation. So in the right side, we have 21 European languages, and we can see that the cluster separation is very precise. And the best part of this, our technique is it's very annotation efficient. So for one language cluster, we just have to randomly sample 10 documents. We have to label them, and whatever is the majority label, we assign that language label to the cluster. So for these 21 languages, we would need 210 annotations to be done. And when we get a new document, we just have to find what is the nearest language cluster. And we just have to assign the language label of the nearest language clusters. So our technique that we call L polyglot has the following advantages. The one that I already mentioned, it is extremely annotation efficient. So again, this is a 2D depiction of the embedding space of our conflict data set. We have 3 major clusters, which means that we just need to do human annotation of 30 comments to process nearly 2 million comments. We have adopted this method in other analysis, one on the Rohingya refugee crisis, and the other one on 2019 Indian general election. In the 2019 Indian general election, we dealt with 10 regional languages, and many of them are very low resource. L polyglot can be very useful in analyzing languages where we pretty much have no resource whatsoever. For example, Assamese, it's a language spoken by 14 million people, but the current commercial solutions do not detect Assamese either in its native script or when it is Romanized. But Assam has been a very important geographic location right now. A lot of socio-political events are happening there. And right now, Assam is also experiencing a scary flood. So if anyone wants to do NLP research on this humanitarian domain, they will need to detect Assamese, and our algorithm can be very useful for that. Now, this is an interesting observation. For people who do not understand Hindi, the top comment will make no sense. Main aman chahta hu, khuda ke vaste jang nahi. But the bottom comment, I love India and Pakistani, peace, peace, peace. We can sense that this is a conciliatory comment. The fun part is, this is basically the same comment, and it's an example of code switching, where seamless transition of languages within the same document boundary happens. This is a very common phenomena in multilingual settings. And for the last 50 years, code switching is being researched by linguists, and for the last 30 years by computational linguists. But typically, code switching is looked at as an obstacle to downstream analysis. But if we carefully look at this example, we can find that a short document is likely to express a consistent sentiment. So although I don't understand what main aman chahta hu khuda ke vaste jang nahi means, I can still make an educated guess that since it's a part of a comment where the English part is conciliatory, maybe main aman chahta hu khuda ke vaste jang nahi also means something conciliatory. And then I can just extract this Hindi part and then try to find nearest neighbors of this Hindi phrase and try to find peaceful content in Hindi. So what we are saying that we can use this sentiment parallelism and we can harness code switching to perform cross-lingual sampling for social good. So essentially, we are looking at treating code switching as a bridge. So consider we have a document level sampler of code switched comments and a precise word level language identifier. And in this case, we have an English hope speech classifier. Using all these three, we can sample code switch documents exhibiting hope speech. We will just have to use that sampler to find highly code mixed documents. And then we run the hope speech classifier to find hope speech that exhibits code switching. Once we have that, we can extract the Hindi part of the code switched comment, and then we can try to find similar content as the extracted Hindi parts. So how does this work? Let's take a look with an example. Turns out that our algorithm L polyglot, it also works well at the word level, because you can treat a word as a very short sentence. So this can be very useful in our work. And we can use L polyglot to use to sample documents with substantial code switching. So let's take a look at the example again. I love India and Pakistani. मैं अमन चाहता हूँ खुदा के वास्ते जंग नहीं, peace, peace, peace. Our L polyglot extracts the Hindi part as मैं अमन चाहता हूँ खुदा के जंग नहीं. It mistakes वास्ते as west, but nonetheless, the noisy extracted Hindi, when we perform nearest neighbor sampling in the document embedding space, we find a comment which, when translated, says, I am a Rajput. I never want fight between the two countries. We were one country before the partition. Only a handful of extremists want bloodshed. So if we look at the 2D depiction of the embedding space, the blue is the English region, the red is the Hindi, the black region is where the code switching occurs. We can see that the magenta triangles are the code mixed hope speech, but when we extract the Hindi and do nearest neighbor sampling, we are able to transcend the linguistic barrier, and the obtained hope speech are all over the Hindi region. If we randomly sample from the Hindi region, we will get less than 2% hope speech. And with our sampling method, we get a more than 10-fold increase. And this just comes for free. This performance gain, we are just utilizing code switching in a clever way to get this performance gain. Now, in case of COVID-19, there may not be a content classifier available because the class definition keeps changing, the health guidelines keep changing. So when we even don't have a content classifier, can we still perform cross-lingual sampling? Turns out that by selectively disabling Hindi and English part, we can actually perform cross-lingual sampling even in the absence of a classifier. So let's take a look with an example. Say we start with an English comment, we should maintain social distancing, and we try to find a nearest neighbor. But when we find a nearest code mixed neighbor, we only focus on the English part to perform the similarity score. So in this case, only obeying social distance is important. This part is being considered. Once we have obtained this comment, we then take a look at the Hindi part, घर पे रहो भाई लोगों बाहर मत जाओ, and we say that, okay, find me something similar with this Hindi portion. And then we find a nearest neighbor, which actually expresses COVID-19 compliance. So in this case, basically, this is almost like a chained database query where the English part and the Hindi parts are the two keys. And this is being used to transcend the linguistic barrier. Using this technique, we again find 5 times more positives than a random baseline. So the 2 major takeaways of our work, the first one is L polyglot can be extremely useful in analyzing South Asian social issues. So the code and implementation, everything is publicly available. So if anyone wants to try it out, please do it and let us know how it works. And code switching that has been treated for like the last 50 years as an impediment to NLP can be harnessed for social good. So it actually has a brighter side. And I'll like to conclude by expressing my respect to my advisor and postdoc mentor and colleague, Professor Jaime Carbonell. He was a co-author in all these 4 papers, and this line of work was particularly close to his heart, and I express my respect to him. Thank you. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Ashik. Yeah, so I'll ask you a question to start with here. So this is a really interesting insight. I thought that code switching, can be actually really helpful in figuring out how to kind of decode these documents. So I'm curious if you have a sense, in the bigger picture for these tasks, like how far just how far using code switching gets us. Like, does it really like avoid the need to have labeled data in the individual languages entirely, or is there still kind of an impetus to like try to build those resources as well?
It gives you a performance boost, like for rare classes, like as we had like for the Hope speech, like less than 2%, and we bumped it up by like 10-fold, 11-fold. So it will help us to obtain a balanced data set much faster. But just relying on code switching alone, we won't be able to completely circumvent the necessity to have a Hindi classifier. But in order to build an effective Hindi classifier, we will be able to take advantage of this code switching. And we showed this with positive content. But our guess is like for negative content also, if someone is expressing hate speech in a code mixed way, both languages will have some bit of signals. So I think other type of contents also can be sampled using this technique. I can see Eleni has a question. She raised Eleni raised hand. Yeah. Hi. I can't hear. Maybe you need to unmute yourself.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I would like to ask, is L polyglot easily can be modified for other languages? So maybe like other languages mixed with English and any other variations?
Yeah, it will work. It's a completely unsupervised method. So it should be, it will work in other language mixtures as well. We have tried with English-Spanish mixture. It works fine.
Okay, thank you.
Brian, you are muted right now.
Yeah, thanks. A question from Harshit in the chat. Did you deal with sarcastic comments where one code may be positive, but the other code may be criticism?
So we are saying that this is just like a guided search. So like we are making an educated guess that the two parts expressed in both languages will have sentiment parallelism, but it may not be the case. For example, I can say war is very bad in Hindi, and then in English say once upon a fool said so. So if I have a sentence like this, it clearly means that I am actually expressing pro-war stance because the English part is completely contradicting the Hindi part. So, but what we are saying that on average, on expectation, a short document will have a consistent sentiment more often than not having a consistent sentiment. So this will be very useful to have a guided sampling, but it does not come with a guarantee that that will be the case always. Does that answer your question?
Any other questions? Okay, well then, thank you.
Thanks, thank you.
So that brings us to the spotlight portion for this block. So as before, I'll screen share all of the slides. When you see your slides, you can unmute yourself and start presenting, and just let me know when to change slides.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so I'll be presenting on reducing word embedding bias using a learned latent structure. Next slide, please. So as we know, word embeddings are an essential framework for many NLP tasks, but they remain biased. So the question is, how can we debias them while retaining useful information? And we propose an approach to use variational autoencoders along with auto-sampling to debias word embeddings. Next slide, please. So as you can see in the architecture, we are creating a latent space out of encoder outputs, and then the decoder uses this space to reconstruct the input back. So this creates a sort of unsupervised learning for the latent variables, and then we are using this latent space to update sampling probabilities for the data points. This makes sure that a network is well trained on common training examples as well as on rare data points. And along with that, we also have a classification network to make sure we're able to capture all the useful gender related information. Now, moving over to the result column, we were able to achieve better or comparable results with other state-of-the-art methods on both SemBias and SemBias subset. We were able to capture useful gender definition properties while mitigating harmful stereotypical biases. So in conclusion, we showed that we can debias word embeddings with the help of variational autoencoder used in conjunction with auto-sampling. And in terms of future work, we are planning to extend the similar architecture to debias search queries in a social media network such as LinkedIn. And if anyone has any questions regarding the implementation process, then please find me in the poster session and I'll be happy to discuss. Next slide, please. And yes, thank you for your time.
Okay. Do we have an author from the next poster here?
Tomron had their video on earlier, but I'm not sure where they are now.
Okay. Well, we'll move on to the next one for the moment, and then we can come back.
Hi. Thanks, Brian. I'm Alicia, and I'll be talking to you about how different carbon taxes can affect the transition to clean energy. Next slide, please. Yeah, so if we're serious about tackling climate change, we need a massive transformation of the energy system towards renewables, which come with a unique set of challenges. One of these is the highly variable or intermittent nature of renewable power sources like wind or the sun, and without strong financial incentives, renewable development isn't going to progress nearly fast enough to meet ambitious decarbonization targets by, say, 2050. So economists have often pointed to carbon taxes as a powerful incentive towards decarbonizing the energy system, but most research so far has focused only on taxes with a fixed price schedule. So one alternative that's been proposed is adaptive carbon taxes, which basically adjust periodically based on a set of real world conditions. So we were kind of interested as to how static versus adaptive carbon taxes might act as different incentivizing factors. Next slide, please. So based on a policy approach outlined by Joseph Aldi, we designed a simple carbon tax, an adaptive one, that basically in a given year would increase if you landed above the target emissions level and decrease if you landed below. And so we built this tax into a finite horizon MDP as part of the cost structure. So our MDP essentially simulates a closed energy system where fossil fuel plants are replaced by renewable plants plus energy storage. And we noticed several interesting differences between the optimization strategy of the MDP agent under a static versus an adaptive carbon tax. I think our most encouraging result is that compared to their static equivalents, adaptive carbon taxes actually end up achieving an overall lower economic burden from the tax, but the same, if not slightly better, emissions reductions. So if you'd like to learn more, please drop by in the poster session. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So I'm going to be talking about some recent analysis we've done about trying to figure out what is the actual effect of game theory in the real world. So if you advance. Next, yes. Okay, so in game theory research, especially in applied game theory research that's been applied to aspects such as the Coast Guard, and in this case, poaching prevention through ranger patrols. An open research question has been, how do adversaries react to our patrols? Because the classical assumption assumes that there is a perfectly rational adversary that has perfect observation of what the rangers are, of what the defender is doing, and is able to react appropriately. However, that's an unrealistic assumption in the real world, given that, especially in the case of wildlife poaching, for example, a lot of these poachers are independent, coming from different villages, so they're not able to communicate with each other to develop a strategy. And additionally, they have imperfect observation of what the rangers are doing because they aren't able to like monitor who's going through the forest at different times. So the classical assumptions that we've been operating our research under have not been validated on the ground. So in this work, we show for the first time analysis on real world data that show that there is a way that the poachers are observing and reacting to our patrols, and we can quantify it. So using real world data from 2 national parks in Uganda, shown here as Murchison Falls and Queen Elizabeth National Park, we learn a logistic model based on patrol observations that's determining what the relative weights of past patrol effort and current patrol effort on the likelihood of detecting poaching in a target. And what we find here is, as you can assume, current patrol effort has a big coefficient. So the more effort that we spend in a single time period, the more likely we are of finding poaching. That seems natural because effort will correspond to higher likelihood, but also that there's a strong effect of past patrol effort on deterring poaching. So taking the likelihood of poaching in a negative direction at a very fine resolution. So a 1 by 1 square kilometer region. And if we advance to the next slide, we show furthermore that there are 2 effects that we can measure. One is deterrence, so that increased past patrol effort in a target will cause illegal activity to decrease in the next time step. And we think about time step in the case of 1 month or 3 months or 1 year. And we show that deterrence happens across all of those time steps. And we're also able to show a displacement effect in that if we patrol in one target, the likelihood of poaching at that target will go down, but the likelihood of poaching in the neighboring targets will go up because the poachers are actually displaced to those neighboring targets. So I'm happy to talk more about our analysis and implications in the poster session. Thank you.
Yep. Hi, everyone. My name is Jennifer Hobbs. I'm the Director of Machine Learning at Intellinair, and I'll be talking about our work on flowering density estimation from aerial imagery for automated pineapple flower counting. Next slide. So machine learning and artificial intelligence are revolutionizing the precision agriculture space. However, these approaches tend to lag behind for specialty crops like pineapple. Specifically for pineapple, growers rely on identifying the stages of flowering so they can apply chemicals to ensure the plants develop at the same rate and can be hand harvested at the same time with a single pass through the field. Next slide. Go ahead. Oh, there you go. By automatically detecting the flowering plants in the field, we're able to reduce cost for the growers by optimizing harvest efficiency, ensuring that all of the plants are harvested and harvested at their peak quality, and therefore reducing waste, maximizing yield, and also conserving water by identifying areas that are struggling or potentially from irrigation issues. Next. So our goal broadly is to detect potentially hundreds of thousands of flowers across an entire block in the field, even in the under the challenges of having high variability in appearances from color, shape, size, occlusion, and shadowing. Next. To do this, we leverage the approaches from the field of density estimation for dense crowd counting, which allows us to predict an occupancy map of objects on the field as opposed to relying on detection-based methods, which can be very slow and also heavy. Because these don't scale with the number of entities detected, we can detect hundreds of thousands of flowers without burdening the computational limit. Next. Specifically, we acquired imagery from drones flown at 200 feet above the field, mosaicked and orthorectified the images, and then annotated about 76,000 flowers. These point annotations were blurred with the Gaussian kernel to create these target density maps that we want to predict. And then we used a UNet and calculated the mean square error between the target and predicted density maps as our loss. Next slide. Our results showed that we could accurately detect both the location and the count of the flowers, occasionally outperforming the human annotators. And next slide. This allows us to count in this field over 1.5 million flowers in just a matter of seconds and identify what stages different blocks in the field are at and where different chemical or water applications may need to be applied. And all right. And so then finally, just want to thank our funders and our collaborators, and please stop by the poster to learn more about pineapple and how we're impacting agriculture through machine learning. Thank you.
Okay, hello, I'm Bob Bell from Georgetown University's Urban Spatial Observatory. This research was done with Rajesh Veeraraghavan. This is a paper where we have attempted to locate informal settlements programmatically. So because of the rapid growth of urbanization, many cities around the world are unable to keep track of their settlements. This is important because we know that where people live determines the types of services that they are able to receive from the state. We address one problem in this paper, which is how do we detect planned settlements from one type of an informal settlement. We use a CNN model that was trained on ImageNet with high resolution satellite imagery from the city of Delhi. And from our experiments, we achieved close to 96% accuracy. We trained the different models on our data set utilizing a variety of steps, including both data augmentation as well as steps to optimize some of the hyperparameters. We noticed that the rectangular structures and the vegetation were associated with the planned areas, while irregular dense structures were predictive of the slum areas. We hope to extend the study to automatically detect different types of slums and informal settlements in South Asia. We think that our approach is dynamic and ultimately cost-effective compared to more expensive survey methods. Feel free to join us in the poster session or find us online at the Urban Spatial Observatory at Georgetown University. And thanks for your time.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for all the great talks so far. My name's Sagar, and today I'm going to be talking about how we can optimally use multispectral satellite information with convolutional neural networks. This is work that we've done with a startup called Deep Planet. Next slide, please. So just quickly to outline the problem. So as we've seen from a few talks so far, the analysis of satellite images is becoming more and more useful, both for a growing GIS industry and also for pursuing the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Meanwhile, CNNs, or convolutional neural networks, have become state-of-the-art for almost all image analysis tasks. However, most CNN research is directed at natural images, which is RGB or 3-band, but satellite images are much richer information. Specifically, they're multispectral and have between 3 and 15 bands, often have between 3 and 15 bands. So the question I'm trying to answer is how we can optimally leverage this multi-band information with CNNs. We demonstrated on a task of vineyard segmentation. As shown at the bottom here, we can see the RGB image of a vineyard on the left, and on the right, a manual annotation of that vineyard. So next slide, please. So to talk about the work, so the contribution is to compare a number of different band selection methods on a single data set, with a demonstration task, as I said, being vineyard segmentation. So the 4 methods we compared were, first of all, expert selection of the bands by a GIS expert. And in many cases, we've seen that this is what many industrial players use this method. The next is feeding all bands to the CNN as a single tensor. The third is learning a differentiable attention module on the input images to learn an attention score for each input band. And the third is a more black box approach where we treat the band indices as a hyperparameter to be optimized, and then optimize it with a Bayesian approach. The results are shown here on the top right, with the expert band selection performing worst, perhaps unsurprisingly, but also unsurprisingly given the less amount of information given to this method, but also we think importantly, given a lot of industrial people do use this. And we see that the Bayesian approach works best by about 5 points in terms of dice coefficient. That's all from me. Hopefully see you at the poster session. Thanks.
Hello, I'm Lynn, and I'm presenting on using AI and satellite Earth observation to monitor UN Sustainable Development Indicators, a position paper co-authored with Chris Radiger and Jeff Webb, and we're from Monash University in Australia. Next slide, please. As many of you will know, the Sustainable Development Goals, which have already been mentioned a few times, have been adopted by the United Nations, which aims to address some of the most urgent problems affecting the world. Progress towards the goals is monitored by a set of indicators, the SDIs. Recent reporting shows the world is not on track to meet the SDGs and states one of the main reasons is a lack of data to measure the SDIs. It is widely agreed that Earth observation satellite data, combined with artificial intelligence techniques, have an important role in overcoming this issue. Our research aims to address key obstacles to achieve the potential of these technologies and to develop workflows to measure the SDIs. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. The research challenges we will address include designing scalable classifiers capable of processing large data sets and domain adaptation techniques to allow models to be transferred to regions with limited training data. Developing methods to combine data from different sources, resolutions, and timescales to overcome missing data challenges. Robust time series and change detection methods to quantify changes to SDI measurements over time, and using explainable AI methods to interpret results and quantify uncertainties to inform policy decision making. Next slide, please. Finally, as an example, land cover and use is of importance to several indicators. This high-resolution land cover map of the state of Victoria, Australia, was produced by a research group using a temporal CNN classifier and a year's worth of Sentinel-2 satellite images at 10-metre resolution. A practical example of using AI to extract information from satellite data for monitoring sustainable development. So thank you for listening, and if you want to chat further, please stop by our poster.
Okay, so now do we have an author from the paper that we skipped earlier by Tom Ron and co-authors, Corporate Social Responsibility Bandits, I believe? Okay, well then that concludes the session, which is the end of the talks for our workshop. So thank you again to all of our presenters for a really interesting and thought-provoking series of talks over the last couple of days. So at this point, we're going to transition to the poster session, which is going to be held in Gather. So the link is in your email, and I'll repost it here in the chat. So I'll see you there.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, Brian, for hosting.